Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Harry Reality Bender, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if Harry Potter was reborn as Tom Riddle's son? If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1, The Son of the Dark. The moon hung heavy over Riddle Manor, casting long shadows across the manicured lawns that seemed to reach like grasping fingers toward the ancient house. Inside, 11-year-old Harrison Riddle stood perfectly still before the ornate fireplace in his father's study, his emerald eyes fixed on the dancing flames. Behind him, seated in a high-backed leather chair, Tom Riddle watched his son with calculating interest. "Tell me again what you saw in the flame, Harrison." Tom's voice was soft, pleasant even, but Harrison knew better than to mistake it for warmth. "A serpent," Harrison replied without hesitation, "coiled around a skull." "And what did it mean?" Harrison turned to face his father, a man whose handsome features belied the darkness within. At 40 years old, Tom Riddle bore no resemblance to the snake-like monster that haunted Harrison's other memories. This was Lord Voldemort in his prime, charismatic, brilliant, and utterly merciless. "It's your mark," Harrison said, choosing his words carefully. "The one your followers will wear." Tom's lips curved into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Very good. And would you wear my mark, my son?" The question hung in the air like a curse. Harrison felt a familiar churning in his gut, the sensation that always accompanied these moments when his two lives collided. In one life, he had been Harry Potter, the boy who lived, destined to defeat Lord Voldemort. In this strange second chance at existence, he was Harrison Riddle, heir to the darkest wizard of the age. "I am your son," Harrison replied, neither accepting nor refusing. "I bear your name already." Tom studied him with those piercing eyes that seemed to strip away all pretense. "Indeed you do. A clever answer, as always." He gestured to the chair opposite him. "Sit. We have matters to discuss before your birthday tomorrow." Harrison obeyed, perching on the edge of the leather chair, his back straight. He had learned years ago that showing weakness before his father invited consequences. "Hogwarts will be sending your letter soon," Tom said, tapping his long fingers against the armrest. "And while I've educated you in magic far beyond what those fools will teach, there is value in you attending." "To learn about my enemies?" Harrison suggested, knowing what his father expected to hear. "To learn about your future subjects," Tom corrected, his voice hardening slightly. "The wizarding world will be ours, Harrison. You are not merely my son, you are my heir. The future of our kind rests with you." The weight of those words pressed down on Harrison's shoulders. He remembered dying as Harry Potter, the killing curse striking his chest in the Forbidden Forest. Then darkness, followed by rebirth, screaming into this world as Harrison Marvolo Riddle, with his memories intact but trapped in an infant's body. For years, he had been powerless, watching and learning as his father, the man he had once been destined to destroy, raised him in the dark arts. "I understand, father." Tom leaned forward, his gaze intensifying. "Do you? I sometimes wonder. You possess remarkable talent, yet I sense hesitation in you." Harrison stilled the tremor that threatened to run through him. His father couldn't know about his past life. He couldn't. "I only wish to be worthy," Harrison said quietly. Tom regarded him for a long moment. "Then you shall have an opportunity to prove yourself. Tomorrow night, at your birthday celebration, you will be tested before my closest followers." The test. Harrison had known it was coming. Every child of the sacred families faced a test of loyalty and magical ability before attending Hogwarts. His would be more severe than most. "What will be required of me?" he asked, keeping his voice level. "That would spoil the surprise," Tom replied with a cold smile. "But rest assured, you will have the chance to demonstrate your power, and your commitment to our cause." Harrison nodded, his mind already racing through possibilities. Whatever the test, it would involve dark magic, perhaps even taking a life. As Harry Potter, he would have refused outright. As Harrison Riddle, he needed to survive, to find a path forward that didn't end with him dead or worse. "You're dismissed," Tom said, turning his attention to the parchments on his desk. "Prepare yourself. Abraxas Malfoy will be in attendance tomorrow, and he's been most interested in your progress." Harrison rose and bowed slightly before leaving the study. The mention of Abraxas, Lucius Malfoy's father, sent a chill down his spine. In this timeline, the elder Malfoy was Tom Riddle's chief political rival, a man who saw Harrison as both leverage and potential threat. The corridors of Riddle Manor were silent as Harrison made his way to his chambers. The house elves knew better than to show themselves unless called, and the human servants never worked after dark. Only Nagini, his father's familiar, might be slithering through the shadows, but Harrison had long since learned to speak Parseltongue in this life as he had in his previous one. When he reached his room, he closed the door behind him and whispered a privacy charm, one of dozens of spells he'd mastered well before most wizarding children held their first wands. The magic tingled against his fingertips as it spread across the walls. Only then did he allow his carefully maintained facade to crack. He sank onto his bed, head in his hands. Tomorrow's test loomed before him, another step in the impossible path he walked between who he had been and who he was now. "Damn it all," he whispered to the empty room. A soft tapping at his window startled him. Harrison turned to see a small, tawny owl hovering outside, a letter clutched in its beak. With a wave of his hand, wandless magic being one of the skills his father had insisted he develop, Harrison opened the window. The owl dropped the letter onto his desk and departed without waiting for a response. Harrison approached cautiously, though he already knew what it must be. The parchment envelope bore the Hogwarts seal, addressed in emerald ink to Mr. H. Riddle, the East Wing, Riddle Manor, Little Hangleton. Harrison stared at the envelope, memories washing over him, of another boy, in another life, receiving this same letter with wonder and joy. For Harry Potter, Hogwarts had meant escape and belonging. For Harrison Riddle, it meant walking into the lion's den, where Albus Dumbledore would surely be watching his every move. He broke the seal and read the familiar words welcoming him to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The supply list hadn't changed much, the same books, robes, cauldron, and wand that every first year required. A wand. Harrison looked at his hand, feeling the magic that flowed through him without the need for such a focus. His father had taught him wandless magic from the age of 7, insisting that no son of his would be dependent on a piece of wood that could be taken away. Still, for his cover at Hogwarts, he would need one. Tucking the letter into his desk drawer, Harrison moved to the large window overlooking the manor grounds. In the distance, he could see the village of Little Hangleton, its lights twinkling innocently in the night. Those muggles had no idea that the heir of Slytherin lived so close, or that Tom Riddle, who they believed to be a reclusive businessman, was planning their subjugation. Harrison pressed his forehead against the cool glass. At times like this, when the quiet settled around him, memories of his past life surfaced like bubbles in a cauldron, friendships with Ron and Hermione, the comfort of Hagrid's hut, the thrill of Quidditch, the love of his parents, Lily and James Potter. People who didn't exist yet, or who existed only as children themselves in this timeline. He had been reborn in 1960, the year Tom Riddle turned 33. By Harrison's calculation, James Potter and Lily Evans would be entering Hogwarts the same year as him, not as his parents, but as his classmates. The thought twisted something inside him, an emotion too complex to name. A memory surfaced, one of the earliest from this second life. Harrison was 4 years old, sitting in the grand library of Riddle Manor while his father entertained guests in the drawing room. He had learned to read early, devouring books beyond his years. That night, he had found a heavy tome on wizarding genealogy and was tracing the lines of ancient families with his small finger. When he reached the Potter family, something strange happened. A jolt of recognition, then a flood of images, a man with messy black hair, a woman with kind green eyes, a flash of green light, screaming. Harry Potter, he had whispered, the name feeling right on his tongue even though it wasn't his own. More memories had crashed over him then, a cupboard under the stairs, a giant saying, "You're a wizard, Harry," a castle with towers reaching to the sky, friends, enemies, battles, death. He had fallen from his chair, overwhelmed, crying out in confusion. That was when his father had found him, Tom Riddle's tall figure looming in the doorway. "What is this?" his father had demanded, taking in the scene with narrowed eyes. I don't know," Harrison had stammered, genuine fear in his voice. "I saw things." Tom had crouched beside him, gripping Harrison's chin firmly. "What things, child? Tell me." "A castle," Harrison had said, instinctively hiding the most dangerous parts. "And magic. So much magic." His father's grip had relaxed slightly. "Hogwarts," he said, almost to himself. "You're seeing Hogwarts." A look of calculation had crossed his features. "Interesting. Perhaps you have the sight." From that day forward, Tom had watched him more closely, testing him for various magical abilities. Harrison had been careful to reveal only enough of his visions to satisfy his father's curiosity while concealing their true nature, memories from a past life, a life where he had been Lord Voldemort's greatest enemy. A knock at his door pulled Harrison from his memories. He quickly composed himself, straightening his robes and adopting the neutral expression expected of him. "Enter," he called. The door opened to reveal Barinthus Knott, one of his tutors and a loyal follower of his father. The man's thin face was, as always, expressionless. "Young master," Knott said with a slight bow, "your presence is requested in the training room. Your father wishes to ensure you are adequately prepared for tomorrow's festivities." Harrison nodded. "I'll be down momentarily." When Knott had gone, Harrison reached under his mattress and pulled out a small journal, one of several where he recorded his memories from his past life, written in a code of his own devising. He had charmed the journals to appear as boring treatises on potion ingredients to anyone else who might look at them. Quickly, he jotted down, "Hogwarts letter arrived. Test tomorrow. Must find a way to pass without crossing the line." What that line was, Harrison wasn't entirely sure anymore. As Harry Potter, everything had seemed clear: dark magic was evil, those who practiced it were to be opposed. But 11 years as Harrison Riddle had taught him that the world contained more shades of grey than he had ever imagined. He returned the journal to its hiding place and headed for the training room in the basement of the manor. The stone stairs wound downward, torches igniting automatically as he descended. At the bottom, a spacious chamber opened before him, its walls lined with weapons and artifacts. In the center stood his father, wand held casually at his side. "Ah, Harrison," Tom said, his voice echoing slightly. "I trust you received your Hogwarts letter." Harrison managed not to show his surprise. His father's network of informants was extensive, but knowing about the letter so quickly was impressive even for him. "Yes, father." "Good. When we're finished here, we'll discuss what you'll need. The supplies listed are basic, but they'll do for appearances." Tom gestured to the center of the room. "Now, show me the shield charm we practiced last week. Knott will be casting against you." Harrison moved to position, aware that this was no ordinary practice session. His father wanted to assess his readiness for the test, and perhaps push him to his limits. Knott stepped forward, his wand already moving in complex patterns. Without warning, a jet of sickly yellow light shot toward Harrison. Harrison's hands moved instinctively, tracing the pattern of the shield charm without a wand. "Protego Maxima," he intoned, focusing his intent. A shimmering barrier materialized before him, catching Knott's curse. The shield rippled but held firm. Knott didn't pause, sending a barrage of increasingly dangerous spells. Harrison maintained his concentration, adjusting his shield strength and position as needed. After several minutes, Tom raised a hand, stopping Knott mid-incantation. "Acceptable," he said, studying Harrison with those calculating eyes. "Now, offensive spells." The ones I taught you last month. Harrison knew which spells his father meant, borderline dark magic that would never be taught at Hogwarts. Spells designed to maim, to control, to hurt. He hesitated for just a fraction of a second. Is there a problem? Tom asked silkily. No, father, Harrison replied, turning to face the training dummy that had appeared at the far end of the room. He raised his hand, focusing on the twisted feeling of the magic his father had taught him. Accio Despertus, he cast, sending a pulse of magic that would shatter bones if used on a living target. The spell hit the dummy, which shuddered violently. Harrison continued, casting each spell in succession, demonstrating his mastery of the dark arts his father had insisted he learn. With each incantation, he felt a part of himself, the part that had once been Harry Potter, recoil in disgust. But another part, the part that had grown as Harrison Riddle, felt the undeniable thrill of power. When he finished, sweat beading on his forehead from the exertion, Tom approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. You have learned well, his father said, something like pride in his voice. Tomorrow, you will show our guests what it means to be my son. You will not disappoint me. It wasn't a question, and Harrison didn't treat it as one. I understand. Tom nodded once. Get some rest. The celebration begins at sunset. As Harrison climbed the stairs back to the main floor, his mind raced through possible scenarios for tomorrow's test. Whatever it was, he needed to appear loyal while avoiding crossing into territory from which there was no return. His soul, Harry Potter's soul, had already been damaged enough by the killing curse that had ended his first life. He wouldn't risk further corruption if he could help it. Back in his room, Harrison sat at his desk and wrote a response to Hogwarts, confirming his attendance. As he watched his owl wing away with the letter, he felt the weight of his double life pressing down on him. At Hogwarts, he would face new challenges, chief among them Albus Dumbledore, who in this timeline would surely recognize the son of Tom Riddle as a potential threat. He would need allies, but who could he trust with the impossible truth? Who would believe that the heir of Lord Voldemort carried the soul and memories of Harry Potter? Sleep came fitfully that night, his dreams a jumbled mess of past and present. He saw Hogwarts burning, his father standing triumphant over Dumbledore's body. He saw himself in Godric Gryffindor's sword, facing a basilisk. He saw a girl with fiery hair and determination in her eyes, not Ginny Weasley, but someone he hadn't met yet. When morning came, Harrison rose with the sun, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Servants bustled about the manor, decorating for the evening's celebration. His father was nowhere to be seen, likely attending to whatever dark preparations the test required. By mid-afternoon, Harrison was called to the master suite, where formal robes of deepest green awaited him. The fabric was finest acromantula silk, embroidered with silver serpents that seemed to move in the light. Your father commissioned these specially, said the tailor, a nervous man who kept his eyes downcast. For your introduction to society. Harrison allowed the man to fit the robes, adjusting them with quick flicks of his wand. When finished, Harrison stood before the mirror, barely recognizing himself. The boy who looked back at him had his father's aristocratic features softened slightly by whoever his mother had been, a woman Tom Riddle never spoke of and whom Harrison had never been able to identify. In his previous life, Harrison had inherited his father James Potter's unruly hair and his mother Lily's bright green eyes. In this incarnation, his hair was still black but fell in neat waves, and while his eyes remained green, they held a different quality, sharper, more intense, like his father's. The guests are beginning to arrive, young master, a house elf squeaked from the doorway. The master requests you remain upstairs until called. Harrison nodded, dismissing the creature. He returned to his room to wait, sitting at the window seat where he could observe the arriving visitors without being seen. One by one, the most powerful dark wizarding families in Britain made their way up the gravel drive, the Malfoys with their platinum hair gleaming in the fading light, the Lestranges, haughty and severe, the Knots, moving with the quiet precision of people accustomed to shadows, and others whose allegiances lay with the man who would become Lord Voldemort. Among them, Harrison spotted a family he didn't immediately recognize, a tall man with aristocratic features accompanied by a striking woman and a girl who appeared to be Harrison's age. The girl glanced up at his window, and for a moment, their eyes met. She didn't look away as most would, instead holding his gaze with unexpected boldness. A knock at his door announced it was time. Taking a deep breath, Harrison prepared to descend into what felt like the serpent's pit. Whatever test awaited him, he would face it as he had faced death itself, with courage hidden behind careful calculation. The manor's grand ballroom had been transformed for the occasion. Floating candles cast a soft glow over the assembled guests, while enchanted music played from an unseen source. At the far end stood his father, resplendent in formal robes, every inch the powerful wizard lord he aspired to be publicly acknowledged as. Harrison's entrance caused a ripple of whispers. Though known to exist, the son of Tom Riddle had been kept largely secluded, educated privately, and rarely seen by those outside his father's innermost circle. "My friends," Tom addressed the gathering, his voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the room. "Today we celebrate not only my son's 11th birthday but his imminent departure for Hogwarts, where he will carry our values and traditions into the very heart of Dumbledore's domain." Polite applause followed this announcement. Harrison maintained his composure, moving to stand beside his father with measured steps. "Harrison," Tom continued, placing a hand on his shoulder, "has been blessed with extraordinary magical talent. Tonight, he will demonstrate his worthiness to take his place among us." The guests murmured in anticipation. Such tests were traditional among the old families, though usually conducted in private. That his father had chosen to make this a public spectacle spoke volumes about his intentions. "Before we proceed," Tom said, "allow me to introduce our special guests. Arcturus Black and his family have returned from abroad to join our cause." The family Harrison had noticed earlier stepped forward. The man, Arcturus Black, bowed slightly to Tom. "My brother Orion has spoken highly of your vision, Riddle," Arcturus said. "I bring my support, and that of our continental allies." "Your timing is fortuitous," Tom replied. "Tonight is an auspicious beginning." He gestured to the girl. "And this must be your daughter." "Indeed. This is Lyra," Arcturus said. "She will also be attending Hogwarts this year." The girl, Lyra, curtsied gracefully, but her eyes found Harrison's again with that same directness. "Excellent," Tom said. Perhaps she would like to witness Harrison's test up close. It would be educational for a young witch of her standing. Alarm flickered across Mrs. Black's face, but Arcturus nodded, placing a hand on his daughter's shoulder. "Lyra is not squeamish. She would be honored." Harrison felt a chill at his father's words. Whatever the test involved, it was clearly not something a child should witness, which meant it was likely far worse than he had anticipated. "Very well," Tom said, turning to address the entire gathering. "If you would all proceed to the ritual chamber, we shall begin." Murmurs of excitement and trepidation rippled through the crowd as they filed toward the eastern wing of the manor. Harrison followed, keeping pace with his father, aware of Lyra Black walking just behind them. "Your test awaits, my son," Tom said quietly. "Remember, there is no good or evil, only power in those too weak to seek it." The words, so familiar from another life, another encounter, sent ice through Harrison's veins. "I remember, father." The ritual chamber was a vast circular room beneath the manor, accessible only through a hidden passage in the library. Ancient runes carved into the stone walls glowed with eerie blue light, illuminating a raised dais in the center where a large silver basin stood. The guests arranged themselves around the perimeter, leaving the dais clear. Tom guided Harrison to stand before the basin, which Harrison now saw contained a swirling silvery liquid, not quite a liquid, not quite a gas. "Memories?" Harrison asked quietly. In a manner of speaking, Tom replied. "This is the pensive of Merlin, one of our family's most precious heirlooms." Harrison concealed his surprise. In his previous life, he had never heard of Merlin's pensive, though he knew the legendary wizard had been a Slytherin in some accounts. "Your test is simple," Tom announced to the gathering. "Harrison will enter the pensive and face what lies within. If he emerges victorious, he will have proven his worth to continue our legacy." Lyra Black had been positioned directly across from Harrison, her dark eyes watching him with undisguised curiosity. Beside her stood Abraxas Malfoy, his cold gaze calculating as it moved between Harrison and Tom. "Begin," Tom commanded, stepping back. Harrison approached the basin, his mind racing. What would he find inside? Some horror designed to test his courage? A moral challenge to prove his allegiance to the dark? He glanced at his father, whose expression revealed nothing. Taking a deep breath, Harrison leaned forward and plunged his face into the swirling contents of the pensive. The familiar sensation of falling through darkness enveloped him. When his feet touched solid ground, he found himself standing in the forbidden forest, but not as he had known it in his previous life. This forest was older, wilder, the trees twisted into shapes that suggested centuries of dark magic. Before him stood a clearing, and in its center, a figure in a hooded cloak. "Harrison Riddle," the figure spoke, its voice neither male nor female. "Or should I call you Harry Potter?" Harrison froze, his blood turning to ice. "Who are you?" The figure lowered its hood, revealing a face that shifted continuously between different visages, young, old, male, female, human, and something other. "I am the pensive," it said. "Or rather, its guardian. I see all that you are, past, present, and the shadows of what might be." "My father doesn't know," Harrison said, his voice barely above a whisper. "About my past?" "No," the guardian agreed. "The pensive keeps its own counsel. But your test remains. To pass, you must prove your loyalty to your bloodline." The guardian gestured, and the forest around them dissolved, reforming into a different scene, the great hall of Hogwarts, but empty save for three figures bound to chairs on the platform where the teacher's table should have been. With a jolt of horror, Harrison recognized them, James and Lily Potter, as they would appear in this timeline, young and frightened. Beside them sat a boy with familiar features, Sirius Black, his godfather from his previous life. "What is this?" Harrison demanded. "Your test," the guardian replied simply. "Kill them, the bloodline that in another life you belonged to, along with the boy who would have been your godfather. Prove your loyalty to Tom Riddle's line." Harrison stared at the three bound figures, his mind reeling. This couldn't be real. James and Lily were still children in this timeline, not yet at Hogwarts. This was an illusion, a creation of the pensive. But it felt real. And the message was clear: to pass his father's test, he was expected to symbolically renounce his former life by destroying these representations of it. "They're not real," Harrison said, more to himself than the guardian. "Does that matter?" the guardian asked. "Your father will see what choice you make. The audience watches through the surface of the pensive. What matters is what you demonstrate to them." Harrison approached the bound figures. James, or the illusion of him, looked up with frightened hazel eyes so like the ones Harrison had inherited in his previous life. "Please," the boy whispered. "We don't even know who you are." Lily's green eyes, his eyes, once, were filled with tears. Sirius struggled against his bonds, defiant even in the face of death. Harrison raised his hand, gathering his magic. He could feel the eyes of his father and the assembled dark wizards watching him, waiting for him to prove himself a worthy heir to the Slytherin line. But as Harry Potter, he had died rather than betray what he believed in. As Harrison Riddle, could he do any less? The guardian watched impassively as Harrison turned away from the bound figures. "I won't kill them," he said firmly. "Then you fail your father's test," the guardian replied. "No," Harrison said, a plan forming in his mind. "I refuse the test itself." He turned back to face the three bound figures, but instead of casting a killing curse, he waved his hand in a complex pattern. "Finite incantatem," he intoned, pouring his magic into the spell. The illusions of James, Lily, and Sirius flickered but remained. The Guardian tilted its ever-changing head. Interesting approach, but insufficient. Harrison smiled grimly. I'm not trying to dispel them. I'm rejecting the premise. He closed his eyes, concentrating on his dual nature, Harry Potter's courage and Harrison Riddle's cunning combining in a surge of magical intent. This test assumes that loyalty requires blind obedience. It doesn't. He opened his eyes, which now glowed with magical power. True loyalty to my father's legacy means embracing the greatness of Salazar Slytherin, ambition, cunning, and self-determination. Not mindless killing of children who pose no threat. With another gesture, Harrison cast a spell of his own invention, one that drew on both the light and dark magic he had learned across 2 lifetimes. Verum Revelio Maxima. The clearing shuddered, the illusions wavering as his magic challenged the construct of the pensive itself. The Guardian's form became less substantial. What are you doing? It demanded. This is not how the test works. I'm rewriting it, Harrison declared. A true heir of Slytherin doesn't follow paths laid by others, he forges his own. With a final surge of magic, Harrison shattered the illusion completely. The bound figures vanished, and the forest clearing transformed into a void of swirling silver. The Guardian regarded him with what might have been respect. You have neither passed nor failed the traditional test, Harrison Riddle. You have created your own. Let us see if your father appreciates such innovation. Before Harrison could respond, he felt himself being pulled upward, out of the pensive and back into the ritual chamber. He gasped as his consciousness returned fully to his body, aware of the absolute silence that had fallen over the assembled witnesses. All eyes were on him, but most importantly, his father's gaze bored into him with an intensity that would have made a lesser wizard quail. Well, Tom said finally, his voice dangerously soft. That was unexpected. Harrison stood straight, meeting his father's eyes. The test offered was unworthy of your heir, father. Killing defenseless illusions proves nothing except an ability to follow instructions. I demonstrated something more valuable, the ability to recognize a false choice and create a better one. Murmurs broke out among the guests. Some looked appalled at his audacity, others intrigued. Abraxas Malfoy's expression was calculating, while Arcturus Black seemed caught between shock and admiration. Tom approached Harrison slowly, circling him like a predator. You rejected my test. I elevated it, Harrison countered, knowing he was taking a terrible risk but unable to back down now. Any servant could kill on command. Your heir should be capable of more. For a long, terrible moment, Tom said nothing. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he laughed, a cold, sharp sound that nonetheless contained genuine amusement. Well reasoned, my son, he said, placing a hand on Harrison's shoulder. Though next time, perhaps discuss your improvements with me beforehand. Relief washed through Harrison, though he was careful not to show it. He had gambled everything on his father's pride and ambition outweighing his anger at being defied. Of course, father. Tom turned to the assembled guests. As you can see, my son possesses not only power but the wisdom to apply it judiciously. A trait that will serve our cause well. The tension in the room dissolved into polite applause and conversation. Harrison caught Lyra Black's eye from across the chamber. She was watching him with newfound interest, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. When their gazes met, she inclined her head slightly, not quite a bow, but an acknowledgement. The remainder of the evening passed in a blur of congratulations and conversations with his father's followers. Harrison played his role perfectly, the dutiful son with a spark of independence that made him all the more intriguing to the dark wizard families. Later, as the celebration continued in the ballroom above, Harrison found himself momentarily alone in the Manor's conservatory, seeking a brief respite from the constant scrutiny. That was clever, what you did in there, a girl's voice said from behind him. Harrison turned to find Lyra Black standing in the doorway, her dark dress making her appear like a shadow come to life. You saw. he asked, though he already knew the answer. Everyone saw, she replied, stepping into the room. Father says your performance will be discussed in every pure-blood household by morning. Harrison studied her carefully. The Blacks were one of the darkest wizarding families, notorious for their practice of the old ways. In his previous life, Sirius had been the exception, the white sheep of the Black family. Would this girl, his cousin in this timeline, be an ally or an enemy? And what do you think? He asked. Lyra approached, stopping an arm's length away. I think you're not what you appear to be, Harrison Riddle. For a heart-stopping moment, Harrison wondered if she somehow knew his secret. But her next words reassured him. Most of the sacred families raise their children to be obedient above all else, she continued. But you questioned. That's unusual. Perhaps my father encourages independent thinking, Harrison suggested. Lyra laughed, a surprisingly warm sound. No, he doesn't. Everyone knows Tom Riddle demands absolute loyalty from his followers. I'm not a follower, Harrison pointed out. I'm his son. Yes, she agreed, studying him with those penetrating dark eyes. That's what makes you interesting. Before Harrison could respond, they were interrupted by the arrival of Arcturus Lestrange, a boy their age with sharp features and cold eyes. My father sent me to fetch you, Riddle, Lestrange said, not bothering to acknowledge Lyra. The ceremony is about to begin. Ceremony? Harrison asked. The marking, of course, Lestrange replied with a smirk. Surely you didn't think your little performance in the pensive was the only event tonight? A chill ran down Harrison's spine. The dark mark, his father's sign, burned into the flesh of his followers. In his previous life, he had seen what it represented: torture, murder, terror. I'll be there momentarily, Harrison said, keeping his voice neutral. Lestrange lingered, his gaze shifting between Harrison and Lyra with undisguised suspicion. Don't keep the Dark Lord waiting, he said finally before departing. Dark Lord? Lyra questioned when they were alone again. Is that what they're calling your father now? Apparently, Harrison said grimly. Lyra seemed to sense his discomfort. You don't have to go back in there right away, she said. I know a place where they won't find us for a while. Harrison hesitated. The marking ceremony was not something he wished to witness, but his absence would be noted and questioned. Come on, Lyra urged, holding out her hand. I've explored most of this manor while the adults were talking. There's a hidden passage in the library that leads to the old tower. We could hide there until it's over. The offer was tempting, more than she could know. But Harrison shook his head reluctantly. I can't. My father would see it as weakness. Disappointment flickered across Lyra's face, but she nodded in understanding. Another time, then. She turned to go, then paused. We'll be on the Hogwarts Express together in a few weeks. Perhaps we could share a compartment. Despite everything, Harrison found himself smiling. I'd like that. As Lyra disappeared back into the manor, Harrison took a moment to compose himself before following. Whatever horrors awaited in the ritual chamber, he would endure them, as he had endured everything else in this strange second life. The marking ceremony was as grim as Harrison had expected. In the center of the ritual chamber, 5 wizards knelt before his father, their left arms bared. These were the newest recruits to what would someday be called the Death Eaters, though at this stage, Tom Riddle was still cautious about his public image, preferring to work through proxies and allies. Harrison stood at his father's right hand, forcing himself to watch as Tom pressed his wand to each exposed arm in turn, incanting the spell that would bind these wizards to him. Each recipient gasped or cried out as the mark burned into their flesh, a skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth. When the ceremony concluded, the newly marked followers were led away to recover, while the more established members of Tom's inner circle gathered for what Harrison knew would be the true purpose of the night's gathering, planning their next moves in the wizarding world. Harrison, his father said as the others took their seats around the long table, you may attend this council. It is time you began to understand the scope of our ambitions. Harrison took the seat indicated, aware of the assessing gazes of the assembled dark wizards. Abraxas Malfoy sat directly across from him, his expression unreadable. Our sources in the Department of Mysteries have confirmed what we suspected, Tom began without preamble. Dumbledore is searching for the Hallows. Murmurs broke out around the table. Harrison kept his face carefully blank, though his mind raced. The Deathly Hallows, in his previous life, he had united them briefly, becoming the master of death in the moment before sacrificing himself to Voldemort. The old fool believes the legend, Abraxas said dismissively. Let him chase fairy tales. Do not underestimate Dumbledore, Tom replied sharply. The Hallows are real, and their power is significant. We know he already possesses the Elder Wand, taken from Grindelwald. Harrison's surprise must have shown, for his father turned to him with a thin smile. Yes, my son. The greatest wand ever created is in the hands of our greatest enemy. Which is why our priority must be to locate the other Hallows before he does. The Resurrection Stone and the Cloak of Invisibility, Harrison said, remembering all too well where both items had ended up in his previous life. Precisely, Tom nodded, pleased by his knowledge. The stone is believed to have been passed down through the Gaunt line, our line. My grandfather Marvolo possessed a ring that may have contained it, though it was lost after his death. Harrison knew exactly where that ring was, hidden in the ruins of the Gaunt shack, already transformed into one of his father's Horcruxes. In this timeline, Tom had created fewer of them so far, maintaining more of his humanity and sanity than the Voldemort Harrison had faced as Harry Potter. And the cloak? Nott inquired. That, Tom said, is where we face a challenge. The cloak is believed to be in possession of the Potter family. Harrison stiffened involuntarily at the name. His father continued, unaware of his reaction. Fleamont Potter currently holds it, likely intending to pass it to his son when the boy comes of age. Their home in Godric's Hollow is well protected, but not impenetrable. You propose we take it by force? Abraxas asked, a hint of disapproval in his tone. The Potters have considerable influence in the Wisengamot. A direct attack would draw unwanted attention. Not an attack, Tom corrected. A careful extraction. Which brings me to your role, Harrison. All eyes turned to him. Harrison met his father's gaze steadily, though dread pooled in his stomach. You will be attending Hogwarts with the Potter heir, Tom explained. While there, you will befriend him, gain his trust, learn what he knows of the cloak. When the time is right, you will help us acquire it. Harrison nodded slowly, the irony of the situation not lost on him. In this twisted reality, he was being asked to betray James Potter, the father he had never known in his previous life, now recast as his classmate. I understand, father. Good, Tom said, satisfied. Now, to other matters. The council continued late into the night, discussing political maneuverings, potential recruits, and plans for gradual infiltration of the ministry. Harrison listened carefully, storing away information that might prove useful later, all the while wrestling with the implications of what he had learned. His father was hunting the Hallows, items that Harrison knew better than almost anyone alive. And he wanted Harrison to befriend James Potter, the boy who should have been his father, to steal the invisibility cloak that should have been his inheritance. When the council finally adjourned, Harrison was exhausted both physically and emotionally. As he made his way back to his chambers, he found Lyra waiting in the corridor. I was beginning to think they'd sacrificed you in there, she said, falling into step beside him. Nothing so dramatic, Harrison replied, careful not to reveal anything about the meeting. Just boring adult talk about politics. Lyra gave him a sidelong glance that suggested she didn't entirely believe him but wouldn't press the issue. We're leaving tomorrow morning, she said instead. Father has business in London before term starts. I'll see you on the Hogwarts Express, then, Harrison said. As we planned. She smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her solemn face. I'll hold you to that, Harrison Riddle. I think we could be great friends, you and I. I'd like that, he said, surprised to find he meant it. After Lyra had gone, Harrison entered his room and collapsed onto his bed, the events of the day crashing over him like waves. He had survived his test, though not in the way his father had intended. He had witnessed the marking of Death Eaters. And he had learned that Tom Riddle was pursuing the Deathly Hallows, objects that Harry Potter had once united. Most concerning of all, he was being sent to Hogwarts with a mission to betray the boy who should have been his father. As Harrison drifted into an uneasy sleep, one thought echoed through his mind: Hogwarts had once been his home, his sanctuary. Now he was returning as the son of its greatest enemy, walking a tightrope between two lives that could never be reconciled. The Hogwarts letter on his desk seemed to watch him in the darkness, a promise and a threat all at once. The days following Harrison's birthday passed in a whirlwind of preparation. Tom insisted on personally overseeing his son's education in the week before his departure for Hogwarts, drilling him in advanced magic far beyond what first years were expected to know. Remember, Tom said as they practiced in the dueling chamber, you must appear average in your classes. Draw no undue attention from Dumbledore or the other professors. Harrison deflected his father's stinging hex with a quick shield charm. I understand, father. I'll restrain myself in public. But never in private, Tom continued, increasing the pace of his attacks. Find those of like mind, the children of our allies. Build your own circle of influence. Hogwarts is as much about forming connections as it is about education. Harrison knew this all too well from both lives. As Harry Potter, his friendships had sustained him through countless trials. As Harrison Riddle, he would need allies for very different reasons. Their training session ended with Harrison successfully countering a particularly nasty curse that would have temporarily blinded him. Tom lowered his wand, a rare look of approval on his face. You've progressed well, he said. Tomorrow we will visit Diagon Alley for your school supplies. I have arranged for Ollivander to attend you privately for your wand selection. Harrison nodded, knowing better than to show his excitement at finally visiting the magical shopping district. In his previous life, his first trip to Diagon Alley with Hagrid had been a wonder. This time, he would be accompanied by the man who would become Lord Voldemort. That evening, as Harrison packed the belongings he would take to Hogwarts, he found himself lingering over the hidden journals where he recorded his memories of his past life. They were too dangerous to bring to school, where curious classmates or suspicious teachers might discover them, but leaving them at Riddle Manor seemed equally risky. After careful consideration, Harrison chose a single blank journal to take with him, one he had personally enchanted with protective spells that would render its contents invisible to anyone but himself. The others he sealed in a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards of his room, protected by wards of his own design. Morning brought clear skies and mild weather as Harrison and his father prepared for their journey to London. Tom Riddle rarely appeared in public with his son, preferring to maintain the fiction that Harrison was being raised abroad for his education. Today would be an exception, carefully stage-managed to present Tom as a respectable, if reclusive, businessman accompanying his heir to purchase school supplies. They traveled by side-along apparition, materializing in a quiet corner of Diagon Alley. Tom had foregone his usual dark robes for a well-tailored suit of charcoal gray that would not look out of place among the more progressive wizarding families who had adopted some Muggle fashion sensibilities. We'll begin with Gringotts, Tom said, leading the way toward the imposing white marble building at the far end of the alley. It's time you had access to your own vault. The goblins treated Tom with wary respect, clearly aware of his true nature but bound by their own codes to provide service to wealthy clients regardless of their moral alignment. Harrison was presented with a small golden key to his own vault, a trust fund his father had apparently established years earlier. As they left the bank, Harrison caught sight of a familiar figure across the crowded street, a tall, thin wizard with auburn hair streaked with gray, wearing half-moon spectacles. Albus Dumbledore, younger than Harrison remembered from his past life but unmistakable nonetheless. Tom noticed his attention and followed his gaze. His posture stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Dumbledore," he murmured. "How convenient." Before Harrison could respond, Dumbledore turned and saw them. A flicker of something, surprise, concern, calculation, crossed the older wizard's face before he nodded politely in their direction. "It seems we are to have the pleasure of a conversation," Tom said quietly as Dumbledore made his way toward them through the crowd. "Remember who you are, Harrison." Dumbledore approached with a genial smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Tom," he greeted. "What a pleasant surprise. It's been some time since you've graced Diagon Alley with your presence." "Albus," Tom replied with equal false warmth. "School business, I presume." "Indeed. The start of term always requires a few last-minute preparations." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harrison, keen blue eyes studying him with undisguised interest. "And this must be young Mr. Riddle. I've heard much about you, my boy." Harrison inclined his head respectfully, keeping his expression neutral. "Professor Dumbledore. My father speaks of you often." "Does he?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with amusement. "I can only imagine what he says." "Only the truth, Albus," Tom interjected smoothly. "That you are a formidable wizard and a dedicated educator." The tension between the two men was palpable, decades of mutual suspicion and opposition simmering beneath their polite exteriors. Harrison felt caught in the crossfire, aware that both were assessing him as much as each other. "I look forward to having you at Hogwarts, Harrison," Dumbledore said finally. "Your father was one of our most brilliant students, though I'm sure he's told you as much." "Thank you, sir," Harrison replied. "I hope to do well." "I'm certain you will." Dumbledore's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer before returning to Tom. "Well, I won't keep you from your shopping. Until September 1st, young Mr. Riddle." "Tom, always a pleasure." With that, Dumbledore continued on his way, though Harrison had the distinct impression the encounter had been far from coincidental. "He'll be watching you," Tom said once Dumbledore was out of earshot. "More closely than the others. Be careful what you reveal in his presence." Harrison nodded, feeling the weight of his dual identity more acutely than ever. Dumbledore had been his mentor and guide in his previous life. Now he would be a potentially dangerous adversary, one who would see in Harrison the shadow of his father. They continued their shopping, acquiring the standard school supplies with minimal fuss. At Flourish and Blots, Tom added several volumes not on the school list, advanced texts on magical theory and obscure branches of magic that would never be taught at Hogwarts. Their final stop was Ollivander's, where the wandmaker had indeed been persuaded to offer a private fitting outside his normal business hours. The shop was exactly as Harrison remembered it, narrow, dusty, and humming with the latent magic of countless wands. Ollivander himself emerged from the shadows, his silvery eyes widening slightly at the sight of Tom Riddle. "Ah, Mr. Riddle. 13.5 inches, you, Phoenix Feather Core. A powerful wand for a powerful wizard." His gaze shifted to Harrison. "And this must be your son." "Yes, I see the resemblance." Harrison stepped forward, aware of his father watching from the doorway. In his previous life, his wand had shared a core with Voldemort's, a connection that had saved his life more than once. Would the same phenomenon occur in this timeline? "Let us begin," Ollivander said, pulling down boxes seemingly at random. "Try this first. Maple and Dragon Heartstring, 11 inches, quite whippy." Harrison took the wand, giving it a wave that sent a nearby stack of papers flying. Ollivander snatched it back immediately. "No, no, certainly not. Perhaps, this one. Ebony and unicorn hair, 10.25 inches, surprisingly swishy." This wand produced no reaction at all. Ollivander frowned, becoming more intrigued as each wand failed to match. "A tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find your perfect match here somewhere." As the pile of rejected wands grew, Harrison began to wonder if any wand would choose him in this life. Perhaps his dual nature made him incompatible with the usual magical resonances. I wonder. Ollivander murmured, disappearing into the very back of his shop. When he returned, he held a dusty box with reverence. An unusual combination. Cypress and phoenix feather, 11 inches precisely, unyielding. The moment Harrison's fingers closed around the wand, he felt a surge of warmth travel up his arm. Golden sparks shot from the tip, illuminating the dim shop. Ollivander clapped his hands together. Excellent. Most excellent. Cypress is associated with nobility and self-sacrifice, Mr. Riddle. It chooses those with great courage who may be destined for heroic deeds, or heroic deaths. Tom's expression darkened slightly at the wandmaker's words. And the core? Phoenix feather, Ollivander confirmed. Rare and choosy. Capable of the greatest range of magic, though it may take initiative at times. He glanced between father and son. Most curious that it should choose your son, Mr. Riddle. Most curious indeed. Why is that? Tom asked sharply. Ollivander hesitated, then seemed to decide honesty was his safest course. The phoenix that provided the feather for your son's wand also gave one other feather. Just one. And that feather resides in your wand, Mr. Riddle. Harrison felt a chill run down his spine. Even in this new life, with all that had changed, some connections remained unbroken. The brother wands, a link between Harry Potter and Voldemort, now connected Harrison and Tom Riddle. Fascinating, Tom said after a moment, though Harrison could sense his unease. We'll take it, of course. As they left the shop, Harrison could feel his father's gaze on him, speculative and concerned. The wand in his pocket seemed to pulse with energy, as if eager to be used. Brother wands are rare, Tom said finally as they walked toward the apparition point. Some believe they indicate a profound connection between their wielders. What do you believe, father? Harrison asked carefully. Tom's expression was unreadable. I believe in making our own destinies, not following paths laid out by prophecy or superstition. He placed a hand on Harrison's shoulder. Whatever magic drew that wand to you, it is yours to command. Remember that. They returned to Riddle Manor in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Harrison spent the evening organizing his new supplies, running his fingers over the textbooks that were so familiar yet strange in this context. His wand lay on his desk, and occasionally he would pick it up, feeling the resonance of its magic with his own. Tomorrow would be his last day at the manor before departing for Hogwarts. Harrison stared out his window at the night sky, wondering what awaited him at the school that had once been his true home. In his previous life, he had boarded the Hogwarts Express as an orphan seeking belonging. Now he would arrive as the son of the darkest wizard of the age, carrying knowledge of a future he hoped to prevent. Sleep eluded him that night as he contemplated the path ahead. His father expected him to recruit followers, to spy on James Potter, to be the perfect Slytherin heir. Dumbledore would watch him for signs of his father's influence, expecting the worst. And somewhere between these competing expectations, Harrison would need to find his own way, neither Harry Potter nor Tom Riddle's son, but something new, forged in the crucible of his unique circumstances. As dawn broke on his final day at Riddle Manor, Harrison made a promise to himself. Whatever happened at Hogwarts, he would not lose sight of the lessons both his lives had taught him. He would use his knowledge to change the future, to prevent the rise of Lord Voldemort and the deaths of countless innocents. Even if it meant betraying the man he now called father. The morning of September 1st arrived with a sense of inevitability. Harrison stood on platform 9 3/4, the scarlet Hogwarts Express belching steam into the crisp autumn air. All around him, families said their goodbyes, parents hugging children, siblings teasing each other, owls hooting indignantly in their cages. Tom Riddle stood beside him, commanding a wide berth from the other families who seemed to sense, even if they didn't know, that this tall, handsome man was someone to be feared. "Remember everything I've taught you," Tom said quietly. "Trust no one completely. Not your housemates, not your teachers, and especially not Dumbledore. I understand, Father, Harrison replied. Tom's eyes, so like his own in this life, studied him intently. Write regularly. Use the cipher I showed you for anything sensitive. The owl I've given you knows to bring such messages directly to me, avoiding interception. Harrison nodded, glancing at the cage containing his new owl, a handsome eagle owl named Hermes, chosen for both its speed and its imposing appearance. And Harrison, Tom added, his voice dropping even lower, remember why you are there. Not just for education, but for our greater purpose. I won't forget, Harrison promised, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. For a moment, something almost like genuine affection crossed Tom's face. He placed a hand on Harrison's shoulder, squeezing briefly. Make me proud, my son. With that, he stepped back, nodding for Harrison to board the train. No embraces, no tearful goodbyes, not from Tom Riddle. Harrison lifted his trunk with a whispered levitation charm and made his way onto the Hogwarts Express. As he moved through the corridor, searching for an empty compartment, he felt the stares of other students. Some recognized him, or rather, recognized his father who had just seen him off, and whispered behind their hands. Near the middle of the train, he found Lyra Black sitting alone in a compartment, reading a thick tome bound in dark leather. May I join you? He asked, pausing at the door. She looked up, a smile spreading across her face. Harrison. I was hoping you'd find me. He stowed his trunk and settled onto the seat across from her. Through the window, he could see his father still standing on the platform, watching. As the train began to move, Tom gave one final nod before disappearing with a turn of his heel. He doesn't waste time with sentimentality, does he? Lyra observed, following Harrison's gaze. Not his style, Harrison agreed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as the train gathered speed, carrying him away from Riddle Manor and toward Hogwarts. Lyra closed her book. So, Harrison Riddle. Are you ready for Hogwarts? Harrison looked out at the London suburbs giving way to countryside, a small smile tugging at his lips. More ready than you could possibly know. The Hogwarts Express continued its journey north, carrying Harrison toward his past and his future, toward old friends who wouldn't recognize him and new allies who couldn't possibly understand who he truly was. Toward Hogwarts, once his sanctuary, now his testing ground. Toward destiny, though not the one his father intended. Chapter 2, Sorting Shadows. The Hogwarts Express thundered northward, countryside blurring past the windows as Harrison settled into the compartment with Lyra. Outside their door, the corridor bustled with students greeting friends and finding seats, their excited voices creating a comforting backdrop that felt both familiar and strange to Harrison. You seem lost in thought, Lyra observed, tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear. Harrison turned from the window. Just thinking about what house I'll be in. Is there really any question? Lyra asked with a raised eyebrow. You're Tom Riddle's son. Everyone expects Slytherin. And you? Harrison countered. All blacks go to Slytherin, don't they? Lyra's smile faltered slightly. My cousin Sirius is starting this year too. Aunt Walburga will have a fit if he breaks tradition. The mention of Sirius sent a jolt through Harrison. His godfather, yet not his godfather in this timeline, would be his classmate now. The thought was surreal. Their conversation was interrupted as the compartment door slid open. A boy with untidy black hair and glasses peered in, his hazel eyes curious behind round frames. Behind him stood another boy with longer dark hair and a confident smirk. Mind if we join you? The first boy asked. Everywhere else is full. Harrison froze, staring at the boy who would have been his father. James Potter looked exactly as he had in the photographs Hagrid had given Harry in his previous life, young, mischievous, full of life. We have room, Lyra replied when Harrison remained silent. The boys entered, followed by two others, one small and mousy, the other tired-looking with premature lines on his young face. The Marauders, all together, all 11 years old and unaware of the fates that awaited them in the original timeline. "I'm James Potter," the first boy said, flopping down next to Harrison. "This is Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew." Sirius glanced at Lyra with recognition. "Cousin," he said, nodding coolly. "Cousin," she returned with equal restraint. "And you are?" James asked, turning to Harrison. "Harrison Riddle," he replied, watching their reactions carefully. Only Sirius showed any recognition, his eyes widening slightly. "Riddle? As in Tom Riddle's son?" Harrison nodded, feeling the mood in the compartment shift. Even at 11, the name Riddle carried weight in certain circles. "Your father was head boy," Remus said quietly. "My dad mentioned him once. Said he was the most brilliant student Hogwarts had seen in decades." "Among other things," Sirius muttered. James, oblivious to the undercurrents, grinned. "Well, doesn't matter who your parents are, does it? We're all starting fresh. What house are you hoping for?" "I'm going for Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart." "Like my dad." The familiar words hit Harrison like a bludgeon to the chest. He managed a neutral smile. "We'll see what the Sorting Hat says." Conversation flowed more easily after that, with James and Sirius dominating the discussion with their enthusiastic plans for their time at Hogwarts. Harrison observed them carefully, noting how young and unburdened they seemed, no hint yet of the darkness that would eventually consume their lives. Peter Pettigrew sat quietly, occasionally laughing at James's jokes. Harrison struggled to reconcile this timid boy with the traitor who would eventually betray James and Lily to Voldemort. Could that fate be changed? It was questions like these that had kept Harrison awake during countless nights at Riddle Manor. As the train journey continued, more first-years stopped by their compartment. Lily Evans appeared briefly, looking for someone named Severus, her bright green eyes, so like Harrison's in both lives, barely registering him before she moved on. The past and present continued to collide in disorientating ways. "So, Riddle," James said as they changed into their school robes, "do you play Quidditch?" "I've flown, but never played on a team," Harrison replied honestly. "First-years aren't allowed their own brooms anyway," Remus pointed out. "Doesn't mean we can't try out," James insisted. "I'm going to be the youngest seeker in a century, just watch." Harrison suppressed a smile, knowing that in his original timeline, it had been Harry Potter who claimed that title. Some destinies, it seemed, remained consistent across lives. The train began to slow as darkness fell outside. Harrison felt a familiar flutter of anticipation as Hogsmeade Station came into view. Whatever complications his dual identity created, he couldn't deny the pull of returning to Hogwarts, the first place he'd ever called home. "Furs years. Furs years over here." The booming voice of Rubius Hagrid carried over the platform as students disembarked. Harrison stared at the half-giant, so much younger than he remembered, his beard not yet fully grey. Another friend who wouldn't recognize him. "That's Hagrid, the gamekeeper," Sirius informed them unnecessarily. "My cousin Bellatrix says he's half-giant and shouldn't be allowed near students." "Your cousin Bellatrix," Lyra said coolly, "has questionable judgment about many things." Sirius shot her a surprised look that quickly transformed into a tentative smile, the first genuine interaction between the cousins. Harrison filed the moment away, wondering if this Sirius might avoid the complete break with his family that had occurred in the original timeline. They followed Hagrid down to the fleet of small boats waiting at the lake's edge. Harrison found himself sharing a boat with Lyra, a quiet boy he didn't recognize, and, to his discomfort, Arcturus Lestrange. "Riddle," Lestrange acknowledged with a curt nod. "Black." "Lestrange," Harrison returned evenly. As their boat glided across the black water, Harrison felt Lestrange's eyes on him. The boy had been at his birthday celebration, had witnessed his unconventional response to Tom Riddle's test. What conclusions had he drawn? All such thoughts vanished as Hogwarts came into view around a bend in the lake. The castle stood magnificent against the night sky, windows glowing golden with welcoming light. Harrison heard the collective gasp from the other first years, a sound of wonder he remembered from his own first glimpse of the school that would change his life. For a moment, he was Harry Potter again, seeing Hogwarts for the first time with Ron beside him. The memory was so vivid it almost hurt. "It's beautiful," Lyra whispered beside him, her usual composure briefly abandoned. "Yes," Harrison agreed, his voice thick with emotion he couldn't entirely hide. "It is." They reached the underground harbor and climbed the stone steps to the castle's massive oak doors. Hagrid knocked 3 times, and the doors swung open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes. Professor McGonagall looked much as Harrison remembered her, though with fewer lines around her eyes and mouth. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them across the flagged stone floor, the sound of hundreds of voices echoing from the great hall to their right. Harrison felt a complex mixture of emotions as they were brought to a small chamber off the hall. He had done this before, yet everything was different. McGonagall delivered her familiar speech about the 4 houses and the importance of the sorting ceremony. Harrison barely listened, instead scanning the faces of his future classmates. James and Sirius were whispering excitedly. Remus looked anxious but determined. Peter fidgeted nervously. Lily Evans stood apart, looking worried, and nearby, a thin boy with lank black hair, Severus Snape, kept glancing at her with undisguised adoration. So many lives intersecting, so many fates that Harrison knew and might now be able to change. "Form a line," Professor McGonagall told them, "and follow me." The great hall was exactly as Harrison remembered, magnificent, with its enchanted ceiling reflecting the starry night sky, thousands of candles floating in midair, for long tables filled with students watching the first years with interest. At the front of the hall sat the teachers, and in the center, in a high-backed golden chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. Their eyes met across the distance, and Harrison felt a familiar prickle of awareness. Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating, as if he could see through Harrison's carefully constructed identity to the truth beneath. Harrison looked away first, unsettled. Professor McGonagall placed the familiar 3-legged stool before them, and on top of it, the patched and frayed sorting hat. Harrison watched with a strange sense of déjà vu as the hat twitched, the rip near its brim opening wide like a mouth. The sorting hat song was different from what Harrison remembered, but its essence remained the same, describing the 4 houses and their qualities, hinting at its ability to see into the minds of those who wore it. As the hat finished, the hall burst into applause. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," Professor McGonagall said, unrolling a long parchment. "Avery, Sebastian." A pale boy with sharp features stepped forward, placed the hat on his head, and after a moment's pause, Slytherin. The sorting continued. Sirius Black went to Gryffindor, causing a ripple of surprise through the hall and a look of shock on Lyra's face. Lily Evans also went to Gryffindor, to the visible disappointment of young Severus Snape. Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, and James Potter all joined the Gryffindor table, just as they had in the original timeline. "Riddle, Harrison." Whispers erupted throughout the hall as Harrison stepped forward. He heard snatches of conversation. "Riddle? As in Tom Riddle? His son, I heard, wasn't his father." Harrison sat on the stool, the hat dropping over his eyes, blocking out the curious stares. In the darkness, he waited. Well, what do we have here?" said a small voice in his ear. "Or should I say, who do we have here? This is unprecedented." Harrison remained still, knowing the hat was seeing everything, both lives, both identities. Harry Potter and Harrison Riddle, both in one mind, the hat mused. A soul twice born, carrying memories of a future that may never come to pass. How fascinating. You can see everything. Harrison thought. I see into your mind, your memories, your very essence, the hat confirmed. Your secret is safe with me, the sorting hat never reveals what it finds in a student's head. Now, where to put you? You were a Gryffindor before, with courage enough to face death itself. Yet you were nearly a Slytherin then, and now you've been raised as one. Harrison gripped the edges of the stool. I need to be where I can do the most good, he thought. Where I can change things. Ambitious goals, the Hat remarked. A Slytherin trait, that. Yet your motivations are pure, your heart set on saving others, very Gryffindor indeed. You possess Ravenclaw's intelligence and Hufflepuff's loyalty as well. You could fit anywhere, with such a unique perspective. The Hat fell silent for a moment, contemplating. Your current path requires cunning above all else, it finally said. To navigate between your father's expectations and your own goals, to appear one thing while being another. For that, there can be only one choice, Slytherin. The Hat shouted the last word to the hall. Harrison removed it, blinking in the sudden light. The Slytherin table erupted in applause, clearly pleased to have claimed Tom Riddle's son. Harrison caught Dumbledore's gaze as he walked to the Slytherin table. The headmaster's expression was thoughtful, perhaps concerned. Lyra Black was sorted into Slytherin shortly after, taking the seat beside Harrison with a satisfied smile. No surprises there, she murmured. Your cousin broke tradition, Harrison pointed out, nodding toward Sirius at the Gryffindor table. Lyra's expression darkened. Aunt Walburga will send a howler by breakfast, I guarantee it. The sorting concluded with Zabini, Elara, joining Slytherin. Dumbledore rose to his feet, arms spread wide in welcome. To our new students, welcome. To our returning students, welcome back. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Food appeared on the golden plates, and the feast began. Harrison found himself surrounded by curious Slytherins, many of whom he recognized as children of his father's followers. So you're Riddle's son, said an older boy with a prefect badge. Lucius Malfoy. Your father and mine are associates. Harrison nodded politely. He's mentioned Abraxas Malfoy, yes. I've been instructed to ensure you settle in properly, Lucius continued, his tone making it clear this was not a casual offer of friendship but a political alliance. Slytherin House has certain traditions that Professor Slugghorn doesn't always emphasize. I appreciate the guidance, Harrison replied neutrally. Throughout the meal, he was approached by various Slytherins establishing their connections to his father or expressing interest in forming alliances. Harrison navigated these interactions carefully, neither committing too deeply nor alienating potential allies. Across from him, Arcturus Lestrange watched with cold calculation. Quite the popular addition to our house, he observed, his voice carrying just a hint of challenge. Though I wonder if you'll live up to the Riddle name. Time will tell, Harrison replied mildly, refusing to be baited. Indeed it will, Lestrange said. Your little performance at your birthday celebration was interesting. Not what many expected. Several nearby Slytherins looked up with interest. Harrison maintained his composure, aware that his response would set the tone for his relationships within the house. Expectations can be limiting, he said. My father values innovation. Lestrange's eyes narrowed slightly. Does he? From what I've heard, he values loyalty above all. The two aren't mutually exclusive, Harrison countered. Lyra cut in smoothly. I found Harrison's approach at his celebration refreshing. Mindless obedience is for servants, not heirs. The subtle support shifted the dynamic, causing several other first-years to nod in agreement. Lestrange's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more, returning his attention to his meal. As the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose again to deliver announcements, warnings about the Forbidden Forest, reminders about magic in corridors, Quidditch trial dates. Finally, they sang the school song, and were dismissed to their dormitories. The Slytherin prefects led the first-years down to the dungeons, eventually stopping before a stretch of bare, damp stone wall. Serpent's ambition, Lucius Malfoy said clearly. The stone wall slid open, revealing the Slytherin common room, a long, low underground room with rough stone walls and greenish lamps hanging from chains. The windows looked out into the depths of the lake, casting an eerie green light over everything. Girls' dormitories to the right, boys to the left, a female prefect announced. Your belongings have already been brought up. Harrison followed the other first-year boys to their dormitory, a room with 5 four-poster beds hung with green velvet curtains. His trunk sat at the foot of one, with Hermes's cage perched atop it. As they prepared for bed, Harrison took stock of his dorm mates, Arcturus Lestrange, Sebastian Avery, Evan Rosier, and a quiet boy named Theodore Knott, ancestors or relatives of Death Eaters he had known in his past life. He would need to be cautious around them all, especially Lestrange, who clearly viewed him with suspicion. Sleep came slowly that night. Harrison lay awake, listening to the water lapping against the windows, thinking about James Potter and Lily Evans in Gryffindor Tower, about Sirius breaking family tradition, about Dumbledore's watchful gaze. So many threads of fate converging, so many lives he might influence. And somewhere out there, Tom Riddle waited for word of his son sorting and his first steps toward fulfilling the mission he'd been given, to infiltrate, to manipulate, to serve the Dark Wizard's ambitions. Harrison turned onto his side, drawing the curtains tighter around his bed. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, he would take his first real steps toward changing the future. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, new faces, and careful navigation of the complex social hierarchy of Slytherin House. Harrison quickly established himself as academically gifted, though he was careful to restrain his abilities as his father had instructed, demonstrating just enough skill to be noticed without drawing undue attention. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow when he transfigured his match into a needle on his first attempt, but simply awarded him points and moved on to help others. Professor Flitwick clapped with delight when Harrison performed a perfect levitation charm, but showed no particular suspicion. Only Dumbledore, teaching defense against the dark arts that year while searching for a permanent professor, watched Harrison with that penetrating gaze that suggested he saw more than others. Today we will discuss the difference between defensive and offensive magic, Dumbledore announced during their first lesson. A distinction that is not always clear-cut. Harrison sat beside Lyra, aware of James Potter and Sirius Black whispering behind him. Slytherin shared this class with Gryffindor, creating an atmosphere of barely contained rivalry. Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore said suddenly, perhaps you could illuminate us. When does a shield charm become an offensive weapon? All eyes turned to Harrison. He recognized the question for what it was, a test, not just of his knowledge but of his perspective on magic itself. When it's designed to reflect a spell back at the caster, Harrison answered carefully. Or when it's formed with enough force to physically repel someone. Dumbledore nodded. 5 points to Slytherin for a concise answer. And would you consider such applications dark magic, Mr. Riddle? The underlying question was clear, what do you consider dark magic, son of Tom Riddle? I believe intent matters more than the specific spell, Professor, Harrison replied. The same charm that shields a child could harm an attacker. The magic itself is neutral, it's how we choose to use it that defines it. Something like approval flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, though his expression remained neutral. A thoughtful perspective. Another 5 points to Slytherin. After class, Lyra fell into step beside Harrison as they headed toward the Great Hall for lunch. Dumbledore was testing you, she observed quietly. I noticed. You handled it well, she said. But he'll be watching you all year. Everyone knows he and your father have history. Harrison nodded. During his first week, he'd already heard whispered fragments of that history, how Tom Riddle had been Dumbledore's most brilliant student, how tensions had grown between them, how Riddle had disappeared after graduation only to return years later, changed, pursuing a teaching position that Dumbledore had denied him. What the whispers didn't include, what only Harrison knew from his past life, was how Tom Riddle had already begun his transformation into Lord Voldemort by then, had already created at least one Horcrux, had already set himself on the path to darkness. Riddle. Hey, Riddle. Harrison turned to see James Potter jogging to catch up with them, Sirius Black trailing behind with a less enthusiastic expression. That was a good answer in defense, James said, falling into step beside them. Dumbledore doesn't give points to Slytherins easily. Thanks, Harrison replied, surprised by the friendly overture. James grinned. I've been thinking, house rivalries are one thing on the Quidditch pitch, but they're stupid in class. We should study together sometime. Especially if you keep answering questions like that. Sirius rolled his eyes behind James's back, clearly not sharing his friend's enthusiasm for inter-house cooperation. I'd be open to that, Harrison said, mind racing with the implications. His father had instructed him to get close to James Potter to learn about the invisibility cloak, but he hadn't expected James to make the first move. Great. How about the library tonight after dinner? We're meeting Remus and Peter there anyway. We'll be there, Lyra answered before Harrison could, earning a surprised look from both boys. What? I need help with the Transfiguration essay too. As James and Sirius continued toward the Great Hall, Lyra turned to Harrison with a calculating expression. Potter seems eager to be friends. He's friendly by nature, Harrison said, remembering what he knew of James from his past life. At least, before house prejudices fully set in. And you? Are you interested in friendship with Gryffindors? There was genuine curiosity in her voice. Harrison considered his answer carefully. I'm interested in knowing people for who they are, not what house they're in. Lyra studied him for a long moment. You're different from what I expected, Harrison Riddle. Is that a good thing? She smiled enigmatically. I'm still deciding. The library session that evening proved unexpectedly enjoyable. James and his friends arrived laden with books and a not-so-secret stash of sweets. Remus Lupin, already displaying the scholarly tendencies that would make him a professor years later in Harrison's original timeline, actually had useful insights on their Transfiguration homework. Even Sirius gradually warmed up, especially when the conversation turned to Quidditch and flying lessons, which were scheduled to begin the following week. I've been flying since I was 6, James boasted. My dad got me a custom training broom. Black family tradition is to push children off the roof at 5 and see if accidental magic kicks in, Sirius said dryly. He's joking, Lyra assured a horrified Peter Pettigrew. Mostly. As the study session progressed, Harrison found himself slipping into an easy camaraderie with the young marauders. It was disconcerting to interact with them as peers rather than as the legendary figures they had been in his first life, but there was something profoundly moving about seeing them this way, young, unburdened, their future still unwritten. You're not what I expected, Sirius admitted to Harrison as they packed up their books. For a riddle, I mean. What did you expect? Harrison asked. Sirius shrugged. My parents talk about your father like he's some kind of dark wizard messiah. I figured his son would be. I don't know, more like Lestrange. Sorry to disappoint, Harrison said with a wry smile. No, it's a good thing, Sirius insisted. Lestrange is a prat. On their way back to the Slytherin common room, Lyra was unusually quiet. Finally, she said, Sirius is right, you know. You're nothing like what people expected Tom Riddle's son to be. And what's that? Arrogant. Cruel. Obsessed with blood purity. She glanced at him. Your father has certain views that are well known in pure-blood circles. Views you don't seem to share. Harrison chose his words carefully. I'm still figuring out what I believe. Lyra nodded, seeming satisfied with this answer. Good. So am I. They had reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room when Professor Slugghorn emerged, his walrus mustache twitching with surprise at the sight of them. Ah, Mr. Riddle, Miss Black. Out late studying, I presume. Excellent, excellent. Actually, Mr. Riddle, I was hoping to catch you. Might I have a word? Harrison nodded to Lyra, who disappeared through the common room entrance, leaving him alone with the potions master. I've been meaning to speak with you all week, Slugghorn said, guiding Harrison a short distance away from the entrance. I knew your father quite well, you know. One of the most brilliant students I ever taught. I have a little gathering coming up, just a few select students, and I'd be delighted if you'd join us. Friday evening, in my quarters. The Slug Club, Harrison realized. In his past life, Harry Potter had attended these gatherings in his 6th year. I'd be honored, Professor. Splendid. Slughorn beamed. Your father was a regular attendee in his day. He had such a way of analyzing potion interactions, intuitive, really. I see something of that in you already. Harrison maintained his polite smile, though inwardly he was intrigued. Any glimpse into Tom Riddle's student days could provide valuable insight. Thank you, sir. Well, off to bed now. Can't have you exhausted for potions tomorrow. As Harrison entered the common room, he found it mostly empty except for a few older students studying by the fire and Arcturus Lestrange, who sat alone in a corner, watching the entrance. Late night, Riddle? Lestrange asked as Harrison approached the dormitory stairs. Studying in the library, Harrison replied neutrally. With Potter and his blood traitor friends, Lestrange said. Word gets around quickly here. Harrison stopped, turning to face the other boy fully. Is there something you want to say, Lestrange? Arcturus rose from his chair, approaching with deliberate steps. Though they were the same age, Lestrange was slightly taller, using his height to try to intimidate. I'm curious about your priorities, Riddle. Your father has certain expectations for those in his circle. Making friends with Gryffindors, especially ones like Black who've turned their backs on their own kind, seems inconsistent with those expectations. My father expects me to build useful connections across all houses, Harrison countered smoothly. Intelligence gathering is valuable. Lestrange studied him, clearly unconvinced. Just remember where your true loyalties should lie. My father says changes are coming to the wizarding world. Those on the wrong side will regret it. The thinly veiled threat hung in the air between them. Harrison met Lestrange's gaze without flinching. I appreciate your concern for my welfare, Arcturus. Rest assured, I know exactly what I'm doing. He moved past Lestrange toward the dormitory, feeling the other boy's eyes on his back. The encounter confirmed what Harrison had suspected. Lestrange would be reporting back to his father, who would in turn inform Tom Riddle of his son's activities at Hogwarts. He would need to be more careful, or find a way to neutralize Lestrange as a threat. When Harrison reached the dormitory, the other boys were already asleep or had their curtains drawn. He changed quickly and slipped into bed, drawing his own curtains and casting a privacy charm before extracting his enchanted journal from beneath his pillow. In coded script that would appear as potions notes to anyone else, he recorded the day's events, paying particular attention to his interactions with James Potter and the young marauders. At the end, he added, Lestrange watching and reporting. Need to be cautious. Slughorn invited me to gathering, opportunity to learn more about father's time here. Dumbledore suspects something, not sure what yet. Harrison closed the journal and tucked it away. As he lay in the darkness, listening to the lake water against the windows, he thought about his father's assignment, to befriend James Potter and learn about the invisibility cloak. It would be simple enough to carry out. James was naturally friendly, and Harrison could easily cultivate that friendship. But doing so for Tom Riddle's purposes felt like a betrayal of who Harry Potter had been, a desecration of the father he had never known. Yet refusing the assignment would raise suspicions Harrison couldn't afford. He would need to find a middle path, appearing to follow his father's instructions while actually protecting James and his future parents. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of two lives intertwined, Harry Potter and Harrison Riddle, light and shadow, past and present converging in ways that left him disoriented and exhausted by morning. Slughorn's gathering on Friday evening brought together a diverse collection of students from all houses and years, those with famous relatives, remarkable talents, or useful connections. Harrison found himself seated between a 7th-year Ravenclaw whose mother was on the Wisengamot and a 4th-year Hufflepuff who was apparently a chess prodigy. "And of course, we have Mr. Riddle joining us for the first time," Slugghorn announced, raising his glass in Harrison's direction. "I had the pleasure of teaching your father, my boy. Extraordinary wizard. I expect great things from you as well." Harrison smiled politely, acutely aware of the curious glances from the other students. Tom Riddle's reputation at Hogwarts was complex, legendary for his academic brilliance, but also surrounded by whispers about darker aspects of his character that had never been proven. "Thank you, Professor. I hope not to disappoint." "Nonsense. Already showing remarkable aptitude in potions, just like your father." Tom had an intuitive understanding of magical interactions that was truly rare. As Slughorn launched into an anecdote about Tom Riddle's school achievements, Harrison noted the presence of Lily Evans across the table. She was listening with obvious interest, her bright green eyes, so like his own, occasionally darting toward Harrison with curiosity. After dinner, as Slughorn's guests mingled with glasses of pumpkin juice or, for the older students, watered-down mead, Harrison found himself approached by Lily. "So you're Tom Riddle's son," she said without preamble. "I've been reading about him in the library. He won awards for magical innovation after graduation." Harrison nodded. "He's accomplished many things since leaving Hogwarts. Severus says your father has revolutionary ideas about magic," Lily continued, watching him closely. "Ideas that not everyone agrees with." The mention of Snape surprised Harrison, though it shouldn't have. In this timeline, Severus and Lily were still friends, not yet divided by house rivalries and Snape's dark path. "My father believes the wizarding world is too constrained by outdated taboos," Harrison said carefully. "That magic should be explored in all its forms." "All forms?" Lily pressed. "Even dark magic?" Before Harrison could respond, they were interrupted by Slughorn calling for everyone's attention to introduce a ministry guest who had arrived late. As the gathering wound down, Harrison managed to maneuver himself near a cabinet he had noticed earlier, one containing photographs of Slughorn's favorite former students. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he opened the glass door and quickly scanned the frames inside. There, a photograph of the Slug Club from 1943. In the center sat a young Tom Riddle, handsome and composed, his head boy badge gleaming on his robes. Around him were other students, including a young Abraxas Malfoy and, Harrison noted with interest, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Lyra Black. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Slughorn's voice came from just behind him. "That was a remarkable group of students. Your father at the center, of course, natural leader, even then." Harrison turned, apologizing for snooping, but Slughorn waved it away. "Perfectly natural curiosity about one's parent," the professor said genially. Tom was special, truly special. Had a way of gathering people around him, inspiring loyalty. "Much like yourself, I'm beginning to notice." "Me?" Harrison asked, genuinely surprised. Slughorn chuckled. "Oh yes. I've heard from several professors about the unusual friendship forming between yourself and young Mr. Potter's group. Most unexpected, given the traditional Slytherin-Gryffindor rivalry. Yet there you are, bridging divides, just as your father did in his way." The comparison was uncomfortable. Harrison knew exactly how Tom Riddle had gathered people around him, through manipulation, fear, and promises of power. It was not a legacy he wished to continue. "I believe we can learn from all houses, Professor," he said diplomatically. very wise indeed," Slughorn nodded approvingly. "Well, it's getting late. Off you go, but do come back next month. I'm having a special guest from the Department of Magical Research." Harrison thanked Slughorn and departed, his mind turning over what he'd learned. The photograph had provided a glimpse of his father as a student, outwardly perfect, respected, surrounded by admirers who would later become his first Death Eaters. But something else nagged at him, the girl in the photograph who resembled Lyra. Was she a relative? And if so, what had been her connection to Tom Riddle? The following morning at breakfast, an unfamiliar owl swooped down to the Slytherin table, dropping a letter beside Harrison's plate before departing swiftly. The envelope bore no return address, but the wax seal displayed the Riddle family crest, a serpent intertwined with the letter R. Harrison glanced around before opening it, noting that Lestrange was watching him with undisguised interest from further down the table. Inside was a single sheet of parchment covered in his father's elegant handwriting, or rather, in the cipher they had developed for private correspondence. After translating the message in his head, Harrison read, "Harrison, news of your sorting reached me promptly. Slytherin was the only acceptable outcome. I am also informed of your academic performance, satisfactory, though I expect nothing less. Your association with the Potter boy has been noted. Good. Cultivate this relationship as discussed. The item we spoke of is indeed in his family's possession, though he may not have access to it yet. Patience will be required. I am concerned, however, by reports that you are extending similar overtures to the blood traitor Black. While connections in all houses have value, be mindful of appearing too comfortable with those who reject our traditions. Your actions reflect on me. On Samhain, seek the 7th floor corridor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past 3 times thinking of what you need. Inside, you will find something I left for future generations of Slytherin's line. Study it carefully. Remember who you are." Your father. Harrison refolded the letter and slipped it into his pocket, his appetite gone. His father was clearly receiving detailed reports about his activities at Hogwarts, almost certainly from Lestrange, though possibly from others as well. The reference to Sirius as a blood traitor was troubling, revealing the depth of Tom Riddle's prejudice even at this stage. More intriguing was the reference to the 7th floor corridor. Harrison recognized the description of the room of requirement. What could his father have left there? In his previous life, Harry Potter had discovered that Voldemort had used the Room of Hidden Things to conceal Ravenclaw's diadem after turning it into a Horcrux. Was that what awaited him, or something else entirely? Bad news? Lyra asked, noting his expression. Just family matters, Harrison replied quietly. Nothing important. She didn't look convinced but didn't press further. Their friendship had deepened over the past weeks, built on a foundation of shared interests, and what Harrison sensed was a similar ambivalence about their family's darker affiliations. I found something interesting in the library yesterday, she said, changing the subject. A reference to your father and mine, actually. Harrison's interest was immediately piqued. Oh. They traveled together after graduation, Eastern Europe, particularly Albania. Researching ancient magic, apparently. Lyra's expression was carefully neutral. My father rarely mentions it, but there was a photograph in an old copy of Magical Anthropology Quarterly. Albania. In his past life, Harry had learned that Voldemort had spent years in Albanian forests, reportedly after discovering something of value there. Now it seemed Arcturus Black had accompanied him on at least part of that journey. Interesting, Harrison said. My father doesn't speak much about his travels either. They found something there, Lyra continued, her voice dropping lower. Something that changed them both, according to my mother. She says my father was different when he returned, more distant, more driven. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the morning's class schedules, but Harrison filed away this information carefully. Another piece of the puzzle that was Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort, and perhaps an explanation for the Black family's early alignment with his cause. Flying lessons that afternoon provided a welcome distraction from these troubling thoughts. Slytherin and Gryffindor first years assembled on the training grounds under Madame Hooch's watchful eye, each standing beside one of the school's ancient brooms. Stick out your right hand over your broom, called Madame Hooch, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. Harrison's broom jumped into his hand at once, as did James Potter's. They exchanged grins across the gap between Gryffindors and Slytherins, a moment of shared accomplishment that transcended house divisions. The lesson proceeded much as Harrison remembered from his first life, though without the dramatic incident of Neville Longbottom's injury and Harry's subsequent breaking of rules to catch Remembrall. Instead, after basic hovering and landing exercises, Madam Hooch allowed those showing aptitude to try simple maneuvers. James, predictably, excelled, showing off with daring swoops that earned both admiration from classmates and warnings from Madam Hooch. Harrison, drawing on muscle memory from his years as Gryffindor Seeker in his past life, matched him move for move, creating an impromptu competition that had both houses cheering. "You're good, Riddle," James called as they landed after the lesson. "Ever thought about trying out for the Slytherin team next year?" "Maybe," Harrison replied, genuinely enjoying the camaraderie. "You'd be competition, though. The best kind." James grinned. "Hey, some of us are sneaking out to the pitch Saturday morning for unofficial practice. You should join us." The invitation was delivered loudly enough that several Slytherins, including Lestrange, overheard. Harrison felt the weight of their judgment, the implicit accusation of betraying house loyalty by fraternizing with Gryffindors. "Thanks," he said. "I'll think about it." As the class dispersed, Lestrange fell into step beside Harrison. Getting awfully friendly with Potter, he observed coldly. "One might question where your loyalties lie." "My loyalties are exactly where they should be," Harrison replied evenly. "And I don't recall asking for your opinion on them." Lestrange's eyes narrowed. "Your father would be interested to know how eagerly his son embraces blood traitors and muggle lovers." "My father," Harrison said, his patience wearing thin, "gave me specific instructions about forming connections at Hogwarts. I'm following them to the letter. Perhaps you should worry more about your own standing with him, Lestrange, instead of trying to undermine mine." The implied threat, that Harrison could influence Tom Riddle's opinion of the Lestrange family, landed effectively. Arcturus paled slightly before recovering his composure. "We'll see," he muttered, stalking away toward the castle. Lyra, who had witnessed the exchange, fell into step beside Harrison. "Careful with Lestrange," she warned. "His father is deeply embedded in your father's circle." "I know," Harrison sighed. "But I can't have him questioning my every move." "So you are getting close to Potter and his friends on purpose?" There was no judgment in her voice, only curiosity. Harrison considered his answer carefully. The truth, that he was following his father's instructions while simultaneously trying to protect James, was too complicated to explain. Instead, he opted for a partial truth. "My father believes information is power," he said. "Understanding all sides of wizarding society gives us an advantage." Lyra nodded slowly. "That makes sense. But be careful, Lestrange isn't the only one watching. Lucius Malfoy reports directly to his father, who speaks regularly with yours." "And what about you?" Harrison asked, turning to look at her directly. "Are you watching me too, Lyra?" Something shifted in her expression, a moment of vulnerability quickly concealed. "I'm trying to understand you," she admitted. "You're not like the others. Not like what I expected. Is that good or bad?" She smiled slightly. "I'm still deciding." Samhain, or Halloween, as it was celebrated at Hogwarts, arrived with the usual decorations of floating pumpkins and live bats fluttering through the great hall. The feast was magnificent, but Harrison found himself distracted, his mind on his father's instructions to visit the 7th-floor corridor that night. After the feast, while most students returned to their common rooms, Harrison slipped away, making his way to the 7th floor. The corridor was deserted, the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet hanging exactly where he remembered it from his past life. Harrison paced before the blank wall 3 times, concentrating on the thought, "I need to find what Tom Riddle left for his heir." A door materialized, ornate and ancient-looking, with a serpent-shaped handle. Harrison glanced around to ensure he was alone before grasping it and entering. The room of requirement had transformed into a small, circular chamber with stone walls covered in intricate carvings of serpents. In the center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a book bound in faded green leather. The only light came from floating orbs of pale green flame that cast eerie shadows across the chamber. Harrison approached the pedestal cautiously, his wand drawn. The book bore no title on its cover, only the embossed image of a serpent, similar to the Slytherin crest but more primal, more menacing. When he was close enough to touch it, Harrison detected a faint hum of magic emanating from the tome. After casting several detection spells to check for curses or traps, Harrison carefully opened the book. The pages within were filled with handwritten text in a script he recognized as his father's, though younger, less refined. The title page read, Secrets of Salazar, Discoveries of the Heir, compiled by T.M. Riddle, 1943–1945. Harrison drew in a sharp breath. This was Tom Riddle's personal grimoire from his Hogwarts years, the period when he had discovered his heritage as Slytherin's heir, opened the Chamber of Secrets, and begun his descent into the darkest aspects of magic. The first several pages detailed Riddle's discovery of his connection to Salazar Slytherin through his mother's family, the Gaunts. This was followed by his research into Parseltongue and its applications beyond mere communication with serpents. As Harrison turned the pages, the content grew progressively darker. There were notes on the Chamber of Secrets, including detailed maps of its location and internal structure. Experiments with controlling the basilisk. And, most disturbing of all, Riddle's early investigations into Horcruxes, though the actual word was never used, only referred to as the ultimate safeguard against mortality. Harrison's hands trembled slightly as he read an entry dated June 1943, "The chamber has been sealed again, the beast returned to slumber. Dip Pet and the others believe the danger has passed with Hagrid's expulsion. Fools! They never suspected the true heir walked among them daily, receiving commendations for helping to solve the very crisis I created. Only Dumbledore watches me with suspicion. He sees too much, understands too well the masks people wear. He must never learn what I have discovered, not only about the chamber, but about the greater secret Salazar left for his true heir. The girl's death was unfortunate but necessary. Her sacrifice has enabled the first step toward immortality. The diary now contains more than mere words, it contains a fragment of myself, preserved forever. The process was painful beyond description, the magic darker than any I have encountered, but the result is undeniable. I am now anchored to this world, regardless of what may befall my physical form. There is more to discover, deeper mysteries to unravel." Slugghorn hinted at the possibility of multiple safeguards, though he grew nervous when I pressed for details. I must be more subtle in my inquiries. Harrison closed the book abruptly, feeling sick. This was a record of Tom Riddle's creation of his first Horcrux, the diary that, in Harrison's original timeline, had possessed Ginny Weasley and unleashed the basilisk once more. But why had his father directed him to this book? What purpose could it serve beyond horrifying him with the details of Riddle's early atrocities? Harrison opened the book again, this time turning to the final pages. There he found an entry dated much more recently, just months before his arrival at Hogwarts, to my heir, my son, who reads these words, "I left this grimoire at Hogwarts decades ago, hidden where only one with knowledge of the room could find it. That you are reading it now means you have proven worthy of the knowledge it contains, the legacy of Salazar Slytherin, which flows in your veins as it does in mine. Study these pages carefully. Learn the locations I have mapped, the spells I have recorded, the secrets I uncovered as a student. Hogwarts holds power beyond what Dumbledore and his ilk would ever permit to be taught. As my son and heir, it is your birthright to claim this knowledge. But be warned, Dumbledore will be watching you as he once watched me. He fears the power of Slytherin's line. He will seek to turn you from your heritage, to bind you with notions of greater good that serve only to maintain the stagnant order he protects. When you have mastered what this book contains, you will be ready for the next phase of your education, and for your role in the future I am creating for our kind." The entry concluded with instructions for using Parseltongue to access additional hidden chambers throughout Hogwarts, smaller secret Salazar had left beyond the infamous chamber itself. Harrison closed the book again, his mind racing. The grimoire was both a test and a trap, a way for his father to gauge his loyalty while further entangling him in Slytherin's dark legacy. If he embraced its contents, he would take steps toward becoming the heir Tom Riddle desired. If he rejected it entirely, he risked arousing his father's suspicion. After careful consideration, Harrison shrunk the book and placed it in his pocket. He would study it, not to follow his father's dark path, but to understand it better. Knowledge of these hidden chambers and passages might prove useful in ways Tom Riddle never intended. As he left the room of requirement, Harrison nearly collided with a figure lurking in the shadows of the corridor, Arcturus Lestrange. "Out after curfew, Riddle," Lestrange said with a smirk. "Interesting choice of location. Far from the dungeons." "I could say the same for you," Harrison replied coolly. "Following me, Arcturus?" Lestrange shrugged, not bothering to deny it. "Curious about what the heir of Tom Riddle gets up to on Samhain. It's an auspicious night for dark magic, after all." "Then you'll be disappointed," Harrison said. "I was merely exploring. Hogwarts has many secrets worth discovering." "I'm sure." Lestrange's eyes glinted in the dim light. "And did you find anything informative in your explorations?" "Nothing that concerns you," Harrison replied, moving past him toward the stairs. "Good night, Lestrange." "Your father will be interested to hear about your nighttime wanderings," Lestrange called after him. "And your continued fraternization with Potter and his blood traitor friends." Harrison paused, then turned back. "By all means, tell him. But be certain your report is accurate, Arcturus. My father values truth above all, and punishes those who mislead him." The implied threat hung in the air between them. For a moment, uncertainty flickered across Lestrange's face before his arrogant mask returned. "We'll see who stands highest in his favor when all is said and done, Riddle." Harrison returned to the Slytherin dormitory troubled by the encounter. Lestrange's surveillance was becoming more brazen, his challenge to Harrison's position more direct. Something would have to be done about him, and soon. In the privacy of his bed, curtains drawn and privacy charms cast, Harrison examined the grimoire more closely. Beyond the disturbing personal history in dark magic, it contained detailed maps of Hogwarts, secret passages, hidden rooms, and weak points in the castle's defenses that could prove invaluable, regardless of whose side he was ultimately on. One passage in particular caught his attention, a hidden tunnel connecting the dungeons to the grounds near the Forbidden Forest, accessible only through a Parseltongue password. In his original timeline as Harry Potter, he had never known about this escape route. It could be critical in the future, depending on how events unfolded. Harrison copied the most useful information into his own encoded journal before shrinking the grimoire again and hiding it in a secret compartment he had created in the bottom of his trunk. He would need to find a more secure hiding place eventually, but for now, it would suffice. As he lay in bed that night, Harrison's thoughts turned to his father's expectations. Tom Riddle wanted his son to embrace Slytherin's legacy, to follow in his footsteps toward darkness and domination. He had provided this grimoire as a step on that path. But even as Harrison absorbed its knowledge, he was resolved to use it differently, to protect rather than harm, to prevent the rise of Voldemort rather than facilitate it. The irony wasn't lost on him, his father's own teachings would become weapons against him. With that thought, Harrison finally drifted into sleep, his dreams filled with serpents, hidden chambers, and the echo of Tom Riddle's voice calling him heir to a legacy he had no intention of fulfilling. November brought the first Quidditch match of the season, Slytherin vs Gryffindor, a rivalry already intense even without Harrison's complicated relationships with players on both sides. The morning of the match found the Great Hall divided sharply along house lines, with students displaying their colors proudly. "Coming to cheer for Slytherin?" Evan Rosier asked Harrison at breakfast, his tone suggesting there was only one acceptable answer. "Of course," Harrison replied smoothly. "Though I'll be watching Potter's flying technique." "Know your future opponents, right? This explanation satisfied his housemates, allowing Harrison to maintain his delicate balance between Slytherin loyalty and his growing friendship with the young marauders. As they made their way to the Quidditch pitch, Lyra fell into step beside him. Over the past weeks, their friendship had deepened into a true alliance. Harrison found in her a kindred spirit, someone else navigating between family expectations and personal principles. "Lestrange is still watching you," she said quietly. "He's convinced you're not what you appear to be. Isn't that true of everyone?" Harrison replied. Lyra smiled. "Perhaps. But your masks are more interesting than most." The stands were packed, a sea of green and silver on one side, red and gold on the other. Harrison and Lyra found seats with the other first-year Slytherins, though Harrison noted they were positioned at the end of the row, closest to the boundary with the Gryffindor section. A small gesture of independence that didn't go unnoticed by Lestrange, who sat surrounded by older students from prominent pure-blood families. The match began with the traditional handshake between captains, Lucius Malfoy for Slytherin and a burly seventh-year Harrison didn't recognize for Gryffindor. From the first whistle, it was clear this would be an aggressive game, with both teams employing tactics that skirted the boundaries of the rules. Harrison watched with both enjoyment and nostalgia. In his previous life, Quidditch had been one of his greatest joys at Hogwarts, the freedom of flight, the thrill of competition. As Harrison Riddle, he hadn't yet had the opportunity to play, though James's invitation to unofficial practice sessions had been tempting. Slytherin scores. The announcer called as a green-clad chaser sent the quaffle through the right hoop. The Slytherin section erupted in cheers, Harrison and Lyra joining in. "Not a bad team this year," Lyra observed. Though Malfoy's more interested in looking impressive than actually catching the snitch. Harrison chuckled. "Noticed that, have you? Hard to miss. All that dramatic diving when the snitch is clearly on the other side of the pitch." Their commentary was interrupted by a commotion in the Gryffindor section. A group of older Slytherins had somehow caused a banner supporting Gryffindor to emit green smoke that spelled out crude insults. Angry Gryffindors were on their feet, wands being drawn on both sides. "This could get ugly," Harrison muttered, spotting James, Sirius, and the other young marauders caught near the disturbance. Without thinking, he made his way toward the boundary between sections, Lyra following close behind. He arrived just as the first hexes were being cast, ducking a stray Jellylegs jinx. "Enough," he called, placing himself between the feuding groups. "There's a match going on." "Stay out of this, Riddle," sneered a fourth-year Slytherin named Mulciber. "Unless you're here to help put these Gryffindor trash in their place. Calling us trash when your seeker can't tell a snitch from a bludger." Sirius shot back, wand raised. The situation was escalating quickly. Harrison caught James's eye, silently urging caution, before turning back to Mulciber. "This reflects poorly on Slytherin," he said firmly. "Professor Slugghorn is watching from the teacher's stand. Do you want to cost us house points?" The mention of their head of house gave Mulciber pause. "Since when do you care about protecting Gryffindors, Riddle? Your father wouldn't approve." "My father," Harrison said coolly, "taught me to choose my battles wisely. This isn't worth the trouble it will cause." The standoff continued for a tense moment before Lucius Malfoy's voice cut through the commotion. "Mulciber. Get back to your seat. You too, Avery." The prefect's gaze swept over the group, lingering on Harrison with a calculating expression. "Riddle is right. This isn't the time or place." With reluctance, the Slytherins dispersed. Harrison turned to find the young marauders looking at him with various expressions ranging from gratitude to suspicion. "Thanks," James said. "That could have gotten nasty." "Don't mention it," Harrison replied. "Enjoy the match." As he and Lyra returned to their seats, he felt Lestrange's eyes boring into him from across the Slytherin section. Another incident that would undoubtedly be reported to his father. "That was brave," Lyra said as they sat down. "And potentially foolish." Sometimes they're the same thing, Harrison responded with a small smile. Very Gryffindor of you, she teased, though her expression was thoughtful. You really don't care about house divisions, do you? I care about people, Harrison said simply. Lyra studied him for a long moment. You're a puzzle, Harrison Riddle. But I think I'm starting to see the picture. The match concluded with a narrow Slytherin victory after Malfoy finally caught the snitch, though Gryffindor had led on goals. The Slytherin common room was jubilant that evening, celebrating their win with smuggled butterbeer and treats from the kitchens. Harrison participated just enough to avoid standing out, but excused himself early, claiming homework. In reality, he needed time to prepare for the confrontation he knew was coming, with Lestrange, with his father via letter, or both. He didn't have to wait long. As he entered the dormitory, he found Lestrange sitting on his own bed, a letter in his hands. Interesting match today, Arcturus said without looking up. Both on the pitch and in the stands. If you have something to say, Lestrange, just say it, Harrison replied, his patience wearing thin after weeks of the other boys' surveillance and insinuations. Arcturus stood, the letter crumpling in his fist. I received this from my father this morning. He says the Dark Lord is concerned about your divided loyalties. That perhaps you need to be, reminded of what's expected of the Riddle heir. Harrison stilled. Dark Lord, the title his father had begun using among his inner circle, but rarely spoken so openly at Hogwarts. And what does that mean, exactly? It means, Lestrange said, stepping closer, that I've been instructed to test you. To see if you're truly worthy of your bloodline. And how do you intend to do that? Harrison asked, his hand drifting casually toward his wand. Arcturus smiled coldly. Tomorrow night. The Forbidden Forest. You'll show me and the others what you're truly capable of, or we'll report back that Tom Riddle's son is a disappointment. The others? Rosier, Avery, Wilkes. All sons of your father's most loyal followers. All questioning whether you deserve to lead us. Harrison considered his options carefully. Refusing would only confirm their suspicions and result in damaging reports to his father. Agreeing meant facing whatever dark test Lestrange had planned, likely something designed to force Harrison to reveal his true nature, whatever they believed that to be. Very well, he said finally. Tomorrow night. But remember, Lestrange, testing goes both ways. This could determine your standing as well as mine. Arcturus's smirk faltered slightly before he recovered. Midnight. The edge of the forest near the groundskeeper's hut. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. Don't disappoint us, Riddle. After Lestrange departed, Harrison sat heavily on his bed, considering the challenge ahead. This was the confrontation he had been anticipating, the moment when his father's followers would demand proof of his commitment to their cause. Whatever test they had planned would likely involve dark magic, perhaps even harm to a creature or person. He needed to prepare, but he also needed counsel. After ensuring the dormitory remained empty, Harrison retrieved his encoded journal and added a new entry. Lestrange has made his move. Testing my loyalty tomorrow night in the Forbidden Forest. Need to appear committed while avoiding crossing lines. May need allies. The question of allies was complicated. He couldn't involve James or the other marauders, drawing them into conflict with junior Death Eaters would only endanger them. Most Slytherins would either side with Lestrange or stay neutral to avoid choosing the losing side. That left Lyra. Over the past months, Harrison had come to trust her more than anyone else at Hogwarts. She understood the pressures of a dark legacy, the complexity of navigating between family expectations and personal values. Decision made, Harrison left the dormitory in search of Lyra. He found her in a quiet corner of the common room, reading a book on ancient runes. I need to talk to you, he said quietly, sitting beside her. Somewhere private. Lyra marked her page and closed the book, studying his face. This looks serious. It is. They left the common room together, making their way to an unused classroom in the dungeons that Harrison had previously secured with privacy charms. Once inside, he cast additional spells to prevent eavesdropping before explaining the situation with Lestrange. "They're trying to force your hand," Lyra said when he finished. "Make you prove your loyalty to your father's cause by doing something you can't take back." "Exactly. And if I refuse, they'll report back that I'm not what my father raised me to be." Lyra was silent for a moment, her expression troubled. "What will you do?" "I don't know yet," Harrison admitted. "But I wanted you to know, in case things go badly." "You think they might actually try to harm you?" The concern in her voice was genuine. "I don't think they'd dare harm Tom Riddle's son physically," Harrison said. "But there are other ways to destroy someone." Lyra leaned forward, her dark eyes intense. "Harrison, there's something I've wanted to ask you for months. Something I've observed but couldn't make sense of." Harrison tensed. "What's that?" "You don't believe in your father's cause, do you? The pureblood supremacy, the dark magic, all of it, you're playing a role." The directness of her question caught him off guard. This was dangerous territory, admitting such a thing could be catastrophic if it reached his father. But looking at Lyra, her gaze steady, her expression open, Harrison made a decision. "Not the whole truth, but a portion of it. I believe in magic," he said carefully. "In its power and potential. But I don't believe in hurting people to achieve dominance. I don't share my father's methods." "I thought so," she said, nodding as if confirming a long-held theory. "The way you interact with students from other houses, how you intervened today at the match. You're not what everyone expects the heir of Tom Riddle to be." "And what about you?" Harrison countered. "The noble house of Black has always supported pureblood supremacy." A smile touched Lyra's lips. "My cousin Sirius isn't the only Black capable of independent thought." She hesitated, then added, "My mother was friends with your father at Hogwarts. She saw what he became, how he changed after certain experiments. She warned me before I came to Hogwarts to be careful around his son." "Your mother?" Harrison remembered the girl in Slughorn's photograph who resembled Lyra. "Was she in the Slug Club with him?" "Yes. Cassiopeia Black. She admired his brilliance but feared what he was becoming. She married my father, her second cousin, after graduation, but maintained enough distance from your father's inner circle to observe what others couldn't." This was new information, a perspective on Tom Riddle's school days that Harrison hadn't encountered before. "And what did she observe?" "That Tom Riddle was hollowing himself out," Lyra said quietly. "Sacrificing pieces of his humanity for power. She never knew exactly what he was doing, but she felt the wrongness of it." Harrison's mind raced. Cassiopeia Black had sensed the creation of the Horcruxes, even without understanding what they were. "Your mother is perceptive." "She is. And she believes I am too." Lyra reached out, briefly touching Harrison's hand. "Which is why I'm going to help you with Lestrange and his test." Relief washed through him. "Thank you. But it could be dangerous. I'm a Black," she interrupted with a flash of pride. "We're quite capable of handling danger." They spent the next hour developing a plan for the following night. Whatever test Lestrange had prepared, they would find a way for Harrison to pass it without compromising his principles, or at least, without crossing the most critical moral lines. As they returned to the common room, Harrison felt both apprehension about the coming confrontation and gratitude for having found an unexpected ally in Lyra. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he had shared something of his true self with another person, not the whole truth of his dual life, but enough to forge a genuine connection. It was a risk, but also a relief. Harrison Riddle was no longer navigating this treacherous path entirely alone. The following night was clear and cold, stars glittering above the forbidden forest like distant ice. Harrison made his way across the grounds, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. He had prepared as best he could, his wand in his sleeve and several defensive potions in his pockets. Lyra had insisted on accompanying him, despite his concerns for her safety. They had agreed she would follow at a distance, observing but not immediately revealing herself unless absolutely necessary. Near Hagrid's hut, shadowy figures waited at the forest's edge. Harrison counted 4 silhouettes: Lestrange, Rosier, Avery, and Wilkes, as promised. Each wore black robes with hoods pulled up, a juvenile imitation of the Death Eaters their fathers had become. "You came," Lestrange said as Harrison approached. "I wasn't certain you would." "I told you I would," Harrison replied coolly. "Let's get this over with." The 4 boys exchanged glances before Lestrange nodded. "Follow us. And leave your wand where we can see it." Harrison drew his wand slowly, holding it at his side rather than surrendering it completely. "Lead on." They entered the forest, illuminating their path with dim wand light. Harrison remained alert, marking their route in his mind, ready for whatever trap might be sprung. After about 15 minutes of walking, they reached a small clearing where a large canvas bag lay on the ground, something inside it moving weakly. "Your father values loyalty and power above all else," Lestrange said, gesturing to the bag. "Tonight, you'll demonstrate both." Avery stepped forward, opening the bag to reveal a young unicorn foal, its silver coat gleaming in the wand light. The creature was bound with magical restraints, its eyes wide with fear. A surge of anger rose in Harrison's chest at the sight. "You captured a unicorn foal," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "Do you have any idea how serious that is?" "That's the point," Lestrange replied with a smirk. "This isn't some school prank, Riddle. This is real magic, dark magic." Rosier stepped forward, drawing a silver dagger from his robes. "Unicorn blood grants power to those willing to take it. But there's a curse attached, unless the unicorn is sacrificed in a specific ritual." "A ritual your father perfected," Wilkes added. "One that allows the power to be claimed without the curse." Harrison stared at them, momentarily stunned. In his past life, he had witnessed the consequences of drinking unicorn blood. Voldemort, reduced to a parasitic existence, sustained by the slaughtered innocent. Now he was being asked to perform a ritual his father had apparently developed to circumvent the curse attached to such a horrific act. "And you expect me to perform this ritual?" he asked, his mind racing for a solution. "To prove you're truly your father's heir," Lestrange confirmed, holding out a small black book. "The instructions are here, in his own handwriting. He sent it specifically for this purpose." Harrison took the book, a sick feeling in his stomach as he recognized his father's elegant script. The ritual described was complex but unambiguous in its purpose: the sacrifice of the unicorn through a specific series of incantations, followed by the collection and consumption of its blood. "This is your test, Riddle," Lestrange said, watching him closely. "Prove you're worthy of leading us by performing the ritual." Harrison looked from the book to the frightened unicorn foal, then to the expectant faces surrounding him. He needed to find a third path, neither performing the ritual nor openly refusing it. "An impressive test," he said finally, closing the book. "But flawed." Lestrange's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "My father values intelligence as well as power," Harrison replied, his voice steady. "Did none of you consider the consequences of killing a unicorn foal on Hogwarts grounds? The centaurs would detect it immediately. Dumbledore would investigate. All of us would be expelled, possibly imprisoned." The 4 boys exchanged uncertain glances. Clearly, they hadn't thought through these implications. Furthermore, Harrison continued, this ritual requires precise astronomical alignment to work properly. He pointed to a passage in the book. "See here, when Mercury stands at opposition to Saturn. That won't occur until spring." This was a complete fabrication, but delivered with such confidence that doubt crept into his challenger's expressions. "Are you refusing the test?" Lestrange demanded, though with less certainty than before. "I'm refusing to be expelled for your poor planning," Harrison countered. "My father sent this ritual because he expected it to be performed correctly," not botched by overeager schoolboys. He knelt beside the unicorn foal, making a show of examining it while surreptitiously loosening its magical restraints. This creature is too young anyway. The ritual specifies an adult unicorn, its power fully developed. Confusion and uncertainty spread among the group. Lestrange looked from the book to Harrison, clearly trying to determine if he was being deceived. "If you want to test me," Harrison said, rising to his feet, "choose something that won't bring the ministry down on our heads. Something worthy of future leaders, not reckless children." The challenge in his voice struck at their pride. Lestrange flushed with anger. "You think you're so clever, Riddle. But we all know the truth, you're soft. You don't have what it takes to follow in your father's footsteps." "Following requires no thought," Harrison replied coldly. "Leading requires judgment. My father expects me to lead one day, not blindly obey." The tension in the clearing was palpable. Harrison sensed he was close to either resolving the situation or provoking an attack. "Release the unicorn," he said with authority. "Now, before we're discovered." For a moment, it seemed Lestrange might refuse. Then, with clear reluctance, he nodded to Avery, who removed the remaining restraints from the foal. The young unicorn struggled to its feet, regarding the humans with wary eyes before bolting into the forest. As it disappeared among the trees, Harrison felt a presence at the edge of the clearing, Lyra, watching from the shadows, ready to intervene if needed. "This isn't over, Riddle," Lestrange said, his voice low. "You may have avoided the test tonight, but your father will hear about this." "By all means," Harrison replied, "tell him everything. How you endangered his son and his cause with a poorly conceived plan that could have exposed us all. I'm sure he'll be most impressed with your judgment." The veiled threat landed effectively. Lestrange's confidence faltered as he considered how Tom Riddle might react to such a report. "We should go back," Rosier said nervously. "If that unicorn finds its herd, the centaurs might come looking." The group made their way back toward the castle in tense silence. Harrison maintained his composure, though inwardly he was analyzing the encounter and its implications. He had avoided performing dark magic without openly defying his father's instructions, a temporary victory, but one that would inevitably lead to further challenges. Near the edge of the forest, Lestrange fell back to walk beside Harrison, his voice pitched low so the others couldn't hear. "You think you've won, but you've only delayed the inevitable," he hissed. "Sooner or later, you'll have to choose a side, your father's or Dumbledore's. There's no middle path in the war that's coming." "Perhaps," Harrison conceded. "But tonight, I chose intelligence over recklessness. My father would approve." Lestrange's expression darkened. "We'll see what he approves when I write to my father tonight." "Do what you must," Harrison replied evenly. "As will I." They separated at the castle entrance, the other boys heading for the Slytherin dormitory while Harrison lingered behind, ostensibly to check that they hadn't been followed. Once they were gone, Lyra emerged from the shadows. "That was well handled," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was ready to jinx the lot of them when I saw the unicorn." "Thank you for being there," Harrison replied sincerely. "Though I hope you weren't seen. A black knows how to move unseen when necessary." She smiled slightly before her expression grew serious. "Lestrange won't give up, you know. He's determined to expose you as, what? A traitor to your father's cause?" "Something like that," Harrison sighed. "We should get back before we're missed." They made their way to the Slytherin common room, parting at the entrance to their respective dormitories. Before she left, Lyra touched Harrison's arm. "Whatever side you're really on, Harrison, I'm glad you didn't hurt that unicorn." "So am I," he replied quietly. In the dormitory, Harrison found the other boys already in bed, their curtains drawn. He changed quickly and did the same, casting privacy charms before retrieving his journal to record the night's events. As he wrote, he considered his next steps carefully. Lestrange would undoubtedly contact his father, presenting the night's events in the worst possible light. Harrison needed to counteract this with his own communication, a carefully crafted letter explaining his reasoning in terms his father would respect, if not approve. More concerning was the revelation about the unicorn ritual. That his father had developed a method to consume unicorn blood without the attached curse suggested a depth of dark magical knowledge even beyond what Harrison had known in his previous life. It also hinted at why Voldemort had been able to sustain himself through unicorn blood after his initial defeat. He had already found ways to mitigate its cursed nature. Harrison closed his journal and lay back, staring at the canopy above his bed. Tonight, he had managed to navigate between his dual identities without compromising either. But Lestrange was right about one thing: sooner or later, he would have to make a definitive choice between his father's path and opposing it. For now, though, a young unicorn was returning to its herd instead of being sacrificed in a dark ritual. It was a small victory, but a meaningful one. In the complex game Harrison was playing, such victories might be the only kind available to him until he found a way to challenge his father directly. The following morning, Harrison rose early to compose his letter. Using the cipher they had established, he wrote, "Father, I write regarding an incident orchestrated by Arcturus Lestrange and others last night. They presented me with your ritual for unicorn blood extraction, suggesting it was a test of my worthiness. I declined to perform it for several reasons that I believe you would approve. First, the execution was flawed, conducted on Hogwarts grounds where discovery was likely, using an immature specimen that would yield minimal power, and without proper astronomical alignment. Second, exposure would have compromised our long-term objectives for short-term demonstration. I have not rejected the knowledge you've shared, merely the reckless application proposed by schoolboys seeking to curry favor. True leadership requires strategic thinking, not blind obedience to poorly conceived plans. Your grimoire has been most illuminating. I have begun exploring the passages you described and am developing a deeper understanding of Salazar's legacy. Your son, Harrison." He sent the letter with Hermes, watching the owl disappear into the morning sky with a mixture of apprehension and resolve. The message walked a careful line, acknowledging the dark knowledge without embracing it, justifying his actions with pragmatism rather than morality. Classes that day were tense, with Lestrange and his cohort shooting venomous glances at Harrison whenever teachers weren't looking. Harrison maintained his composure, focusing on his studies and his growing circle of allies beyond Slytherin. During potions, he partnered with Lily Evans when Professor Slugghorn suggested inter-house cooperation for a particularly complex brew. The red-haired girl regarded him with cautious curiosity as they worked. "You're different from the other Slytherins," she observed quietly while chopping valerian roots. "How so?" Harrison asked, carefully stirring their cauldron counterclockwise. "You don't seem to care about blood status," she replied. "Sev told me your father is, well, that he has strong opinions about Muggleborns." Harrison glanced across the room to where Severus Snape was watching them with a sullen expression. "My father has many opinions. I'm still forming my own." Lily looked at him thoughtfully. "That's unexpectedly reasonable." "Don't sound so surprised," he said with a slight smile. "Not all Slytherins fit the stereotype." "Like Lyra Black?" Lily asked, nodding toward where Lyra was working with Remus Lupin. "She seems decent too. For a Black. You might be surprised how many people are more complex than their family names suggest," Harrison said, thinking of Sirius, of Regulus, of so many whose fates had been shaped by expectations and prejudices. "Including Riddle's?" Lily's green eyes, so like his own, studied him with unexpected intensity. "Especially Riddle's," Harrison replied softly. Their potion turned out perfectly, earning praise from Slugghorn and jealous looks from Snape. As they cleaned up their station, Lily said, "James Potter speaks highly of you, you know. Says you're not like the other Slytherins. And what do you think of Potter?" Harrison couldn't resist asking. Lily rolled her eyes. "He's arrogant and immature. But," she admitted reluctantly, "he's not wrong about you, it seems." The conversation left Harrison with a strange mix of emotions. In this timeline, He was interacting with his mother as a peer, potentially influencing her perception of both Slytherins and James Potter in ways that might alter the future significantly. 3 days later, Harrison received a response from his father. The letter was brief, written in their cipher: "Harrison, your reasoning is sound, though your instincts require refinement. Lestrange overstepped in his execution but not his intent. I had indeed authorized a test of your commitment. Strategic thinking is valuable, but do not mistake hesitation for wisdom. There are moments when decisive action, regardless of risk, is necessary to achieve greater goals. Continue your exploration of the knowledge I've provided. At Christmas, we will discuss your progress and address any reservations you may harbor. Your father expects regular reports on Potter and the item we discussed. Do not neglect this assignment while managing housemate rivalries." Tmr. Harrison read the letter twice, analyzing its implications. His father had accepted his explanation, though not without reservation. The mention of Christmas sent a chill through him. Tom Riddle clearly sensed his son's reluctance and planned to address it directly during the holiday break. Most concerning was the reminder about James Potter and the invisibility cloak. Harrison had been developing a genuine friendship with James, purposely avoiding any attempts to extract information about the cloak. Now, his father was explicitly demanding progress on that front. Harrison shared the letter with Lyra that evening as they studied in a quiet corner of the library. Her expression grew troubled as she decoded the message. "He's not entirely convinced," she said, keeping her voice low. "And Christmas will be challenging for you." "I know," Harrison sighed. "I'll need to show some progress on his assignments before then, or the confrontation will be worse." Lyra hesitated, then asked, "What item is he referring to? What does he want from Potter?" Harrison considered how much to reveal. "A family heirloom with significant magical properties. My father believes it rightfully belongs to those who can use it most effectively." "An heirloom," Lyra repeated thoughtfully. "There are rumors about the Potter family possessing a powerful magical artifact, something passed down through generations. The less you know about it, the safer you are," Harrison said firmly. Lyra didn't press further, but her expression remained concerned. "Will you do it? Try to take this heirloom from Potter?" The question cut to the heart of Harrison's dilemma. "I don't know," he admitted. "I need to appear to be following my father's instructions without actually betraying James." "A difficult balance to maintain," Lyra observed. "One of many," Harrison agreed grimly. As November gave way to December, Harrison continued his careful navigation between worlds. He maintained his academic excellence, cultivated relationships across house lines, and explored the secret passages described in his father's grimoire, all while avoiding further direct confrontations with Lestrange and his allies. In defense against the dark arts, Dumbledore's watchful gaze remained constant, though the headmaster made no direct moves against him. Occasionally, Harrison would catch Dumbledore observing his interactions with James Potter and the other Gryffindors, his expression unreadable. 2 weeks before Christmas break, Harrison found himself alone with James after a study session when the others had departed for dinner. "You're not what I expected, Riddle," James said, echoing what seemed to be a common refrain from those who got to know Harrison. "My dad mentioned your father once, said he was brilliant but dangerous. I thought his son would be more like Lestrange." Harrison suggested with a wry smile. "Exactly." James laughed. "Instead, you're almost decent. For a Slytherin." "High praise indeed," Harrison replied, feeling the familiar ache of connecting with the boy who should have been his father. James grew more serious. "Listen, I wanted to ask, are you staying at Hogwarts for Christmas? My parents said I could invite friends to visit during the break." The invitation caught Harrison by surprise. "That's really kind of you, but I'll be going home. My father expects it." "Right, of course," James nodded, looking slightly disappointed. "Maybe Easter break then. Or summer." "Maybe," Harrison agreed, though he knew such a visit would never be permitted by Tom Riddle. James hesitated, then added, "My dad would actually like to meet you, I think. He's got this theory that the next generation shouldn't be bound by old rivalries and prejudices." "Your father sounds wise," Harrison said softly. "He is," James replied with evident pride. "He's got all these amazing stories about fighting dark wizards as an heir. And family magic that goes back centuries." Harrison tensed slightly at the opening, a perfect opportunity to inquire about the invisibility cloak. His father would expect him to seize it. Instead, he said, "We should head to dinner before Sirius eats everything in sight." James laughed and gathered his books. "Good point. That bottomless pit probably hasn't left any treacle tart for the rest of us." As they walked to the great hall together, Harrison felt both relief and guilt, relief at avoiding an action that would have served his father's goals, guilt at the knowledge that his friendship with James was built partly on deception. That night, alone in his bed, Harrison made a decision. He would continue gathering information as his father instructed, would continue exploring the secrets of Hogwarts revealed in the grimoire, would maintain the appearance of the dutiful son. But he would draw a line at betraying those who had shown him trust and friendship. It was a dangerous path, one that could lead to direct confrontation with Tom Riddle when the truth eventually emerged. But it was the only path Harrison could live with, the only one that honored both who he had been as Harry Potter and who he was becoming as Harrison Riddle. With that resolution firmly in mind, he began preparing for his return to Riddle Manor and the confrontation that awaited him there, a confrontation that would test not only his resolve but his ability to continue walking the razor's edge between his dual identities. The Christmas holidays approached with a mixture of dread and anticipation for Harrison. Returning to Riddle Manor meant facing his father's scrutiny directly, without the buffer of distance that Hogwarts provided. Yet it also offered an opportunity to gather intelligence about Tom Riddle's current activities and plans, knowledge that might prove crucial in the years ahead. On the final evening before departure, Harrison sat with Lyra in the Slytherin common room, their conversation muted to avoid eavesdroppers. "Be careful during the break," she advised, genuine concern in her dark eyes. "My father mentioned that your father is hosting a gathering on the winter solstice. Many of the sacred families will be there, including mine. Will you attend?" Harrison asked. Lyra nodded. "My parents insist. It will be my first formal introduction to your father's inner circle." "Then perhaps the break won't be entirely unpleasant," Harrison said with a small smile. "I'll be watching for signals from you," she replied seriously. "If things become difficult, we can create a diversion." The offer touched Harrison deeply. In the months since their arrival at Hogwarts, his friendship with Lyra had evolved into a true alliance, one based on shared values and mutual trust rather than mere convenience. "Thank you," he said simply. "But be careful not to draw unwanted attention. My father notices everything." The next morning, students departed Hogwarts in carriages bound for Hogsmeade Station. Harrison shared a compartment on the Hogwarts Express with Lyra and, surprisingly, Sirius Black, who had unceremoniously deposited himself across from them with a dramatic sigh. "Mind if I join you? James is staying at Hogwarts, and I'd rather face the Hungarian Horntail than sit with Regulus and his Slytherin sycophants." "Charming as ever, cousin," Lyra remarked dryly, though she moved her bag to make room for him. Sirius looked between them with undisguised curiosity. "So, are you two?" He waggled his eyebrows suggestively. "Friends," Harrison supplied firmly. "Though it's none of your business either way." Sirius raised his hands in mock surrender. "Just asking. The noble house of Black has a proud tradition of cousins marrying cousins, after all. Wouldn't want Lyra to break tradition twice in one generation." "Says the Gryffindor Black," Lyra retorted, though without real heat. "Exactly." Sirius grinned. "We're the vanguard of family disappointment, cousin. You with your progressive ideas, me with my house sorting. Our parents must be beside themselves." Despite the tension inherent in their family dynamics, the journey passed pleasantly enough. Sirius, when not performing for an audience, proved thoughtful and perceptive, particularly about the shifting political landscape of the wizarding world. "Something's brewing," he said at one point, his usual jovial manner momentarily set aside. "My father had Regulus and me sit in on a family meeting last week. Talking about necessary changes coming to wizarding society and aligning with the right power." Harrison and Lyra exchanged glances, both knowing exactly what, or rather, who, Orion Black had been referring to. "Your father speaks of mine," Harrison said quietly. Sirius studied him with uncharacteristic seriousness. "Yeah, I figured. The adults talk about Tom Riddle like he's the second coming of Salazar himself." He leaned forward slightly. "But you're not like them, are you, Riddle? James trusts you, and James has good instincts about people." The directness of the question caught Harrison off guard. "I'm still figuring out where I stand on many things." "Aren't we all?" Sirius replied with a hint of his usual grin, though his eyes remained assessing. "Just remember, you don't have to become what they expect you to be. Trust me on that." The advice, coming from the boy who would grow up to reject his family's dark legacy entirely, struck Harrison deeply. In his previous life, Sirius had been his godfather, a guide and protector. Even in this timeline, it seemed, Sirius Black had wisdom to offer. "I'll remember that," Harrison promised. As the train approached London, their conversation turned to lighter topics: Quidditch prospects, challenging assignments, professors' quirks. When they finally pulled into platform 9 3/4, Harrison felt a twinge of regret at leaving this moment of normalcy behind. Students poured onto the platform, reuniting with waiting parents amid clouds of steam. Harrison spotted Tom Riddle immediately, tall and imposing in elegant black robes, standing apart from the crowd that unconsciously gave him space. "There's my father," Harrison said, gathering his belongings. Sirius glanced in Tom Riddle's direction and visibly tensed. "He looks intense." "He is," Harrison confirmed. "See you after the break." "Good luck," Sirius replied quietly, understanding more than he said. Lyra touched Harrison's arm briefly. "Remember, the solstice gathering. If you need anything." Harrison nodded gratefully before making his way through the crowd toward his father. As he approached, he schooled his features into the composed mask expected of him, burying the warmth of the train journey beneath layers of acclimacy shields his father had taught him to build. "Harrison," Tom greeted him, placing a hand on his shoulder in a gesture that appeared affectionate to observers but felt possessive to its recipient. "Welcome home." "Father," Harrison replied with appropriate deference. "Thank you for coming yourself." "I was nearby on business," Tom said dismissively. "Come. The car is waiting." They departed the station in a sleek black vehicle driven by a silent man whom Harrison recognized as one of his father's followers, not yet bearing the dark mark, but devoted nonetheless. As they pulled away from King's Cross, Tom turned to study his son. "I observed you with the black children," he said. "An interesting choice of companions." "Lyra has proven a valuable ally in Slytherin," Harrison replied carefully. "As for Sirius, despite his sorting, he has access to information through his family that could be useful." Tom's expression remained neutral. "And what information has he provided?" "That Orion Black recently held a family meeting discussing alignment with the right power in coming changes," Harrison answered truthfully. "The Black family seems to be positioning itself more openly with your cause." This appeared to please Tom, who nodded slightly. "Yes, Orion has shown increasing commitment of late. His brother Arcturus remains more cautious, though his attendance at the solstice gathering suggests growing interest." The conversation continued in this vein as they traveled, Tom inquiring about various Slytherin families' children, Harrison providing carefully constructed responses that were truthful without revealing his true allegiances. It was a dance they had performed many times before, though the stakes felt higher now that Harrison had spent months establishing his own identity at Hogwarts. When they arrived at Riddle Manor, Harrison was immediately struck by subtle changes since his departure. More guards patrolled the grounds, wizards attempting to appear as Muggle security but whose wands were visible to those who knew to look. Inside, house elves moved with increased urgency, preparing for what Harrison assumed was the upcoming solstice gathering. "You will have time to settle in before dinner," Tom said as they entered the main hall. "We have much to discuss tonight." "Yes, Father," Harrison replied, reading the unspoken command clearly, "be prepared for intensive questioning about his first term at Hogwarts." In his chambers, Harrison found everything exactly as he had left it, though with a noticeable absence of dust. The house elves had maintained the rooms meticulously. He unpacked methodically, hiding his most private possessions in the secret compartments he had created years earlier. Dinner that evening was served in Tom's private study rather than the formal dining room, a sign that their conversation would involve sensitive matters not meant for the ears of the house staff. "Your letters have been informative but limited," Tom began once they were alone with their meal. "I wish to hear a more comprehensive account of your term." Harrison provided a carefully edited version of his experiences, his academic success, his observations of the political alignments within Slytherin House, his strategic connections with influential students from other houses. He mentioned his inclusion in Slugghorn's circle and his growing reputation as a skilled young wizard who maintained Slytherin pride while avoiding the cruder prejudices displayed by some of his housemates. Tom listened with apparent approval, though his eyes remained calculating. "And your assignment regarding the Potter boy? Have you made progress?" Here, Harrison needed to tread carefully. "James Potter is naturally friendly and has welcomed my overtures of connection. He has mentioned family heirlooms in passing but hasn't specifically identified the item we discussed. I believe gaining his complete trust will require more time." "Time is a luxury that must be balanced against necessity," Tom replied, his tone sharpening slightly. "The cloak of invisibility is not merely a trinket, Harrison. It is one piece of a greater whole that must be secured." "I understand, Father," Harrison said. "I am proceeding with caution to avoid arousing suspicion. Potter's family has aura connections that could complicate matters if they become wary." Tom seemed to accept this reasoning, though not without reservation. "Acceptable for now, but I expect more concrete progress by the end of the school year." He paused, studying Harrison intently. "Now, tell me about the grimoire. What have you learned from Salazar's secrets?" Harrison described his exploration of the hidden passages detailed in the book, his practice of the more benign spells it contained, his growing understanding of Parseltongue magic. He omitted his horror at the darker contents and his refusal to employ them. "And the chamber itself?" Tom pressed. "Have you visited it?" "Not yet," Harrison admitted. "The main entrance is in a girl's bathroom, which presents obvious logistical challenges. I've been exploring alternative access points mentioned in your notes." This was true, though Harrison's interest in those alternative entrances was motivated by very different goals than his father assumed. In his original timeline, the Chamber of Secrets had nearly led to Hogwarts closing permanently. Understanding all possible ways in and out of it might prove crucial if history threatened to repeat itself. "Wise precaution," Tom acknowledged. "Though the chamber is your birthright as much as mine. You should experience it before your first year concludes." The conversation continued late into the evening, with Tom probing specific aspects of Harrison's experiences, particularly his interactions with Dumbledore, his handling of Lestrange's challenge, and his developing relationship with Lyra Black. "The black girl interests me," Tom said thoughtfully. "Her mother Cassiopeia was perceptive during our school days. Perhaps too perceptive. Her daughter appears to have inherited that quality, along with a certain independence of thought." Harrison tensed internally, careful not to show his concern. "Lyra values magical achievement over blind adherence to tradition," he said neutrally. "She's intelligent and observant, valuable traits in an ally." "Indeed," Tom agreed. "Though such allies must be carefully managed. Independent minds can be powerful assets or dangerous liabilities, depending on how their loyalties are secured." The implication was clear. Tom saw Lyra as potentially useful but potentially suspect. Harrison would need to protect her without appearing to do so. I understand, Father. As their meeting concluded, Tom presented Harrison with a small package wrapped in black silk. A Yule gift, somewhat early. I believe you'll find it useful in the term ahead. Harrison unwrapped it carefully to reveal an ornate silver dagger with a serpent handle, its blade inscribed with runes that seemed to shift as he examined them. This blade can cut through most magical barriers, Tom explained. It belonged to Salazar himself, according to family records. I acquired it many years ago from a collector who did not appreciate its true value. Thank you, Father, Harrison said, genuinely impressed despite his misgivings about the dagger's likely intended use. I'll treasure it. Use it, don't merely treasure it, Tom corrected. Tools gain value through application, not reverence. Later, alone in his chambers, Harrison examined the dagger more carefully. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, the magic embedded in it ancient and powerful. In his previous life as Harry Potter, such an artifact would have been secured in the Department of Mysteries or Gringotts' highest security vaults. Now it had been casually handed to him as a tool for advancing his father's agenda. The days leading up to the winter solstice passed in a carefully choreographed routine. Mornings were devoted to magical practice under Tom's supervision, not the standardized spells taught at Hogwarts but more obscure branches of magic that bordered on the dark without fully crossing into forbidden territory. Afternoons found Harrison studying in the Manor's extensive library, often joined by his father for discussions about magical theory that would have fascinated him under different circumstances. Tom Riddle's intellect was undeniably brilliant, his understanding of magic's fundamental nature deeper than any teacher at Hogwarts, including Dumbledore. Had he not directed that brilliance toward domination and immortality, he might have revolutionized magical understanding for the betterment of all. In the evenings, Tom hosted a rotating cast of visitors, ministry officials, foreign dignitaries, prominent pure-blood family heads. Harrison was occasionally presented as the heir to the Riddle legacy, his manners and magical aptitude displayed like prized possessions. Other times, he was instructed to observe from a distance, assessing the political maneuverings without being noticed. Throughout it all, Harrison maintained his careful balance, appearing to embrace his father's teachings while inwardly evaluating how each new piece of knowledge could be used to ultimately oppose Tom's plans. It was exhausting work, requiring constant vigilance over his thoughts and expressions. The night of the winter solstice arrived with a heavy snowfall that blanketed the manor grounds in pristine white. By sunset, the great hall had been transformed for the gathering, ancient symbols of power adorned the walls, magical fires burned in silver braziers, and a massive table had been arranged in a perfect circle to eliminate hierarchy among the guests. Harrison, dressed in formal robes of deepest green trimmed with silver, stood beside his father as the guests began to arrive. The Malfoys came first, Abraxas leading his family with cold dignity, his son Lucius following with the practiced poise of his heir. The Lestranges arrived shortly after, Arcturus giving Harrison a look of barely concealed hostility while his father bowed deeply to Tom. One by one, the sacred families presented themselves, the Knots, the Rosiers, the Averys, the Mulcibers. Each paid respects to Tom with increasing deference, addressing him with titles that stopped just short of "my lord," but carried the same weight of submission. When the Blacks arrived, Harrison found himself watching for Lyra with an anticipation he couldn't entirely suppress. She entered behind her parents, her formal robes of midnight blue setting her apart from the predominantly black and green attire of the other guests. Their eyes met briefly across the hall, and she inclined her head slightly, a gesture that might appear respectful to observers but conveyed silent support to Harrison. "Welcome, my friends," Tom addressed the gathering once all were present. "Tonight, as darkness reaches its peak, we celebrate the turning point, when light begins its return and new possibilities emerge from shadow." The traditional solstice greeting had a double meaning in this context, Harrison knew. The light Tom referred to was not the sun but his own rising power, the gradual emergence of Lord Voldemort from the shadows of Tom Riddle's public persona. "We stand at a crossroads in magical history," Tom continued, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. Our traditions erode, our power constrained by those who fear true magical potential. Together, we will reverse this decline and restore magic to its rightful place in the world order. Murmurs of approval rippled through the assembly. Harrison maintained his position at his father's right hand, his expression one of appropriate solemnity and pride. Inwardly, he was cataloguing faces, noting which guests responded most fervently to Tom's rhetoric, which seemed more cautious in their support. Tonight, we strengthen our bonds as the vanguard of this new age, Tom concluded. Let us break bread together and share in the ancient rites of midwinter. The formal dinner that followed was lavish but heavy with symbolism, traditional foods representing aspects of magical power, served in specific sequences dictated by old pureblood customs. Harrison navigated the complex etiquette flawlessly, as he had been taught from childhood. He found himself seated between Cassiopeia Black, Lyra's mother, and Druella Rosier, with Lyra positioned across from him. Cassiopeia studied him with intelligent eyes so similar to her daughter's. You have your father's focus, she observed quietly during the first course. I remember it well from our school days. You were in his year at Hogwarts? Harrison asked, though he already knew the answer from Lyra. Indeed, Cassiopeia replied. A brilliant student, though, intense in his pursuits. I see something different in you, however. Harrison maintained his composed expression. In what way, Mrs. Black? A certain perspective that your father never possessed, she said carefully. A capacity to see beyond the immediate. Before Harrison could respond to this cryptic observation, Tom rose from his seat, drawing all attention. As we reach the midpoint of our celebration, I wish to share news that will interest all gathered here. The Ministry has approved my proposal for a new department, the Office of Magical Heritage Preservation. This announcement was met with intrigued murmurs. Tom continued, this office will have broad authority to identify and protect magical artifacts and knowledge currently at risk of being lost or suppressed. Abraxas Malfoy has graciously agreed to oversee its formation. Harrison understood immediately what this meant. His father had created a legitimate government entity that could legally search for and seize magical items of interest, including, potentially, the Deathly Hallows. It was a masterful political maneuver, establishing official authority for what would otherwise be theft. A significant achievement, Cassiopeia commented softly. Your father has always understood how to work within systems while fundamentally changing them. The remainder of the dinner proceeded with increasing celebration as Tom outlined more of his plans, all presented as reasonable preservation efforts rather than the power consolidation Harrison knew they truly represented. The guests, many already deep in their cups, responded with growing enthusiasm. After the meal, the gathering moved to the manor's ritual chamber for the solstice ceremony itself. Harrison had participated in these rituals before. They were technically legal, drawing on ancient magic recognized by the Ministry as cultural practices rather than dark arts. However, in Tom Riddle's hands, even these traditional observances took on darker undertones. The ceremony began with the lighting of the sacred fire, flames that burned emerald green as each family representative added a personally significant offering. When Harrison's turn came, he placed a fragment of parchment containing a lock of his hair, symbolizing the commitment of his essence to the ritual. In reality, he had carefully prepared this offering to participate without binding himself too deeply to whatever magic his father was weaving. As the chanting began, ancient words in a mixture of Latin, Celtic, and Parseltongue, Harrison felt the magic building in the chamber. The air grew thick with power, pulsing in time with the heartbeats of those present. From the corner of his eye, he saw Lyra watching the proceedings with a carefully neutral expression that mirrored his own. Tom stood at the center of the ritual circle, conducting the magical energies with subtle gestures. As the chanting reached its crescendo, he drew a silver knife across his palm, allowing 7 drops of blood to fall into the emerald flames. By blood and magic, we bind our purpose, he intoned. From the darkness of midwinter, our power rises. What we will, shall be. The flames surged upward, momentarily taking the form of a massive serpent before collapsing and extinguishing completely, leaving the chamber in darkness illuminated only by the soft glow of the participants' wands. "It is done," Tom declared, his voice resonating with satisfaction. "The path is set." As lights were restored and the formal portion of the gathering concluded, guests mingled more freely, discussing the ritual and its implications. Harrison found himself approached by various adults eager to assess Tom Riddle's heir more directly, their questions probing his views on magical education, ministry policies, and the proper place of different magical beings. He navigated these conversations carefully, offering responses that satisfied their expectations without committing to the more extreme views many clearly hoped to hear. Throughout, he remained aware of his father circulating through the room, occasionally pausing to observe Harrison's interactions from a distance. Eventually, Harrison managed to find a moment alone with Lyra in a relatively quiet corner of the great hall. "Impressive ceremony," she said, her voice low. "Though I noticed you modified your offering slightly." Harrison raised an eyebrow. "You have sharp eyes." "I told you, I've been watching," she replied with a slight smile. The others bound themselves fully. "You created a symbolic participation instead." "And you?" Harrison asked. "Similar approach," Lyra admitted. "My mother taught me to be cautious with blood rituals, regardless of who conducts them." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Arcturus Lestrange and his son, who approached with poorly concealed hostility. "Riddle," the elder Lestrange greeted. "My son has told me much about your performance at school." "Has he?" Harrison replied evenly. "I hope his account was thorough." "He mentioned your reluctance to embrace certain traditional practices," Lestrange continued, his tone making the accusation clear. "Curious, given your heritage." "I prefer to understand magic fully before employing it," Harrison said, meeting the man's gaze steadily. "A preference my father has always encouraged." "Indeed?" Lestrange's eyes narrowed slightly. "How fortunate that you'll have the opportunity to demonstrate that understanding more directly in the coming year. The Dark Lord has plans that will require commitment from all who claim loyalty." The open reference to his father as the Dark Lord confirmed what Harrison had suspected. In private circles, Tom Riddle was now fully embracing his transformation into Lord Voldemort. "I look forward to it," Harrison replied with a confidence he didn't feel. After the Lestranges moved away, Lyra touched his arm briefly. "They're trying to force your hand," she murmured. "Be careful in the next term." "I will be," Harrison assured her, though inwardly he was calculating the accelerating timeline. His father's plans were moving faster than he had anticipated. The gathering continued late into the night, eventually transitioning from formal ceremony to something resembling a pure-blood social event, albeit one with undercurrents of darker purpose. As guests finally began to depart, Harrison stood beside his father in the entrance hall, bidding farewell with practiced courtesy. When the Blacks approached to take their leave, Arcturus Black addressed Tom directly. "A most illuminating evening, Riddle. House Black stands ready to support the preservation of our magical heritage, as discussed." "Your support is valued, Arcturus," Tom replied. "Perhaps young Lyra might visit during the remainder of the holiday. I understand she and Harrison have developed a productive alliance at Hogwarts." Cassiopeia answered before her husband could. "A lovely suggestion. Lyra would benefit from additional instruction in family histories. Perhaps 2 days hence." The arrangement was quickly confirmed, leaving Harrison with mixed feelings, pleasure at the prospect of Lyra's company, concern about his father's interest in her. When the last guest had departed, Tom turned to Harrison with a satisfied expression. "A successful evening. Our allies grow bolder in their commitments." The ministry department was a masterful approach, Harrison acknowledged truthfully. "Legal authority to pursue artifacts of power." Tom's smile was cold but pleased. "You noticed the implications immediately. Good. The constraints of legality are useful until they are not. For now, operating within the system accelerates our progress." Harrison nodded, feigning admiration for the strategy while inwardly cataloging ways to potentially undermine it. "Get some rest," Tom said. "Tomorrow we begin your advanced instruction in matters not covered by Hogwarts' limited curriculum." That night, Harrison lay awake long after retiring to his chambers, reflecting on the evening's events. The solstice ritual had been more than ceremonial, he had felt real magic being worked, though its precise purpose remained unclear. Whatever his father had initiated tonight would likely accelerate in the coming year. Most concerning was the reference to plans requiring commitment from all who claim loyalty. In his original timeline, Voldemort had marked his first followers with the Dark Mark during this period, transforming them from political allies into bound servants. Was Tom preparing to require the same of Harrison? The thought was chilling. In his previous life as Harry Potter, the Dark Mark had represented everything he fought against. As Harrison Riddle, bearing such a mark would be both a profound personal violation and a magical binding that could limit his ability to oppose his father's plans. He would need to find a way to avoid or delay such a branding without arousing suspicion. And he would need to warn Lyra of the possibility when she visited. Her family's increasing alignment with Tom Riddle put her at similar risk. With these heavy thoughts weighing on him, Harrison finally drifted into uneasy sleep, his dreams filled with emerald flames and serpents that wound themselves around his arm, burning into his flesh with cold fire. The remaining days of the holiday passed in a blur of intense magical training, political discussions, and careful navigation of his father's expectations. Tom seemed determined to compensate for the months Harrison had spent at Hogwarts, cramming years of dark knowledge into the brief break. Lyra's visit provided a welcome respite from this pressure. She arrived 2 days after the solstice, ostensibly for lessons in magical genealogy but in reality creating an opportunity for them to exchange information away from Hogwarts. They found privacy in the manor's extensive gardens, walking paths protected by warming charms despite the winter chill. After ensuring they weren't overheard, Harrison shared his concerns about the accelerating timeline. "The ministry department is just the beginning," he explained. "My father is preparing for something more overt. The signs are all there: increased security, more frequent meetings with his inner circle, references to commitment, and demonstration of loyalty." Lyra nodded gravely. "My father has been corresponding more frequently with yours. And there was a meeting at our home that I wasn't permitted to attend, unusual, since I'm normally expected to observe family business as the heir. Has there been any mention of marks? Magical bonds of some kind?" Harrison asked carefully. Lyra's expression darkened. "Not explicitly, but my mother warned me before we came to the solstice gathering. She said to be wary of any ritual involving blood or binding magic. That some commitments, once made, cannot be undone." "She's right," Harrison confirmed. "I believe my father may soon begin marking his followers, creating a magical connection that allows him to call and control them. Like the ancient feudal bonds?" Lyra asked, alarmed. "Those were outlawed centuries ago for good reason." "Similar, but darker," Harrison said. "We need to be prepared when we return to Hogwarts. Eyes open, information flowing between us." Lyra agreed, and they spent the remainder of their time together developing subtle codes for written communication and planning contingencies for various scenarios they might face in the coming term. As her visit concluded, Lyra embraced Harrison briefly, an unexpected gesture that caught him off guard. "Be careful," she whispered. "Don't let him change who you are." The simple statement, delivered with such genuine concern, strengthened Harrison's resolve. Whatever challenges awaited him, at Hogwarts and beyond, he would face them with his core principles intact. Neither Harry Potter nor Tom Riddle's son, but something unique, Harrison Riddle, forging his own path. The day before his return to Hogwarts, Tom summoned Harrison to his private study for a final conversation. The room was dimly lit, the walls lined with ancient texts and magical artifacts collected from around the world. "You have progressed well this holiday," Tom began, seated behind his imposing desk. "Your magical control has improved considerably since the summer." "Thank you, Father," Harrison replied. Your instruction has been invaluable. Tom studied him with that penetrating gaze that always seemed to search for deception. In the term ahead, you will face increasing expectations, both at school and beyond. Dumbledore will be watching you more closely as my public profile rises. Your housemates will look to you for leadership as their families align more openly with our cause. Harrison nodded, sensing there was more to come. Most importantly, Tom continued, you must make significant progress with Potter and the Cloak. Recent developments have made acquisition of the Hallows a higher priority. May I ask why the timing has changed? Harrison ventured. Tom considered the question before answering. Because other pieces are moving into place. The department at the Ministry. Certain artifacts I've recently secured. Allies in positions of influence. All create a favorable environment for more decisive action. Harrison absorbed this information with appropriate attentiveness while internally analyzing its implications. His father was gathering power more rapidly than in the original timeline, likely due to maintaining more of his sanity by creating fewer Horcruxes at this stage. I understand, Father. I'll focus on gaining Potter's confidence and learning about the cloak. Good, Tom said. There is one more matter before you return to school. He opened a drawer in his desk and removed a small wooden box intricately carved with serpents. This is for emergencies only. Harrison accepted the box and opened it carefully. Inside lay a small mirror, its surface dark and reflective. A communication mirror, Tom explained. Its twin remains with me. Should you need to contact me instantly, if you locate the cloak, if Dumbledore moves against you, if any situation arises requiring immediate intervention, speak my name to the mirror. The gift was both useful and concerning. It provided a direct line to his father, bypassing the slower and more easily intercepted owl post. But it also meant Tom could potentially check on Harrison at any time, eliminating the buffer that distance had provided. Thank you, Father. I'll keep it secure. Tom nodded, apparently satisfied. One last thing, Harrison. At Easter, you will return home for a special gathering. A ceremony of significance for our closest supporters and their heirs. Your participation will be required. The statement confirmed Harrison's fears. His father was likely planning to mark his followers, perhaps including his son. Easter was only a few months away, giving Harrison limited time to develop a strategy for avoiding this fate without openly defying Tom Riddle. I look forward to it, he lied smoothly. As you should, Tom replied. It will mark a new chapter for our cause, and for you. The following day, Harrison returned to Hogwarts with the other students, his mind filled with new knowledge, new concerns, and a growing sense of urgency. The relative safety and freedom of the school now felt precious, a temporary reprieve before the storm his father was gathering. As the Hogwarts Express carried them north, Lyra sat beside him, their conversation carefully light while surrounded by other Slytherins. But the understanding between them was clear, the game had changed, the stakes raised. The castle came into view as evening fell, its windows glowing with warm light against the winter darkness. Harrison gazed at it with renewed determination. Hogwarts had been Harry Potter's first true home. Now, as Harrison Riddle, he would fight to ensure it remained a sanctuary for all who sought learning and protection within its ancient walls, even if that meant standing against his father sooner than he had planned. The challenges ahead were daunting, the path forward uncertain. But as he stepped from the train onto Hogsmeade platform, Harrison felt something he hadn't fully experienced since his rebirth: purpose. Not the purpose Tom Riddle had tried to instill in him, but one of his own making, to use his unique position to prevent the rise of Lord Voldemort and the suffering that would follow. Whatever the cost, whatever sacrifices required, Harrison would not let history repeat itself. Not while he drew breath in this second, unexpected life he had been granted. Chapter 3, Blood and Choices. The dungeons were silent save for the distant dripping of water and the soft bubbling of a cauldron. Harrison stood alone in the abandoned classroom he had claimed as his private workspace, carefully adding 3 drops of salamander blood to his experimental potion. The liquid flashed bright gold before settling into a shimmering crimson. "Perfect," he murmured, making a notation in his journal. It was well past midnight, nearly a month since his return from Christmas break. While other students slept, Harrison had been spending these quiet hours experimenting with potions that would never be taught in Slughorn's class, protective brews designed to shield against dark magic, specifically the kind his father favored. The Easter holiday loomed just 2 months away, bringing with it the special ceremony Tom had mentioned. Harrison was certain it involved the dark mark, and he was determined to find some form of protection against it without overtly refusing his father's will. A soft knock at the door interrupted his concentration. Harrison closed his journal and slipped it into his robes before opening the door with a flick of his wand. Lyra entered, her dark hair pulled back in a simple braid, her school robes exchanged for a more practical black sweater and pants. "You're still at it," she observed, peering at the cauldron. "Any progress?" "Some," Harrison replied, casting additional privacy charms now that she had joined him. "The salamander blood stabilizes the potion, but I'm not sure it's strong enough to counter a binding ritual." Lyra perched on a nearby desk, her expression concerned. "Have you considered that you might not be able to prevent it? If your father intends to mark you at Easter." "Then I need alternatives," Harrison said firmly. "Ways to appear to accept the mark while maintaining my freedom of action." Their friendship had deepened considerably since returning to Hogwarts. While Harrison hadn't revealed his true origin as Harry Potter Reborn, he had shared enough of his opposition to his father's methods that Lyra understood the dangerous game he was playing. "I've been researching binding rituals in the restricted section," Lyra said, removing a small, worn book from her pocket. "Professor Slughorn's permission for advanced theoretical potion study has its benefits." Harrison accepted the book with a grateful nod. "Anything useful?" "Possibly. There's a section on conditional acceptance of magical bonds, ways to limit their influence without rejecting them outright." She moved closer, lowering her voice despite the privacy charms. "It's risky, Harrison. These methods were designed for arranged marriages with contested magical contracts, not whatever your father has created." Harrison opened the book to the marked page, scanning the ancient text quickly. "It could work, though. The principle is sound, accepting the magic while establishing internal boundaries on its influence. It would require extraordinary mental discipline," Lyra warned. "And preparation beforehand." "Fortunately," Harrison said with a grim smile, "mental discipline is one skill my father made sure I developed." He closed the book and added it to his growing collection of research materials, all carefully hidden when not in use. The abandoned classroom had become their sanctuary over the past weeks, a place to speak freely, to plan, to prepare for the challenges ahead. "We should go," Lyra said, glancing at the small clock on the wall. "It's nearly 2, and you have Quidditch practice in the morning." Harrison nodded, extinguishing the flame beneath his cauldron with a wave of his hand, one of many wandless skills he had been quietly demonstrating in recent months, establishing his magical prowess without revealing its true source. As they slipped out into the corridor, Harrison felt the familiar weight of being watched. It wasn't just Lestrange anymore. Since their return from break, multiple eyes seemed to follow his movements throughout the castle. His father's network was expanding, recruiting older students as observers, or perhaps Dumbledore had increased his surveillance. Either way, Harrison had adapted, creating routines and behaviors designed to satisfy both sides while concealing his true activities. "Midnight potions experiment," a voice drawled from the shadows. Harrison and Lyra turned to find Lucius Malfoy leaning against a wall, his prefect badge gleaming in the dim light of the dungeon corridor. "Slughorn encourages independent study," Harrison replied smoothly. "You can verify with him if you'd like." Lucius straightened, his pale eyes assessing. "That won't be necessary. I'm well aware of your academic privileges." He glanced at Lyra with a slight smile. "Both of you. The professor has high expectations for his favorite students." Was there something you needed, Lucius? Harrison asked, keeping his tone polite but firm. The older boy stepped closer. A message from my father, actually. He'd like to speak with you during your Hogsmeade weekend. A private lunch at the Three Broomsticks. Harrison maintained a neutral expression despite his surprise. Abraxas Malfoy was his father's political rival, though publicly an ally. A direct invitation suggested either opportunity or danger. Please tell him I'd be honored, Harrison said carefully. Lucius nodded, seemingly satisfied. I'll arrange the details. He turned to go, then paused. Oh, and Riddle. My father also mentioned that it would be best if your own father didn't learn of this meeting. Professional courtesy, you understand. With that cryptic comment, he disappeared around a corner, leaving Harrison and Lyra exchanging concerned glances. That's not suspicious at all, Lyra muttered once they were alone again. Abraxas Malfoy wouldn't risk approaching me without a compelling reason, Harrison mused as they continued toward the Slytherin common room. The question is whether he's trying to recruit me against my father or eliminate me as a threat. Or use you as leverage, Lyra added. The Malfoys never make a move without calculating all possible advantages. Harrison sighed. Another complication. As they reached the common room entrance, Lyra touched his arm lightly. You don't have to face everything alone, you know. Whatever you're not telling me, and I know there's more, it doesn't change that I'm on your side. The simple statement hit Harrison with unexpected force. In his previous life as Harry Potter, he had been blessed with friends who stood by him through impossible challenges. Now, as Harrison Riddle, he had been careful to maintain emotional distance from everyone, a necessary protection in his precarious position. But Lyra had steadily broken through those defenses, offering loyalty without demanding complete transparency in return. It was a gift he hadn't expected to find as the son of Tom Riddle. Thank you, he said quietly. That means more than you know. She smiled, her dark eyes warm with understanding. Get some sleep, Harrison. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. The Great Hall was buzzing with activity the next morning as students gathered for breakfast. Harrison sat at the Slytherin table, reviewing transfiguration notes while half listening to conversations around him. 3 months into their second term, the dynamics at Hogwarts had shifted subtly but significantly. House rivalries had intensified as political divisions in the wizarding world became more pronounced. While Harrison maintained his cross-house connections, particularly with James Potter and the young Marauders, he had noticed increasing pressure on pureblood students to align strictly with traditional values. Morning, Riddle, said Severus Snape, sliding onto the bench opposite him. The thin, dark-haired boy had gradually joined Harrison's study circle over the past months. While not exactly friends, they had developed a mutually beneficial academic relationship. Harrison appreciated Snape's brilliance with potions, while Snape seemed to value Harrison's willingness to share advanced magical knowledge without the mockery he received from many other students. Severus, Harrison acknowledged. Ready for Slughorn's exam? Snape nodded, adding toast to his plate. I've been experimenting with the draft of Living Death. I think the instructions in our textbook are flawed. How so? Harrison asked, genuinely interested. In his previous life, he had known Snape as the Half-Blood Prince through his annotated potions book. Seeing the young genius develop his innovations firsthand was fascinating. The saprophoros bean releases its juice more efficiently when crushed with the flat of a silver dagger rather than cut, Snape explained, his typically guarded expression brightening with academic passion. And stirring counterclockwise, with one clockwise stir after every 7th counterclockwise stir, creates a more balanced infusion. Innovative, Harrison commented, mentally filing away the information. Have you tested it? Last night, Snape confirmed with a hint of pride. The potion reached the exact shade of lilac described in advanced texts, then turned clear as water. Slughorn's version never achieves that clarity. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of the morning mail, hundreds of owls swooping into the great hall with letters and packages. Harrison's eagle owl, Hermes, landed gracefully beside his plate, a sealed parchment attached to his leg. Harrison untied the letter, recognizing his father's handwriting immediately. The message was brief and written in their personal cipher. Harrison, the Office of Magical Heritage Preservation has made significant progress. Artifacts of interest have been located in northern Scotland. My attention will be focused there for the coming weeks. Continue your preparation for Easter. Lestrange reports your academic performance remains exemplary, though your social connections continue to raise questions. Remember that while information gathering has value, appearing too comfortable with certain elements may undermine your position. The mirror remains available should urgent matters arise. Your father Harrison tucked the letter away, his mind racing. Northern Scotland could only mean one thing: his father was searching for something near Hogwarts. Combined with the previous mention of the Hallows, it suggested Tom might be closer to locating the resurrection stone than Harrison had realized. Across the hall, he caught sight of James Potter and Sirius Black huddled over what appeared to be the beginnings of a prank. In the months since Christmas, Harrison had carefully balanced his friendship with the Marauders against his Slytherin obligations, creating the impression that he was gathering intelligence while genuinely enjoying their company. James looked up, noticed Harrison watching, and grinned before returning to his whispered planning with Sirius. Despite the weight of his dual life, Harrison couldn't help but smile slightly at their antics. His would-have-been father was so vibrantly alive, so different from the solemn figure in the few photographs Harry Potter had possessed. Your Gryffindor fan club is planning something, Snape observed disdainfully, following Harrison's gaze. Probably another childish stunt to impress Evans. The mention of Lily caught Harrison's attention. They do seem fond of grand gestures, he agreed neutrally, aware of Snape's complicated feelings toward Lily and James. In this timeline, the rift between Severus and Lily hadn't yet occurred, they remained friends, though Harrison had noted increasing tension as house divisions deepened. Potter's arrogance is matched only by his privilege, Snape continued, his voice lowering bitterly. Strutting around with his expensive broom and family connections, breaking rules without consequences. Harrison studied the younger version of his former potions professor, seeing both the brilliant mind and the deepening insecurity that would eventually drive him toward the Death Eaters. Another life he might be able to influence differently this time around. There's more to Potter than appearances suggest, Harrison said carefully. His loyalty to friends is genuine. Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly. You defend him. I observe him, Harrison corrected. Know your potential allies and enemies equally well, that's just good strategy. This reasoning seemed to satisfy Snape, who nodded reluctantly. I suppose there's merit in that approach. As breakfast concluded, students began gathering their things for morning classes. Harrison rose from the table, nodding farewell to Snape before making his way toward the entrance hall. He had nearly reached the door when Professor McGonagall approached, her expression characteristically stern. Mr. Riddle, a moment if you please. Harrison stopped, curious. While he excelled in transfiguration, McGonagall rarely sought him out specifically. Yes, Professor. The headmaster would like to see you in his office before your first class, she said, studying him over her square spectacles. The password is sugar quills. A summons to Dumbledore's office, unexpected, but not entirely surprising. Since returning from Christmas break, Harrison had sensed the headmaster's increased attention, though Dumbledore had maintained his distance, observing rather than confronting. Thank you, Professor. I'll go right away. As McGonagall departed, Lyra appeared at Harrison's side, having overheard the exchange. Dumbledore wants to see you, she asked quietly, concern evident in her voice. Apparently so, Harrison replied, keeping his tone light for any observers. Probably about my transfiguration project. Lyra wasn't fooled. Be careful what you reveal. He's not just a kindly old headmaster. I know exactly who Albus Dumbledore is, Harrison assured her. In both lives, he had learned that the wise wizard carried his own secrets and agendas, complex motivations hidden behind twinkling eyes and lemon drops. The walk to the headmaster's office gave Harrison time to organize his thoughts. Unlike his father, who relied on occlumency to conceal deception, Harrison had developed a different approach, selective truth-telling that revealed enough to satisfy without exposing his core secrets. Against a legilimens of Dumbledore's caliber, it was his best defense. "Sugar quills," he said to the stone gargoyle, which sprang aside to reveal the spiral staircase beyond. As he ascended, Harrison composed his features into a mask of polite curiosity, the expression of a student honored but slightly puzzled by a meeting with the headmaster. The office was exactly as he remembered from his previous life, circular, filled with delicate silver instruments emitting puffs of smoke, portraits of former headmasters pretending to doze in their frames. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his golden perch, watching Harrison with intelligent eyes that seemed to see more than a normal bird should. Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing out at the grounds, his long silver beard gleaming in the morning light. He turned as Harrison entered, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Ah, Mr. Riddle. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down." Harrison took the offered seat across from the headmaster's desk, maintaining his composed expression. "Professor McGonagall said you wanted to see me, headmaster." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, settling into his own chair. "Lemon drop?" He offered a small tin of yellow candies. "No, thank you, sir," Harrison replied, having expected this familiar opening. Dumbledore selected a candy for himself before setting the tin aside. "I've been following your progress with interest, Mr. Riddle. Your professors speak quite highly of your abilities. Professor Slugghorn, in particular, seems convinced you'll follow in your father's academic footsteps." "I try my best, sir," Harrison said modestly. "Indeed you do." Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "Though I've noticed your approach differs somewhat from your father's. Tom was rather solitary in his pursuits, despite his popularity. You, on the other hand, seem to have formed genuine connections across house boundaries." "I believe we can learn from different perspectives," Harrison offered, knowing Dumbledore was probing for his true views on house divisions and blood purity. "A refreshingly open-minded attitude," Dumbledore commented, his eyes twinkling. "Particularly given certain, traditional views often associated with Slytherin house." Harrison maintained steady eye contact, careful to project sincerity without challenging the implied question about his father's ideology. "Hogwarts has 4 houses for a reason, headmaster. Each has valuable qualities." "Indeed they do," Dumbledore agreed. "Though history suggests that those divisions sometimes run deeper than academic categorization." He leaned forward slightly. "I wonder, Mr. Riddle, if you've given thought to what you might do after Hogwarts, distant though that future may seem to a first-year student." The question seemed innocent, but Harrison recognized it as significant. Dumbledore was trying to assess whether he shared his father's ambitions. "I'm interested in magical research, sir," Harrison replied truthfully. "Particularly defensive magic and its applications." This had been true for both Harry Potter and Harrison Riddle, though for different reasons. "A noble pursuit," Dumbledore nodded. "The protection of others requires both knowledge and compassion, qualities I've observed in your interactions with fellow students." Harrison inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, wondering where this conversation was leading. Dumbledore seemed to consider his next words carefully. "Mr. Riddle, I hope you'll forgive an old man's directness, but I've lived long enough to recognize when a young person carries burdens beyond their years." His blue eyes were suddenly penetrating, all twinkle gone. "If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, any kind of assistance, my door is always open to you." The offer hung in the air between them, not just the casual support of a headmaster to a student, but something deeper. An extended hand across the chasm that separated Dumbledore from Tom Riddle, offered now to the son who might choose a different path. For a moment, Harrison was tempted to reveal everything, his dual identity, his knowledge of the future, his desperate attempt to prevent his father's rise to power. But the risk was too great. Dumbledore, for all his wisdom, might not believe him, or worse, might take actions that would alert Tom Riddle to his son's true allegiance. "Thank you, Headmaster," Harrison said instead, allowing genuine gratitude to color his voice. "I appreciate that more than you know." Dumbledore studied him for a moment longer before the twinkle returned to his eyes. "Excellent. Now, I believe you have Professor Flitwick's class to attend. I wouldn't want to be responsible for you missing his fascinating lecture on levitation ethics." Harrison rose, recognizing the dismissal. "Thank you for your time, sir." As he reached the door, Dumbledore called after him. "One last thing, Mr. Riddle." When Harrison turned, the headmaster was smiling gently. "The choices we make, rather than our abilities or our names, define who we truly are. I have a feeling you understand that better than most." The words, so similar to those Dumbledore had spoken to Harry Potter in another life, struck Harrison deeply. He nodded once before departing, his mind churning with the implications of the conversation. Dumbledore was offering himself as an ally, but cautiously, testing the waters rather than making definitive moves. It was both an opportunity and a complication in Harrison's precarious balancing act between his father's expectations and his own goals. As he hurried to Charm's class, Harrison knew one thing with certainty: the game was accelerating, forces aligning on both sides of a conflict that had barely begun. And he, walking the knife's edge between Tom Riddle's heir and Harry Potter's legacy, would soon be forced to make choices that could irrevocably determine the future of the wizarding world. The Hogsmeade weekend arrived with unseasonably warm weather for early February. Students shed heavy winter cloaks for lighter robes as they made their way down the path to the wizarding village, excited for their temporary freedom from the castle confines. Harrison walked alongside Lyra, their conversation deliberately casual as they passed groups of chattering students. His meeting with Abraxas Malfoy was scheduled for noon, leaving them the morning to maintain appearances by visiting the usual shops. "Lucius confirmed the arrangements last night," Harrison said quietly as they browsed the shelves at tomes and scrolls. "Private room at the Three Broomsticks. He'll escort me there while you create a diversion to ensure we're not followed." Lyra nodded, examining a book on ancient runes with false interest. "And if it's a trap?" "The Malfoys are too politically savvy for outright violence," Harrison replied. "Whatever Abraxas wants, it'll be through negotiation or manipulation, not force." They continued their circuit of the village, stopping at Honey Duke's to purchase sweets, maintaining the appearance of normal students enjoying their weekend. Harrison remained alert, noting the subtle watcher's position throughout Hogsmeade. Some were obvious, older Slytherin students reporting to families aligned with his father. Others were more discreet, likely Dumbledore's agents, keeping track of potential Death Eater activity. At 11:30, they implemented their plan. Lyra accidentally knocked over a display at Zonko's joke shop, creating a chaotic scene that drew attention from everyone nearby. In the confusion, Lucius Malfoy appeared at Harrison's side, gesturing for him to follow. They moved quickly through back alleys until reaching the service entrance of the Three Broomsticks. Inside, Lucius led Harrison up a narrow staircase to a well-appointed private dining room where Abraxas Malfoy waited, elegantly dressed in robes of darkest blue trimmed with silver. Harrison, the elder Malfoy, greeted him, rising from his seat. "Thank you for accepting my invitation. Please, sit." Lucius took position by the door, clearly serving as both escort and guard for this clandestine meeting. Harrison seated himself across from Abraxas, maintaining a polite but wary demeanor. "It's an honor, Mr. Malfoy," he said formally. "Though I admit to some curiosity about the circumstances." Abraxas smiled thinly. "Direct, like your father. A quality I've always respected in Tom." He gestured to the spread of food laid out on the table. "Please, help yourself. I find conversations flow more smoothly over a good meal." Harrison selected a modest portion, watching as Abraxas did the same. The Malfoy patriarch waited until they had both begun eating before continuing. "I've been observing your progress at Hogwarts with interest," he said. "Your academic achievements, of course, but more significantly, your political instincts. You navigate the complex social dynamics of Slytherin House with remarkable skill for one so young. Thank you, Harrison replied, sensing the calculated praise was leading somewhere specific. Abraxas took a sip of his wine before leaning forward slightly. Your father and I have been allies for many years, though perhaps allies isn't precisely the right term. We share certain goals regarding the preservation of wizarding traditions, but we differ significantly in our methods. Harrison maintained his neutral expression, though inwardly he was keenly interested. This insight into the political dynamics within his father's circle could prove invaluable. Tom believes dramatic change requires dramatic action, Abraxas continued. I prefer a more measured approach. Evolution rather than revolution. And where do I factor into this philosophical difference? Harrison asked directly. Abraxas smiled, apparently appreciating the directness. You, young Harrison, represent a potential bridge between these approaches. You have your father's magical talent and analytical mind, but I've noticed you also possess something he lacks, a genuine understanding of human connection. The assessment was surprisingly accurate, though Harrison was careful not to reveal his thoughts. That's an interesting observation, Mr. Malfoy. It's more than observation, Abraxas countered. It's an opportunity, for you, for me, and for the future of Wizarding Britain. He paused, studying Harrison carefully before continuing. Your father's path is leading toward conflict, a conflict I believe unnecessary and potentially devastating to the very traditions he claims to protect. But he will not be swayed by conventional counsel at this point. And you believe he might listen to his son? Harrison asked, skeptical despite his effort to conceal it. Perhaps not immediately, Abraxas acknowledged. But a son who demonstrates an alternative path to achieving the same goals might eventually prove persuasive. Especially a son with powerful allies of his own. The implication was clear, Abraxas was offering himself as such an ally, independent of Harrison's connection to Tom Riddle. It was both an extraordinary opportunity and a dangerous complication. What exactly are you proposing, Mr. Malfoy? Harrison asked carefully. A mutually beneficial arrangement, Abraxas replied smoothly. I would provide mentorship, political connections, and protection separate from your father's circle. In return, you would keep me informed of your father's activities and, when the time is right, help guide him toward more sustainable approaches to achieving our shared goals. Harrison considered his response carefully. Appearing too eager would raise suspicion, while outright rejection would close a potentially valuable door. An intriguing proposal, he said finally. Though I wonder about the risks. My father values loyalty above all else. Indeed he does, Abraxas agreed. Which is why this conversation must remain between us. Tom would see my approach to you as a challenge to his authority, a misinterpretation, but one he would respond to, decisively. The veiled reference to his father's capacity for violence hung in the air between them. Harrison took a moment to sip his butterbeer, using the pause to organize his thoughts. Your offer is generous, he said finally. But I would need time to consider the implications carefully. Abraxas nodded, seemingly unsurprised. A prudent response. Consider this an open invitation, then. When you're ready to explore this arrangement further, Lucius can arrange another meeting. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small velvet pouch. In the meantime, a token of good faith. Harrison accepted the pouch cautiously, opening it to find a signet ring bearing the Malfoy crest with a subtle modification, a small serpent entwined around the letter R. This is charmed to alert me if you're in grave danger, Abraxas explained. Simply turn it 3 times on your finger while focusing on the need for assistance. It's undetectable by standard magical scans and bears no trace of my magical signature. The gift was significant, both a genuine protection and a symbolic gesture indicating Abraxas's willingness to oppose Tom Riddle if necessary to protect his son. Harrison slipped the ring into his pocket with appropriate gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I'll consider your words carefully. The remainder of the lunch passed with less consequential conversation, discussion of Harrison's studies, Abraxas's observations about ministry politics, and Lucius's prefect duties. Throughout, Harrison maintained his careful balance of respectful attention and appropriate reticence. When they parted, Abraxas clasped Harrison's hand firmly. "Remember, young Riddle, in the game of power, there are more pieces than simply black and white, and the wisest players keep their options open." Harrison returned to the main street of Hogsme through a different path than he had arrived, ensuring no one connected him directly with the Malfoys. He found Lyra waiting at their predetermined meeting point, a quiet corner of the village near the Shrieking Shack. "How did it go?" she asked as they began walking back toward the more populated area. "Complicated," Harrison replied, giving her a quick summary of Abraxas's proposal. "He's positioning himself as an alternative to my father, a more moderate path to the same goals." "Typical Malfoy strategy," Lyra observed. "Offering protection while securing leverage. The ring is clever, both a genuine safeguard and a way to track your movements if necessary." Harrison nodded. "I don't trust his motivations, but the alliance could be useful. Another layer of protection against whatever my father's planning." As they rejoined the main thoroughfare, Harrison caught sight of James Potter and his friends exiting Zonko's, arms laden with joke products. Seeing Harrison, James waved them over enthusiastically. "Riddle. Black. You have to see what we found," James exclaimed, holding up what appeared to be a harmless rubber ball. "It's brilliant, changes color to match the mood of whoever's holding it, but also screams embarrassing secrets if you squeeze it too hard." Sirius grinned mischievously. "We're thinking the Slytherin common room could use some emotional honesty, don't you?" Harrison raised an eyebrow. "Planning an infiltration? Bold, even for Gryffindors." "We have our methods," James said with a wink. "Speaking of which, we're testing something tonight that you might find interesting. Astronomy Tower, midnight. Very hush-hush, very brilliant. Very against school rules, I assume," Lyra commented dryly. "Only the boring ones," Sirius replied with a dismissive wave. Harrison exchanged a glance with Lyra, intrigued despite himself. These youthful escapades were such a contrast to the darker machinations they had been navigating. "What exactly are you testing?" James glanced around conspiratorially before lowering his voice. "Let's just say it involves making certain people invisible to prying eyes." Harrison's heart skipped a beat. The invisibility cloak, it had to be. In his previous life, James had received the cloak from his father before coming to Hogwarts. Apparently, in this timeline, it had arrived mid-year instead. "Sounds intriguing," Harrison said carefully, conscious of the complex implications. Here was the very item his father had tasked him with investigating, being offered up willingly by James Potter himself. "So you'll come?" James asked eagerly. Harrison hesitated only briefly. "We'll be there." As the marauders continued on their way, Lyra gave Harrison a questioning look. "The cloak your father wants, that's what Potter was hinting at, isn't it?" "Yes," Harrison confirmed quietly. "The invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows. One of 3 legendary objects my father is seeking. And now you have direct access to it," Lyra observed. "Exactly as your father wanted." Harrison's expression darkened. "Except I have no intention of helping him acquire it. The cloak belongs with the Potters, it's their family heirloom." "Then why agree to meet them tonight?" "Because knowledge is protection," Harrison replied. "The more I understand about the cloak, the better I can misdirect my father's efforts to obtain it." They continued through the village, eventually joining a group of Slytherin classmates to maintain appearances. Throughout the afternoon, Harrison's mind kept returning to the converging threads of his complicated existence, Dumbledore's veiled offer of alliance, Abraxas Malfoy's political maneuvering, and now the invisibility cloak falling directly into his path. The forces shaping the wizarding world's future were accelerating, pieces moving into position for a conflict that would define a generation. And Harrison, with his unique perspective spanning 2 lifetimes, found himself at the nexus of these gathering storms. The astronomy tower was bathed in moonlight as Harrison and Lyra arrived shortly before midnight. They had navigated the castle carefully, using Harrison's knowledge of secret passages to avoid patrolling prefects and professors. James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter were already there, huddled excitedly around a shimmering bundle of silvery fabric that gleamed in the moonlight. "You made it!" James exclaimed, keeping his voice low. "Come see what my dad sent me, family heirloom, passed down for generations." Harrison approached slowly, feeling an odd mixture of emotions as he gazed upon the invisibility cloak. In his previous life, this had been his most treasured possession, a connection to the father he had never known. Now, he was seeing it in the hands of that very father, young and vibrant and oblivious to the fate that awaited him in the original timeline. "It's beautiful," Harrison said quietly, reaching out to touch the fluid-like material with reverent fingers. "True invisibility cloaks are incredibly rare. And most lose their power over time," Remus added knowledgeably. "But James says this one has been in his family for centuries without degrading." "That's remarkable," Lyra commented, her eyes wide as she examined the cloak. Coming from a family steeped in magical artifacts, she clearly recognized the significance of an invisibility cloak that defied normal magical decay. "Want to try it?" James offered, holding the cloak out to Harrison with surprising generosity. The trust implicit in the gesture touched Harrison deeply. Here was James Potter, offering to share his most valuable possession with the son of a man many pureblood families already viewed with suspicion. "Are you sure?" Harrison asked. "Course I am," James grinned. "Besides, we've already tested it. Watch this." He threw the cloak over Sirius, who vanished completely from view. "It's perfect," came Sirius's disembodied voice. "Not even Mrs. Norris could spot you under this beauty." The cloak shifted as invisible hands passed it to Harrison. He accepted it carefully, the familiar weight and texture bringing back a flood of memories, sneaking to the library's restricted section, visiting Hagrid after hours, countless adventures with Ron and Hermione. With a practiced motion that he hoped didn't appear too familiar, Harrison swung the cloak over his shoulders, leaving his head visible while the rest of his body disappeared. "Brilliant," Peter whispered, his watery eyes wide with amazement. "We're planning a proper adventure with it tomorrow night," James announced. "Exploring the forbidden sections of the castle. You should join us." Harrison glanced at Lyra, who gave him a subtle nod. "We'd be honored," he replied, carefully removing the cloak and returning it to James. "Excellent," James said, carefully folding the precious fabric. "Meet us by the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor at 11 tomorrow. We've discovered it might be a secret passage." Harrison smiled inwardly, knowing exactly where that passage led, to the cellar of honeydukes in Hogsmeade. In his previous life, it had been one of his primary escape routes from the castle. Their midnight meeting concluded shortly afterward, with each group returning to their respective dormitories through separate routes. As Harrison and Lyra made their way back to the dungeons, they spoke in hushed tones about the implications of the evening. "The cloak is even more impressive than legends suggest," Lyra observed. "True and perfect invisibility, maintained over centuries, it's clearly no ordinary magical object." "It's one of the Hallows," Harrison confirmed quietly. "Created by death itself, according to the tale." "You believe that story? The tale of the 3 brothers?" Harrison considered his response carefully. In his previous life, he had learned the Deathly Hallows were real artifacts created by the extraordinarily gifted Peverell brothers, not literal gifts from death. But the story contained essential truths about their nature and power. "I believe the Hallows are uniquely powerful magical objects," he said finally. "Whether created by death or by exceptional wizards hardly matters, their abilities are real, and that's why my father seeks them so desperately." "And why Dumbledore already possesses one," Lyra added thoughtfully. "The Elder Wand." Harrison glanced at her in surprise. You know about that? She nodded. My mother mentioned it once, that Dumbledore took the wand from Grindelwald after their famous duel. She said it was why your father fears confronting Dumbledore directly. This aligned with what Harrison had learned in both lifetimes. Voldemort had indeed avoided direct confrontation with Dumbledore until he believed he had sufficient power to overcome the Elder Wand's advantages. The third hallow is a stone, Harrison said as they approached the Slytherin common room entrance. The resurrection stone, capable of calling shades of the dead back from beyond the veil. And your father seeks all three, Lyra concluded. To become master of death, whatever that means. It means power over mortality itself, Harrison replied grimly. At least, that's what he believes. The common room was empty when they entered, the fire burning low in the grate. They paused by the dormitory stairs, their conversation shifting to whispers. Will you tell your father about the cloak? Lyra asked directly. Harrison had been wrestling with this question since the astronomy tower. I'll have to tell him something, he admitted. If I report nothing, he'll become suspicious, especially if Lestrange or others mention my growing friendship with James. A partial truth, then, Lyra suggested. Enough to satisfy him without endangering Potter. Exactly, Harrison agreed. I'll mention seeing an invisibility cloak without confirming it's the hallow he seeks. It buys time while maintaining my cover. Lyra studied him in the dim firelight, her expression troubled. The balancing act grows more precarious every day, Harrison. Eventually, you'll have to choose a side definitively. I know, he acknowledged quietly. But not yet. Not until I'm better positioned to make a difference. They parted at the dormitory stairs, each lost in their own thoughts about the accelerating events around them. As Harrison prepared for bed, his mind returned to the feeling of the invisibility cloak in his hands, the tangible connection to both his past life and the altered present he now inhabited. In his previous existence, Harry Potter had united the Hallows briefly, becoming Master of Death in time to face Voldemort's killing curse willingly. The irony wasn't lost on him that now, as Harrison Riddle, he was actively working to prevent his father from achieving that same mastery. Sleep came fitfully, his dreams filled with swirling images, silver cloaks, gleaming wands, and a small black stone that whispered with the voices of the dead. The following weeks passed in a blur of classes, secret research, and careful political navigation. Harrison maintained his exemplary academic performance while continuing his private experiments with protective potions and charms. His friendship with James Potter and the young marauders deepened, particularly after joining their nighttime excursion through the Honeyduke's Passage, an adventure that cemented their unusual crosshouse alliance. Within Slytherin, the dynamics grew increasingly complex. Lestrange and his allies watched Harrison with undisguised suspicion, while a growing faction of students seemed to recognize his independent stance as potentially valuable in the changing political landscape. Lucius Malfoy, acting on his father's instructions, had begun treating Harrison with marked respect, subtly signaling his availability as an ally separate from the direct Riddle lineage. In mid-February, a letter arrived from Tom Riddle, requesting specific information about Hogwarts security measures and staff movements, intelligence gathering that Harrison recognized as preparation for something significant. He provided carefully edited responses, accurate enough to maintain his cover but modified to mislead on critical details. Harrison had also begun exploring the hidden chambers mentioned in his father's grimoire, mapping them in his private journal while searching for potential safe havens should conflict erupt within the castle walls. Several of these spaces showed evidence of recent use, suggesting his father had agents accessing them during his own student days. It was during one such exploration, deep in a forgotten section of the dungeons, that Harrison made a disturbing discovery. A small chamber, accessible only through a Parseltongue password, contained what appeared to be preparations for a ritual, chalk markings on the floor forming complex patterns, empty potion vials arranged in specific configurations, and most concerning, traces of blood magic lingering in the ambient magical field. Someone's been using this recently, Lyra observed as she examined the ritual circle. She had accompanied Harrison on most of his explorations, serving as lookout while he investigated the Parseltongue-sealed passages. These chalk lines haven't gathered dust. Harrison knelt beside the markings, studying them with growing concern. This is old magic, pre-Hogwarts, possibly even pre-Roman. Look at the runic forms. Lyra crouched next to him, her expression grave. Blood containment runes. This was designed to capture and redirect life essence. Not just any life essence, Harrison said quietly, pointing to specific symbols at the cardinal points of the circle. Unicorn blood. This matches the ritual Lestrange tried to make me perform in the forest. But who would be performing such rituals at Hogwarts? Lyra asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. Harrison stood, his expression hardening. Someone following my father's instructions. Testing the ritual before the main event. The Easter ceremony, Lyra concluded. Exactly. Harrison took several photographs with a magical camera he had brought for documenting his explorations. This confirms my suspicions about what he's planning. The dark mark isn't just a symbol of allegiance, it's a conduit for power, likely drawing on sacrificial magic to strengthen the connection. They carefully restored the chamber to exactly how they had found it, leaving no trace of their presence. As they made their way back toward more frequented areas of the castle, Harrison's mind raced with implications and possible countermeasures. We need to accelerate our research, he said as they reached a main corridor. If the Easter ceremony involves unicorn blood and binding magic, we'll need stronger protections than I initially thought. Lyra nodded grimly. I'll focus on conditional acceptance rituals, ways to redirect the binding force without rejecting it outright. And I'll continue working on the shielding potion, Harrison added. The salamander blood base is promising, but it needs something more, an anchor to maintain autonomy even within a forced magical connection. They parted ways for their afternoon classes, each carrying the weight of their discovery. Harrison sat through history of magic in a state of distracted concentration, his notes on goblin rebellions interspersed with coded symbols representing potential modifications to his protective potion. That evening, as students gathered in the Great Hall for dinner, an unexpected disturbance broke through the routine. The massive doors swung open to admit Professor McGonagall, accompanied by two official-looking wizards in ministry robes. Conversation died as they proceeded directly to the head table, where they spoke briefly with Dumbledore. The headmaster's expression remained calm, though Harrison noticed a subtle tensing in his posture as he rose to address the school. "Students, please continue with your meal," Dumbledore announced. "These gentlemen from the Ministry's new Office of Magical Heritage Preservation have requested a brief tour of the castle as part of their assessment of historical magical artifacts throughout Britain. They will be conducting their survey over the next few days with minimal disruption to classes." Murmurs swept through the hall as students speculated about this unusual visit. Harrison, however, immediately understood the significance. His father's ministry department was making its first move toward Hogwarts, almost certainly searching for signs of the Deathly Hallows. Across the Slytherin table, Lucius Malfoy caught Harrison's eye, giving him a subtle nod that confirmed his suspicions. Abraxas had clearly anticipated this development and wanted Harrison to know he was aware of the maneuver. "Your father's work moves quickly," Lyra murmured beside him, having noted the exchange. "Ministry officials inside Hogwarts, with legal authority to search. Dumbledore won't let them access anything truly significant," Harrison replied quietly. "But it establishes a precedent, government oversight of Hogwarts magical artifacts." The implications were concerning. In his previous life, Harry had witnessed how quickly ministry interference at Hogwarts could escalate, particularly when driven by political agendas rather than educational concerns. After dinner, Harrison made his way to the library, ostensibly to study but actually to observe the ministry officials as they began their survey of magical artifacts. From a carefully chosen table with good sightlines to the restricted section, he watched as they methodically examined and catalogued various items, occasionally consulting a list that one of them carried. Their efficiency suggested specific targets rather than a general inventory. Harrison noted which shelves and display cases drew their particular attention, mentally comparing their focus areas with the known locations of powerful artifacts within the castle. He was so absorbed in his surveillance that he almost missed Professor Slughorn's approach until the potions master was directly beside his table. "Ah, Harrison my boy. Still studying at this hour? Commendable dedication." Slugghorn beamed, his walrus mustache twitching with approval. "Good evening, Professor," Harrison replied, shifting his attention smoothly. "Just reviewing some advanced potion theories." "Excellent, excellent." Slughorn glanced around before lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Actually, I was hoping to catch you. I'm having a special gathering tomorrow evening, just a select few students and a rather distinguished guest from the Department of Mysteries. Very hush-hush, but I thought you might appreciate the opportunity to make such a connection. Brilliant fellow, works with the most fascinating magical phenomena." Harrison recognized the invitation for what it was, Slughorn adding another potentially useful contact to his collection of influential connections. Yet it could also provide valuable intelligence about ministry activities. "I'd be honored, Professor," he said with appropriate enthusiasm. "Splendid." Slughorn clapped him on the shoulder. 8 o'clock in my quarters. Formal attire, of course. He glanced toward the ministry officials with thinly veiled curiosity. "Interesting development, isn't it? Your father's new department making its presence felt even at Hogwarts. Progress marches on." With that, Slughorn departed, leaving Harrison to consider this new development. A Department of Mysteries official visiting Hogwarts simultaneously with the Heritage Preservation Inspection suggested coordination at higher levels of the ministry, his father's influence extending further than publicly acknowledged. Harrison finished his observation session and returned to the Slytherin common room, where he found Lyra engaged in a tense conversation with her cousin Regulus Black, who had recently received a letter from home. "Everything all right?" Harrison asked as he joined them in a quiet corner. Regulus, a thin boy with the classic black family features softened by youth, glanced at Harrison nervously before replying. "Family matters. My parents are insisting I attend a gathering at Easter. Sirius has refused, and they're displeased." "The gathering at Riddle Manor," Lyra clarified, meeting Harrison's eyes meaningfully. "I see," Harrison said, understanding immediately. That a special ceremony his father had mentioned would include the children of his followers, initiating the next generation into his service. "And you're uncertain about attending?" Regulus fidgeted with the edge of his robes. "I don't want to disappoint my parents, but Sirius says." He trailed off, clearly uncomfortable discussing family disagreements with others, even fellow Slytherins. "Your brother has made his own choices," Harrison said carefully. "But that doesn't mean they must be yours as well. There are many ways to honor family traditions without following exactly the same path as previous generations." Regulus looked at him with surprise. "You sound like you don't support the gathering. But your father is hosting it." "I believe in making informed choices," Harrison replied, aware that his words might be reported back to interested parties. "Understanding what you're committing to before binding yourself irrevocably." The younger boy seemed to consider this perspective thoughtfully. "That makes sense. I just wish I knew more about what this gathering actually involves. Perhaps we can discuss it further, privately," Harrison offered, seeing an opportunity to potentially influence another life away from the path of becoming a Death Eater. In his original timeline, Regulus had eventually turned against Voldemort, discovering one of the Horcruxes and dying in an attempt to destroy it. Regulus nodded gratefully before excusing himself to finish his homework, leaving Harrison and Lyra to exchange significant glances. "He's not the only one receiving pressure to attend," Lyra said quietly once Regulus was out of earshot. "Letters have arrived for most of the pure-blood Slytherins with family connections to your father's circle. Even some Ravenclaws. A coordinated recruitment effort," Harrison concluded grimly. My father is building his army earlier, more methodically than in the stories I've heard of his original rise to power. The implications were troubling. Tom Riddle was accelerating his timeline, perhaps sensing resistance or competition from other factions. The Easter ceremony would likely mark a significant escalation, the formal branding of followers with the dark mark, binding them magically to his service. We need to finalize our countermeasures, Lyra said, echoing Harrison's thoughts. The modified protection potion, the conditional acceptance ritual, everything must be ready before Easter. Harrison nodded in agreement. And we need contingencies in case those measures fail. Places to go, people we can trust. The gravity of their situation settled between them like a physical weight. What had begun as careful navigation of complex political waters was rapidly transforming into preparation for open conflict, not yet warfare, perhaps, but certainly the prelude to it. There's something else I've been considering, Lyra said after a moment, her voice dropping even lower. Something that might help us understand the ritual better, but it's risky. What is it? Harrison asked, intrigued. The hidden chamber we found, with the ritual preparations, Lyra began, choosing her words carefully. If we monitor it, place detection spells to alert us when someone uses it, we could observe the practice ritual directly. Learn exactly what we're facing. The suggestion was bold but dangerous. Being discovered spying on such activities would have severe consequences. Yet the information gained could be crucial to developing effective countermeasures. It's worth the risk, Harrison decided after considering the options. We'll set up passive monitoring charms, ones that won't interfere with the ritual itself but will record what happens. They spent the remainder of the evening planning this surveillance operation, sketching detection ward configurations that would remain unnoticed by whoever was conducting the practice rituals. By the time they retired to their respective dormitories, they had developed a comprehensive approach that balanced information gathering with necessary caution. As Harrison lay in bed that night, reviewing the day's developments, he felt the timeline of conflict accelerating around him. His father's moves were becoming bolder, more coordinated, ministry officials in Hogwarts, widespread recruitment among students, preparations for binding followers through dark ritual magic. Easter was less than 2 months away. Whatever protections Harrison hoped to develop needed to be completed by then, tested and ready for implementation. And beyond that immediate challenge lay the greater question of how to ultimately oppose his father's rising power without prematurely revealing his true allegiance. The path forward was fraught with danger, but Harrison found clarity in the convergence of his dual identities. As Harry Potter, he had faced death willingly to protect those he loved. As Harrison Riddle, he would use every advantage his unique position provided to prevent the darkness that had consumed his previous world. With that resolution firm in his mind, he finally drifted into sleep, his dreams a complex tapestry of past and present, of choices made and yet to be made, of blood and magic and the thin line between destiny and free will. Slughorn's gathering the following evening proved even more informative than Harrison had anticipated. The distinguished guest was Augustus Rookwood, an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries whom Harrison recognized from his previous life as a Death Eater spy within the Ministry. In this timeline, his allegiance to Tom Riddle remained hidden behind a facade of scholarly dedication to magical research. The small party included only Slughorn's most favored students, Harrison and Lyra representing the first years, with older students including Lucius Malfoy and a brilliant Ravenclaw girl Harrison recognized as a young Pandora Lovegood, who would later become Luna's mother. Fascinating work you're doing, Rookwood, Slughorn enthused as he refilled the unspeakable's glass with elf-made wine. Of course, I understand you can't share the specifics, but surely a general overview wouldn't violate any confidentiality oaths. Rookwood smiled thinly, his sharp features accentuated by the candlelight. Indeed, Horace. The department maintains necessary secrecy, but educational discussions fall within acceptable parameters. He glanced around the small gathering, his gaze lingering momentarily on Harrison. We've been conducting extensive research on magical artifacts that demonstrate unusual temporal properties, objects that resist decay, maintain enchantments beyond normal magical constraints, or interact with time in unexpected ways. Harrison kept his expression pleasantly interested while his mind raced. This was clearly a reference to the Deathly Hallows, particularly the invisibility cloak, which had maintained its perfect concealment properties for centuries without degradation. How fascinating! Pandora Lovegood exclaimed. Are these artifacts created through specific enchantment methods, or do they derive their unusual properties from inherent magical materials? An excellent question, Rookwood nodded approvingly. Our research suggests both factors contribute, though we've identified certain, let's call them foundational magical principles, that appear consistently in such objects. Principles older than modern spellcraft, connected to the fundamental nature of magic itself. The conversation continued in this vein, with Rookwood sharing carefully curated insights that seemed academic on the surface but contained subtle references to the department's more classified work. Harrison participated thoughtfully, asking questions that demonstrated appropriate knowledge without revealing his deeper understanding of the topics discussed. As the evening progressed, Slugghorn orchestrated a moment for Harrison to speak privately with Rookwood near the refreshment table, a typical move for the potions master, who delighted in connecting his collected students with influential contacts. Young Mr. Riddle, Rookwood said quietly once they were relatively isolated. Your father speaks highly of your academic progress. Harrison maintained his composed expression. You're in communication with my father. Occasionally, Rookwood replied with a slight smile. Our departments have overlapping interests in certain areas of magical preservation. The casual confirmation that his father had informants within the Department of Mysteries was concerning but not unexpected. Harrison had suspected such connections existed even in his previous life. The Ministry's focus on preserving magical heritage seems to be gaining momentum, Harrison observed neutrally. The officials surveying Hogwarts appear quite thorough in their assessment. Rookwood's eyes sharpened with interest. Have you observed their work directly? Only in passing, Harrison said carefully. Though their methodical approach suggests specific objectives rather than general cataloging. Perceptive, Rookwood murmured. Your father mentioned your analytical abilities. I can see his assessment was accurate. The conversation shifted to Harrison's academic interests, with Rookwood offering surprisingly candid advice about career paths that might align with his talents. Throughout, Harrison sensed he was being evaluated not just as Tom Riddle's son but as a potential asset in his own right, Rookwood assessing whether Harrison might follow his father's path into the darker applications of magical research. When the gathering concluded, Harrison and Lyra departed together, waiting until they were well away from Slughorn's quarters before discussing what they had learned. Rookwood is definitely your father's agent within the Department of Mysteries, Lyra said quietly as they descended toward the dungeons. And he was fishing for information about the Ministry team searching Hogwarts. More than that, Harrison added. He was gauging my awareness of their true purpose. Testing whether I've recognized the connection to the Hallows. Did you give him what he wanted? Harrison considered the question. I gave him enough to report that I'm observant and discreet, without confirming specific knowledge about the Hallows. A balanced response that maintains my position. They reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, but before speaking the password, Lyra touched Harrison's arm lightly. There's another matter we should discuss. I received a letter from my mother this morning, about the Easter gathering. The serious tone in her voice caught Harrison's full attention. What did she say? She warned me in our family code, Lyra replied, her expression grave. The ceremony will include blood binding, permanent magical marks, and oaths that cannot be broken. She urged me to develop a credible reason to be elsewhere, even if it means defying my father. This confirmed Harrison's worst fears about the Easter event. Your mother is taking a significant risk sending such a warning. She is, Lyra agreed. Which makes it all the more important we heed it. We need to accelerate our plans, Harrison. Whatever protection we're developing needs to be ready within weeks, not months. Harrison nodded grimly. Let's check our monitoring charms tomorrow night. If we can observe a practice ritual, we'll have better data for our countermeasures. They entered the common room, conversation shifting to innocuous topics as they passed several older students engaged in a heated discussion about the upcoming Quidditch match. The ability to seamlessly transition between their secret planning and normal student activities had become second nature over the months, a necessary skill in their precarious position. The following day passed in a blur of classes and carefully maintained appearances. Harrison excelled in transfiguration, demonstrated precise charm work in Flitwick's class, and partnered with Severus Snape in potions, where they produced the day's most perfect forgetfulness potion. Throughout, he observed the continued presence of the ministry officials, noting which areas of the castle received their most thorough attention. They seemed particularly interested in the 7th-floor corridor, near where the room of requirement was located, though they showed no signs of understanding how to access it. After dinner, Harrison and Lyra made their way to the hidden chamber in the dungeons where they had discovered the ritual preparations. They moved cautiously, using secret passages where possible and maintaining constant vigilance for other students or staff. The monitoring charms are active, Harrison confirmed as they approached the hidden entrance. He hissed the Parseltongue password softly, and the wall shimmered before revealing a narrow passage. Let's check if they've been triggered. Inside the chamber, they found evidence of recent activity, fresh chalk marks on the floor, new potion vials arranged around the ritual circle, and most disturbingly, small drops of silvery unicorn blood contained in crystal phials at each cardinal point of the pattern. Someone's been here since yesterday, Lyra observed, her voice barely above a whisper despite their privacy charms. And they've progressed to actual components, not just preparation. Harrison knelt beside the circle, careful not to disturb anything as he examined the configuration. This is the final practice before implementation. The full ritual layout, complete with sacrificial elements. He gestured to their concealed monitoring charms, which pulsed with stored magical energy, an indication they had recorded recent activity. Let's review what they captured. With a careful series of wand movements, Harrison activated the playback function of their surveillance spells. The air above the ritual circle shimmered, then resolved into a ghostly projection of 3 figures in hooded robes entering the chamber. The recording had no sound, but the actions were clear enough. The tallest figure directed the others in precise arrangement of ritual components, occasionally consulting a small book bound in black leather. The preparation took nearly an hour, with meticulous attention to the placement of each element. When everything was positioned correctly, the leader produced a silver knife and a piece of parchment inscribed with unfamiliar symbols. The knife was used to mix drops of something, presumably blood, from each participant into a central chalice, which was then placed in the middle of the circle. The ritual itself involved complex wand movements synchronized with specific steps around the circle. At key points, drops of unicorn blood were added to the chalice, causing visible pulses of magic that rippled outward through the pattern. Harrison and Lyra watched in silence as the ceremony reached its culmination. The leader pressed the tip of his wand to the left forearm of each participant in turn, murmuring words they couldn't hear but could guess, the incantation that would create the dark mark. In the ghostly projection, darkness spread from the wand tip across each recipient's skin, forming the familiar skull and serpent pattern. The most disturbing aspect came next. Each newly marked individual's face contorted in evident pain as the leader raised his wand skyward, creating a visible magical connection between their marks and his own. The link pulsed with power, demonstrating the control mechanism inherent in the design. When the projection finally faded, Harrison and Lyra remained silent for several moments, processing what they had witnessed. "It's worse than we thought," Lyra finally whispered. "Not just a mark of allegiance, a direct magical tether. Constant connection, likely allowing both communication and control. And the unicorn blood amplifies the bond," Harrison added grimly. "Creates a pure magical channel that bypasses normal protective measures." He stood, his expression hardening with determination. "But it also gives us the information we need. Now we know exactly what we're countering. They carefully documented additional details from the ritual layout before resetting their monitoring charms and departing as silently as they had arrived. Their return to more populated areas of the castle was timed to coincide with students heading back to dormitories after evening study sessions, providing cover for their movements. In the following days, Harrison intensified his work on protective measures. His experimental potion had progressed significantly, incorporating phoenix tears, acquired through careful trading with an older Ravenclaw whose family bred healing birds, and powdered moonstone to create a barrier against blood-based binding magic. Lyra focused on developing the conditional acceptance ritual, practicing the precise wand movements and mental disciplines required to establish internal boundaries while outwardly receiving a magical mark. Together, they created a comprehensive approach that offered their best chance at maintaining autonomy while appearing to accept the dark mark. All of this occurred against the backdrop of increasing tensions within Hogwarts. The ministry officials extended their stay, their presence creating an atmosphere of surveillance that affected staff and students alike. Professor McGonagall's lips grew increasingly thin whenever they passed her in the corridors, and even Slughorn's typically jovial demeanor showed signs of strain when discussing certain magical artifacts in class. Dumbledore maintained his serene exterior, but Harrison noticed the headmaster watching the ministry team with a calculated intensity that belied his casual manner. Occasionally, Harrison would catch Dumbledore observing him as well, those piercing blue eyes seeming to ask unspoken questions about where Harrison stood in the growing conflict. As February gave way to March, another complication arose. During a particularly challenging potions class, Harrison was partnered with Severus Snape on a complex brew requiring precise coordination between them. Their resulting potion was so perfect that Slugghorn kept them after class, effusive in his praise. Extraordinary work, truly extraordinary, the potion's master beamed. I haven't seen such intuitive understanding of ingredient interactions since your father was in this very classroom, Harrison. As they gathered their books to leave, Snape fixed Harrison with an intense gaze. There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you. Something important. What is it? Harrison asked, curious about this unexpected approach. Snape glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing in a low voice. I've been hearing things, about a gathering at Easter. Something significant happening in certain circles. He hesitated, then added, circles your father is at the center of. The directness of the statement caught Harrison by surprise. While Snape's future as a Death Eater was known to him from his previous life, he hadn't expected the boy to be so forward about his interest at this early stage. What sort of things have you heard? Harrison asked carefully. That those with talent and proper understanding of magic's true nature will be given an opportunity, Snape replied, his dark eyes gleaming with ambition barely concealed beneath his usual reserved demeanor. An opportunity to learn magic beyond what Hogwarts teaches, to be part of something transformative. Harrison recognized the hunger in Snape's expression, the same desire for recognition, power, and belonging that had driven him into Voldemort's service in the original timeline. Here was another critical juncture where intervention might alter the future. I've heard similar rumors, Harrison acknowledged. But I would caution careful consideration before pursuing such opportunities. Not all gifts come without significant costs. Snape's expression hardened slightly. Some costs are worth paying for the right rewards. Your father understands that, the advancement of magical knowledge and power requires certain compromises. True knowledge requires understanding consequences as well as benefits, Harrison countered. My father's path is his own. Others should carefully consider whether it aligns with their personal goals before committing irreversibly. The conversation hung in tense silence for a moment before Snape nodded slightly. A measured response, as always. I've noticed your caution, Riddle. Some mistake it for reluctance, but I recognize strategic thinking when I see it. He gathered his remaining books before adding, if you happen to have information about this gathering, who might be welcome, how one might secure an invitation, I would appreciate knowing. My talents are wasted in the current curriculum. I'll keep that in mind, Harrison replied neutrally, watching as Snape departed with his characteristic swift, silent movements. The interaction left Harrison troubled. Severus Snape's brilliance and potential were undeniable. In another life, he had been powerful enough to deceive Voldemort for years while serving as Dumbledore's spy. But that path had begun with genuine service to the dark, with choices made in bitterness and ambition that had cost Lily Evans her life. Could that trajectory be altered? Harrison wasn't certain, but he resolved to make the attempt. Like his intervention with Regulus Black, steering Snape away from the Death Eaters might significantly change the future, potentially saving lives, including Lily's. These thoughts occupied him as he made his way to his next class. The web of lives intersecting around him grew more complex daily, each interaction potentially altering the timeline in ways both subtle and profound. His unique position, son of Tom Riddle yet soul of Harry Potter, gave him influence in circles that would have been closed to him in his previous life. That evening, Harrison received another letter from his father, this one more detailed than usual. Written in their cipher, it outlined specific expectations for the Easter gathering. Harrison, final preparations for the Ostra ceremony progress well. Your participation will mark a significant advancement in our cause, the formal recognition of my heir before our most loyal supporters. You will undergo the ritual alongside selected students from prominent families, receiving the mark that signifies both protection and connection to our circle. This honor is extended only to those who have demonstrated both magical aptitude and proper understanding of our objectives. The Office of Magical Heritage Preservation has located promising artifacts at Hogwarts, though Dumbledore's interference has prevented full examination. During your holiday at home, we will discuss your role in eventually securing these items once you return to school. Continue your exemplary academic performance. Reports of your social connections remain concerning, but I will address this matter directly when you arrive home. Your father. The letter confirmed what Harrison had already suspected. The Easter ceremony would include formally marking him and other students with the dark mark. The reference to proper understanding suggested an oath or pledge would be required, binding participants not just magically but ideologically to Tom Riddle's cause. Most concerning was the mention of promising artifacts at Hogwarts, almost certainly a reference to the Elder Wand, which Dumbledore possessed, and possibly other items his father believed connected to the Hallows. Harrison's supposed role in securing these items suggested his father expected him to eventually steal from the headmaster himself. Harrison shared the letter with Lyra during their next private meeting in their abandoned classroom workspace. She read it with growing concern evident in her expression. He's not just planning to mark you, she observed. He's positioning you as his public heir, announcing your status to his inner circle. That creates additional complications for any resistance you might offer later. It does, Harrison agreed grimly. Once publicly recognized as his heir, any deviation from his path would be seen as betrayal not just by him but by all his followers. Lyra set the letter aside, her dark eyes meeting his directly. Harrison, we need to consider the possibility that you might need to refuse outright. Even with our protective measures, participating in this ceremony binds you to his cause in ways that go beyond the magical mark. The suggestion hung in the air between them, the option Harrison had been avoiding considering directly. Outright refusal would mean immediate conflict with his father, potentially before he was properly positioned to oppose him effectively. If I refuse, he said slowly, I lose my position of access and influence. Everything I've built over the past months, the intelligence gathering, the strategic relationships, the opportunity to subvert his plans from within, would be lost. And he would likely move against me directly. But if you accept, Lyra countered, even with our protections, you take a step toward becoming what you're trying to prevent. The dilemma crystallized the core conflict of Harrison's dual existence. As Harry Potter, the choice would have been clear: refuse, fight, oppose darkness directly regardless of personal cost. As Harrison Riddle, the calculation was more complex, balancing immediate moral clarity against long-term strategic effectiveness. There's a third option, Harrison said after a long moment of contemplation. Neither complete acceptance nor outright refusal, but a modified participation that appears to satisfy his expectations while maintaining my core autonomy. Lyra leaned forward, intrigued. What are you thinking? The conditional acceptance ritual we've been researching, combined with the protective potion, Harrison explained. But with an additional element, a counter-oath, sworn privately beforehand, establishing my true allegiance. A magical anchor against corruption, Lyra nodded slowly. It could work, though the competing magical bindings would create significant internal conflict. Which is why the final component is critical, Harrison continued. Complete occlumency barriers between my outward compliance and inward resistance. Compartmentalization not just of thoughts but of magical identity itself. The approach was risky, potentially dangerous to both mind and magic, but it offered the balance Harrison needed to maintain his position while protecting his core self from corruption. It will require perfect execution, Lyra warned. The slightest error in any component could leave you vulnerable to either exposure or genuine influence from the mark. Then we'll practice until perfection is achieved, Harrison replied with determination. We have 4 weeks until Easter. Every spare moment must be dedicated to preparation. They spent the remainder of the evening refining their approach, identifying potential weaknesses and developing countermeasures. By the time they returned to the Slytherin common room, they had established a comprehensive training schedule for the weeks ahead. As Harrison lay in bed that night, he reflected on the accelerating timeline of conflict. His father's moves were becoming bolder, the circle of potential allies and enemies more clearly defined. The Easter ceremony would mark a point of no return. Afterward, the wizarding world would begin its inexorable slide toward the war that had defined Harry Potter's childhood. But this time, Harrison was positioned at the very heart of the gathering darkness. With knowledge of the future, allies both known and potential, and a unique perspective spanning 2 lives, he had opportunities to alter the course of events that Harry Potter never possessed. The coming weeks would test his resolve, his skill, and his ability to walk the razor's edge between conflicting identities. Whatever emerged from that crucible, whether Harrison Riddle remained an infiltrator of darkness or became consumed by it, would shape not just his own fate but potentially the future of the entire wizarding world. With that sobering thought, Harrison finally drifted into sleep, his dreams a complex tapestry of possible futures, some dark, some light, all hanging in the delicate balance of choices yet to be made. The weeks leading up to Easter passed in a blur of preparation. Harrison and Lyra divided their time between normal student activities, maintaining their academic excellence, participating in social events, attending Quidditch matches, and their secret work developing protection against the Dark Mark ritual. Harrison's experimental potion had reached its final form, a shimmering liquid that shifted between silver and deep blue depending on how light struck it. The brew incorporated phoenix tears for their purifying properties, powdered moonstone to create a barrier between foreign magic and the recipient's core essence, and most crucially, freely given unicorn hair dissolved in salamander blood to counter the corrupting influence of the forcibly taken unicorn blood used in the marking ritual. Acquiring these rare ingredients had required considerable ingenuity. The phoenix tears came through a complex series of trades with older students, culminating in Harrison exchanging an advanced potions text from the Riddle family library for 3 precious drops from a Ravenclaw 7th year's private collection. The unicorn hair had been more challenging, eventually obtained through Hagrid, who had been delighted to help the studious young Slytherin with his theoretical research project. Meanwhile, Lyra had mastered the conditional acceptance ritual, a complex series of wand movements and mental disciplines designed to establish internal boundaries against external magical influence. She had taught the technique to Harrison, who practiced it relentlessly, combining it with the advanced occlumency shields his father had ironically trained him to build from an early age. Their monitoring of the hidden ritual chamber had provided additional insights. 3 more practice sessions had been recorded, each refining aspects of the Dark Mark ceremony. The participants remained hooded, though Harrison strongly suspected they included senior students from Slytherin and perhaps even a member of the Hogwarts staff. The tallest figure's movements suggested someone fully trained and confident in complex ritual magic. Beyond their specific preparations for Easter, Harrison had continued building relationships that might prove valuable in the coming conflict. His friendship with James Potter and the young marauders had deepened, particularly after joining several of their nighttime excursions around the castle. These adventures, while seemingly frivolous, had allowed Harrison to demonstrate his trustworthiness in ways that formal interactions never could. "You're different from what I expected, Riddle," Sirius had commented during one such excursion, as they huddled under James's invisibility cloak to avoid Filch's patrol. "When James first said he was befriending Tom Riddle's son, I thought he'd gone mental. And now?" Harrison had asked, curious about how the young Sirius perceived him. "Now I think you might be the exception to the pure-blood rule," Sirius had replied with his characteristic grin. "Like me, family expectations be damned." The comparison had struck Harrison deeply. In both timelines, Sirius had rejected his family's dark path, choosing friendship and principle over blood and tradition. That he saw something similar in Harrison was both validating and concerning, validating of Harrison's true nature, but concerning for the precarious balance he needed to maintain. Similar connections had formed with Lily Evans through academic collaboration, with Remus Lupin through quiet conversations about magical theory, and even with young Severus Snape, whose brilliance and ambition Harrison hoped to channel away from the darkest paths. These relationships existed in delicate balance with his position in Slytherin, where political dynamics had grown increasingly complex. Lestrange and his allies watched Harrison with undisguised suspicion, while Lucius Malfoy maintained a carefully calculated respect that reflected his father's strategic interest. Other Slytherins seemed to recognize that something significant was unfolding around Harrison, though few understood its true nature. As the Easter holiday approached, letters arrived for many pure-blood students, containing formal invitations to the gathering at Riddle Manor. These were delivered publicly at breakfast, creating visible divisions between those included in the event and those excluded. Harrison noted Severus Snape's poorly concealed disappointment when no invitation arrived for him, suggesting his overtures to the Death Eater circle had been rebuffed for now, a small mercy that might allow Harrison more time to influence his path. Regulus Black received his invitation with visible apprehension, glancing toward the Gryffindor table where Sirius sat deliberately ignoring the entire situation. Later that day, Harrison found Regulus alone in the library, staring at the ornate parchment with troubled eyes. "Difficult decisions?" Harrison asked quietly, sliding into the chair opposite the younger boy. Regulus looked up, startled. "Oh, Harrison. Yes, I suppose so." He hesitated before continuing in a lower voice. "Sirius says I shouldn't go. That it's the first step towards something I won't be able to walk away from." "Your brother might be right," Harrison said carefully. "Though the choice must ultimately be yours." "What choice do I really have?" Regulus asked, frustration evident in his voice. "My parents have made their expectations clear. The family honor depends on proper alignment in the coming changes." Harrison considered his response thoughtfully. This conversation could potentially alter Regulus's entire life trajectory. In the original timeline, he had become a Death Eater before eventually turning against Voldemort, discovering the Horcrux secret and dying in an attempt to destroy the locket. "There are different forms of honor," Harrison said finally. "Different ways to serve family legacy. Sometimes the greatest loyalty is having the courage to question a path that might ultimately destroy what you're trying to preserve." Regulus's brow furrowed as he considered these words. "You're Tom Riddle's son. Yet you speak as though you have reservations about the gathering yourself." "I believe in understanding what you're committing to," Harrison replied. "True loyalty comes from informed choice, not blind obedience." The younger boy studied him with newfound curiosity. "You're not what people expect from the heir of Tom Riddle." "Perhaps expectations are limiting," Harrison suggested with a slight smile. "For both of us." He left Regulus contemplating the invitation, hoping the seeds of doubt he'd planted might eventually bear fruit. Even small interventions could alter the future in significant ways, and every potential Death Eater diverted from that path represented lives saved in the coming conflict. The day before students departed for Easter holiday, Harrison received a final letter from his father, containing specific instructions for his arrival at Riddle Manor. The coded message emphasized the importance of proper preparation for the ceremony, including a period of meditation and fasting beforehand, ritual elements that Harrison recognized as designed to make recipients more susceptible to magical binding. That evening, Harrison met Lyra in their workshop one last time to finalize their preparations. The protective potion was carefully divided into 2 crystal vials, one for each of them, while the instructions for the conditional acceptance ritual were committed to memory and then burned to leave no evidence. "Are you certain about this?" Lyra asked as they prepared to return to their dormitories. "There's still time to choose another path, to simply not return home for Easter." Harrison shook his head. "Running now would only delay the confrontation while surrendering any advantage my position provides. Better to face this on our terms, with preparations in place." Lyra studied him intently, her dark eyes reflecting concern and something deeper, an emotion Harrison wasn't quite ready to name. "Just remember you're not alone in this," she said finally. "Whatever happens at the ceremony, whatever comes after, I'm with you." The simple declaration carried extraordinary weight. In his previous life as Harry Potter, friendship had been his greatest strength against Voldemort's isolated power. Now, as Harrison Riddle, finding true alliance amid a sea of political calculation and fear was both unexpected and precious. "Thank you," he said quietly. "That means more than you know." They parted with the understanding that their next meeting would be at Riddle Manor, where both their families would attend the Easter gathering. Until then, they would communicate only through carefully coded messages if absolutely necessary, minimizing the risk of discovery. The journey home the following day was filled with subdued anticipation. On the Hogwarts Express, Harrison maintained casual conversations with various classmates, noting which students seemed excited about the upcoming gathering and which appeared anxious or reluctant. King's Cross Station was crowded with families greeting returning students. Harrison spotted Tom Riddle immediately. His father stood apart from the other parents, commanding attention despite his deliberately understated appearance in a well-tailored Muggle suit. Unlike the Christmas holidays, he had chosen to collect Harrison personally rather than sending a servant, signaling the importance of the upcoming ceremony. "Harrison," Tom greeted him with a firm hand on his shoulder. "Welcome home." "Father," Harrison replied with appropriate deference. "Thank you for meeting me." Tom's eyes, so similar to Harrison's own, studied him intently. "You've continued to develop your abilities. I can sense your magic has strengthened since winter." This was true, though not entirely for the reasons his father might assume. Harrison had been practicing intensively, not just for classes but for the protections he would need against the Dark Mark ritual. "Hogwarts provides excellent opportunities for growth," Harrison said carefully. "Indeed," Tom agreed as they made their way toward the apparition point. "Though I suspect your most significant learning occurs outside the formal curriculum." The statement could have been innocent, a reference to Harrison's independent studies, but the calculating look in Tom's eyes suggested he suspected something of his son's extracurricular activities. Harrison maintained his composed expression, neither confirming nor denying the implication. They apparat directly to Riddle Manor, where preparations for the gathering were already underway. House elves moved quickly through the halls, arranging decorations and preparing guest accommodations, while human servants managed logistics under the watchful eye of Nott, who seemed to have taken on greater responsibilities in Tom's organization. "You'll find your chambers prepared," Tom said as they entered the main hall. "Rest and meditate as instructed in my letter. The ritual requires clarity of mind and purpose." Harrison nodded obediently. "Of course, Father. We will speak more fully tomorrow," Tom continued. "There are developments you should be aware of before the ceremony." With that cryptic statement, Tom departed toward his study, leaving Harrison to make his way to the east wing where his personal chambers were located. The manor felt different somehow, darker, more ominous than during previous visits. Perhaps it was simply Harrison's awareness of what the gathering would entail, or perhaps his father's growing power was affecting the very atmosphere of the place. In his rooms, Harrison found everything arranged exactly as he remembered, though with the addition of formal ceremonial robes laid out on his bed, black silk embroidered with silver serpents, designed specifically for the Easter ritual. The sight of them made the impending ceremony feel suddenly, viscerally real. After ensuring his privacy with multiple detection charms and silencing spells, Harrison retrieved the vial of protective potion from its hiding place in his trunk. The shimmering liquid caught the light as he examined it, his mind reviewing the precise sequence for its use: 3 drops ingested 12 hours before the ceremony, another 3 applied directly to the left forearm where the mark would be placed, and the final 3 taken immediately before the ritual began. Following this schedule, Harrison took the first dose, feeling the potion's magic spread through his system with a sensation like cool water flowing beneath his skin. Then he began the preliminary meditation for the conditional acceptance ritual, establishing the mental architecture that would allow him to appear to accept the mark while maintaining internal barriers against its influence. Hours passed as Harrison prepared himself both mentally and magically for the trial ahead. When darkness fell, he finally emerged from his chambers to join his father for dinner, a private meal in Tom's study rather than the formal dining room. "You look well prepared," Tom observed as Harrison entered. "The meditation has centered your magic." "Yes, Father," Harrison replied, taking the seat indicated across from Tom's desk. A simple meal had been laid out: bread, cheese, and fruit, with a clear broth that Harrison suspected contained subtle magical elements designed to enhance receptivity to the next day's ritual. "Tomorrow marks a significant advancement in our cause," Tom said once they had begun eating. "The formal recognition of dedicated supporters through magical binding, a tradition dating back to Salazar himself, though refined for our modern purpose." Harrison nodded attentively, aware that his father was watching for his reaction to this information. "The mark is more than a symbol, then?" "Much more," Tom confirmed, something like pride glinting in his eyes. "It creates a direct magical connection between myself and each recipient, allowing communication, location sensing, and when necessary, the channeling of power. Those who bear it become extensions of my will, while receiving protection and access to magic beyond ordinary reach." The description confirmed everything Harrison had learned from monitoring the practice rituals. The mark was fundamentally a control mechanism disguised as an honor, binding recipients to Tom Riddle in ways that went far beyond mere allegiance. "An impressive achievement," Harrison said carefully. "The magical theory involved must be extraordinarily complex." Tom smiled thinly. "Indeed. It has taken years to perfect the process, drawing on ancient blood magic combined with innovations of my own design." He leaned forward slightly. "You will be the first to receive a modified version, one befitting my heir rather than a mere follower." This was unexpected information. Harrison had assumed he would receive the same mark as the others. "Modified how?" he asked, unable to completely conceal his concern. "The standard mark establishes a hierarchical connection, recipients bound to my will," Tom explained. "Your mark will include this connection but also establish you as an extension of my authority. Those who bear the mark will recognize your commands as extensions of my own, unless directly countermanded by me." Harrison's mind raced with the implications. A modified mark would potentially complicate the protective measures he and Lyra had developed, which were designed to counter the standard ritual. Moreover, it would establish him publicly as his father's lieutenant, a position that would make any future opposition exponentially more difficult. "I'm honored by your trust, Father," Harrison said, buying time to process this development. "It is not given lightly," Tom replied, his gaze intensifying. "Which brings me to a matter we must address before tomorrow's ceremony." He rose from his chair and moved to stand before the fire, his tall figure casting a long shadow across the study. "Your activities at Hogwarts have been noted. Your academic excellence is commendable, but your social connections raise questions about your full commitment to our cause." Here it was, the confrontation Harrison had anticipated since Christmas. He maintained his composure, neither denying nor apologizing. "Information gathering requires building trust across different groups," he said evenly. "Understanding potential opposition strengthens our position." Tom turned to face him directly. "A reasonable explanation. Yet reports suggest your interactions with Potter, Black, and their associates extend beyond strategic information gathering into genuine camaraderie." The accusation hung in the air between them. Harrison knew his response would significantly impact his father's trust in him moving forward. I've cultivated their confidence successfully, Harrison replied, choosing his words with utmost care. They believe they know me, which makes the intelligence I gather more valuable than what could be obtained through obvious surveillance or intimidation. And what intelligence have you gathered from these friendships? Tom asked, his tone deceptively mild. Harrison provided a carefully curated selection of information, details about James Potter's family that his father would find useful without being immediately dangerous to the Potters themselves, observations about staff movements and castle security that sounded significant while containing subtle misdirections, and insights into Dumbledore's teaching methods that suggested Harrison was paying particular attention to the headmaster's vulnerabilities. Throughout his report, Harrison maintained steady eye contact, allowing his father to sense his surface thoughts, all carefully constructed to support the narrative of strategic infiltration rather than genuine friendship. Tom listened without interruption, his expression revealing nothing until Harrison had finished. Then he returned to his seat, a calculating look replacing his earlier suspicion. Interesting, he said finally. Particularly the details about the Potter family's protective enchantments. This aligns with what we've learned from other sources. Relief washed through Harrison, though he was careful not to show it. His father appeared to have accepted his explanation, at least for now. There is one more matter to address before tomorrow, Tom continued, his tone shifting to something more somber. The ceremony requires a demonstration of commitment, a proof that recipients are fully prepared to serve our cause without reservation. Harrison tensed internally, though his exterior remained calm. What form will this demonstration take? For most participants, it will involve a ritual sacrifice, magical creatures whose essence will power the binding spell. Tom's eyes never left Harrison's face. For you, as my heir, something more significant is required. A direct participation in the ritual's deepest magic. The vague description set alarm bells ringing in Harrison's mind. I am prepared to fulfill my role, he said, maintaining his composed facade while internally reviewing his protective preparations. Good, Tom nodded, apparently satisfied. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow you take your rightful place as my acknowledged heir, and our movement enters its next phase. The conversation concluded shortly afterward, with Tom dismissing Harrison to complete his preparations for the ceremony. As Harrison returned to his chambers, his mind worked furiously to process the new information and adjust his plans accordingly. The modified mark would require adapting their protective measures, perhaps applying the potion more liberally to create a stronger barrier. The direct participation his father mentioned almost certainly involved dark magic beyond mere presence at the ritual, possibly requiring Harrison to cast spells or contribute to the sacrificial elements himself. In his room, Harrison strengthened his privacy wards before retrieving his encoded journal. Quickly, he documented the new developments and potential countermeasures, focusing particularly on adapting the conditional acceptance ritual to account for the modified mark his father had described. As he wrote, Harrison confronted the possibility that their carefully developed protections might prove insufficient against these unexpected variations. The thought of failure, of becoming truly bound to his father's will or being exposed as resistant to it, was chilling. Yet beneath the fear lay a steely determination. In his previous life as Harry Potter, he had faced Voldemort directly, had died and returned, had ultimately triumphed against seemingly impossible odds. As Harrison Riddle, he possessed knowledge, preparation, and position that Harry Potter never had. Tomorrow would be a crucible, a test of everything he had prepared and everything he believed about himself. Whether he emerged with his autonomy intact or compromised would significantly shape the future of the wizarding world. With that sobering thought, Harrison completed his preparations for the night. He applied the second dose of protective potion directly to his left forearm, watching as the shimmering liquid seemed to sink into his skin, leaving no visible trace but a subtle coolness that lingered at the site. Then he continued the mental exercises required for the conditional acceptance ritual, building layer upon layer of occlumency shields designed to compartmentalize his consciousness during the ceremony. Within the innermost chamber of his mind, Harrison established his core identity, not Harry Potter, not Harrison Riddle, but a synthesis of both experiences forged into something unique and resolute. Whatever happened tomorrow, that core would remain his anchor against the darkness gathering around him, the essence that no ritual, no matter how powerful, could truly claim. Dawn broke over Riddle Manor on the day of the ceremony, pale light filtering through Harrison's windows as he completed his final preparations. The last dose of protective potion had been consumed, its magic humming beneath his skin. His mental shields were firmly in place, ready to compartmentalize his consciousness during the ritual. He dressed in the ceremonial robes provided, the black silk falling in perfect folds around his slender frame, the silver serpent embroidery seeming almost alive in the morning light. Looking at his reflection, Harrison barely recognized himself, the young face serious beyond its years, green eyes holding depths no child should possess, the formal robes transforming him from student to heir apparent. A soft knock at his door announced the arrival of his escort. One of his father's trusted followers, not, judging by the voice, informed him that his presence was required in the ritual chamber beneath the manor. The time had come. Harrison took a final moment to center himself, to remember who he truly was beneath the layers of deception and calculation. Then, with the practiced composure that had become his armor, he stepped out to meet whatever awaited him in the chamber below, whatever choice would define his path forward in this second, unexpected life. Chapter 4, Enemies of the Heir. The ritual chamber beneath Riddle Manor had been transformed. Ancient runes glowed with sickly green light along the stone walls, illuminating the circular space where 24 figures stood in silent formation. At the center lay a raised dais holding an obsidian altar, its polished surface reflecting the hovering orbs of magical light that cast long shadows across the proceedings. Harrison descended the final steps, his ceremonial robes whispering against the stone floor as Knot guided him to his designated position. Around the chamber, he recognized various prominent pureblood families, the Malfoys, the Lestranges, the Blacks, and others whose allegiance to his father had been secured through promises of power or threats of consequence. Among the younger participants, Harrison spotted familiar faces from Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy standing tall and proud, Arcturus Lestrange with barely concealed anticipation, Regulus Black looking pale but determined. And there, across the circle, Lyra met his gaze briefly, her dark eyes conveying silent support. All attention shifted as Tom Riddle entered, his presence commanding immediate deference. Gone was the carefully maintained facade of the respectable businessman. Tonight, his father had embraced his transformation, his tall figure clad in robes of deepest black that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, his handsome features sharpened with power and purpose. "My friends," Tom addressed the gathering, his voice soft yet carrying to every corner of the chamber. "Tonight we mark a turning point in our sacred mission. For too long, magical power has been constrained by those who fear its true potential. For too long, our traditions have been eroded by compromise with lesser beings who cannot comprehend our birthright." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembled guests. Harrison maintained his composed expression, though internally he was cataloging each participant's reaction, noting who seemed most fervently devoted and who might harbor reservations. "The time for shadows has passed," Tom continued, moving to the center of the chamber. "Tonight, those who have proven their loyalty will receive the mark of our covenant, a binding that signifies both protection and purpose. Through it, we become more than individuals. We become a force that will reshape the wizarding world." He gestured elegantly, and the central portion of the floor slid away, revealing a deep basin filled with a silvery liquid that Harrison recognized as a larger version of the pensive he had encountered during his birthday test. Within its swirling depths, images formed and dissolved, visions of a wizarding world transformed according to Tom Riddle's ambitions. "Before we proceed with the marking, those who would join our inner circle must demonstrate their commitment," Tom announced. "A sacrifice of the old self to embrace the new." At this signal, several hooded figures entered the chamber, each guiding, or rather, compelling, a bound prisoner. With shock, Harrison recognized them as Muggles, their expressions confused and terrified as they were led to the edge of the basin. "These are representatives of the world that would destroy our kind," Tom said coldly. "The world that hunted witches and wizards for centuries, that forced us into hiding, that even now would dissect our magic for their primitive understanding if given the opportunity." The implication was clear, and Harrison felt ice spread through his veins. This was the demonstration of commitment his father had mentioned, not merely witnessing an atrocity, but participating in it. Each candidate for the mark will prove their understanding of the natural order, Tom continued, gesturing to the eldest Lestrange. Begin. Lestrange stepped forward, drawing his wand with practiced precision. Without hesitation, he pointed it at one of the bound muggles, a middle-aged man whose eyes widened in terror. Avada Kedavra. The green flash illuminated the chamber, and the man crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Lestrange turned to Tom with a bow, receiving an approving nod before returning to the circle. One by one, the adult candidates were called forward to perform the same terrible ritual, Nott, Avery, Rosier, each killing with varying degrees of enthusiasm but unfailing effectiveness. The Muggle victims, unable to comprehend what was happening around them, could only stare in confused terror as their companions fell. Harrison's mind raced behind his carefully maintained occlumency shields. He had anticipated tests of loyalty, but not this, not outright murder as an initiation ritual. As Tom's recognized heir, he would certainly be expected to participate. The protective measures he and Lyra had prepared were designed to resist the magical binding of the mark, not to help him navigate this moral catastrophe. And now, Tom said, his voice taking on a note of particular pride, we come to the younger generation, those who will inherit the world we create and carry our vision into the future. He gestured to Lucius Malfoy, who stepped forward with the confident bearing his family was known for. The seventh-year Slytherin accepted a ceremonial dagger from Tom rather than using his wand, approaching one of the remaining muggles, a young woman who could not have been more than 20. Blood offered willingly to our cause carries power, Tom explained to the gathering. Blood taken in service to it carries more. Lucius completed his task with clinical precision, collecting the woman's blood in a crystal vial before ending her life. Harrison watched in carefully concealed horror as several more students performed similar rituals, some with evident discomfort, others with disturbing enthusiasm. When Arcturus Lestrange was called forward, he glanced at Harrison with something like challenge in his eyes before completing his grim task with apparent relish. The message was clear, Lestrange believed Harrison would falter when his turn came. Regulus Black was next, his face ashen but determined as he approached the dais. Harrison noted the slight tremor in his hand as he accepted the ritual dagger from Tom Riddle. The younger Black completed the requirement with mechanical movements, his expression completely empty, as though he had retreated deep within himself to perform the unforgivable act. As Regulus returned to his position, Harrison saw Lyra subtly touch her cousin's arm, a small gesture of support that could have been easily missed by others but spoke volumes about her understanding of the boy's internal struggle. Harrison, Tom called, his voice carrying a special weight as he summoned his son forward. As my heir, your demonstration must reflect your unique position among us. The chamber fell silent as Harrison approached the dais, feeling the eyes of every participant upon him. His father gestured to the final Muggle captive, an older man with dignified features despite his evident fear. This one has special significance, Tom explained, his voice pitched for Harrison alone though the chamber's acoustics ensured others could hear. A representative of those who position themselves as authorities over magical kind, a judge who has sentenced 3 magical children to psychiatric confinement after accidental magic revealed their nature. Whether this claim was true or a fabrication designed to ease Harrison's moral burden, he couldn't be certain. Regardless, it changed nothing about the fundamental wrongness of the act his father expected him to perform. For you, Tom continued, presenting not a dagger but an ornate wand of pale wood inlaid with silver, a family heirloom, Salazar's ceremonial wand, used only for rituals of great significance. With it, you will not merely take life but absorb power, channeling it into your mark as your first act as my acknowledged heir. Harrison accepted the wand, feeling ancient magic resonate through it, dark, potent, and hungry. This was the moment of truth, the test of everything he had prepared for. To refuse meant immediate conflict with his father before he was positioned to effectively oppose him. To comply meant crossing a moral line that could irreparably damage his soul. In his previous life as Harry Potter, the choice would have been clear, sacrifice himself rather than take an innocent life. As Harrison Riddle, with knowledge of the future and potential to prevent greater atrocities, the calculation became agonizingly complex. Time seemed to slow as Harrison raised the ceremonial wand, pointing it toward the bound muggle. He felt the magic of the protective potion humming beneath his skin, his mental shields firmly in place. In that crystalline moment of decision, Harrison reached for a third option, neither complete compliance nor outright refusal. Anima Soper, he incanted softly, channeling his magic through Salazar's wand with precise control. A silvery light, similar enough to the sickly green of the killing curse to fool observers but fundamentally different in nature, enveloped the muggle, who collapsed instantly. To all appearances, the man had died, his body going limp in its restraints. In reality, Harrison had cast an ancient suspension spell, one found in his father's grimoire but repurposed for protection rather than harm. The man's consciousness had been separated from his body, held in a state between life and death that would appear as demise to any observer. Tom Riddle's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something, suspicion, surprise, or perhaps reluctant approval, crossing his features momentarily. "Interesting choice," he murmured. "An elegant solution." Had his father recognized the substituted spell? Harrison maintained his composed expression, neither confirming nor denying the implicit question. The ceremonial wand suggested something beyond the conventional, he replied evenly. Tom studied him for a moment longer before turning back to the gathering. "My son demonstrates the creativity and magical understanding that befits his position," he announced, smoothly incorporating Harrison's deviation into the ceremony narrative. "Now, we proceed to the marking itself." At his gesture, attendants removed the bodies from the chamber while others brought forward a large silver basin filled with what appeared to be quicksilver but which Harrison recognized from his research as a mixture of unicorn blood, silver dust, and other magical components designed to facilitate the binding ritual. "Step forward, those who have proven worthy," Tom commanded, drawing his wand, 13.5 inches, you with a phoenix feather core, the brother to the wand that had once chosen Harry Potter in another lifetime. One by one, the candidates approached, kneeling before Tom Riddle as he pressed his wand to their left forearms. Each touch was accompanied by an incantation in Parseltongue, words that bound the recipient's magic and will to Tom's own, creating the skull and serpent mark that would become feared throughout the wizarding world. Harrison observed the process carefully, noting the variations in the ritual for different recipients. Some, those already in Tom's inner circle, received a more complex version with additional binding elements. Others, particularly the students, underwent a simplified ritual that Harrison suspected established a foundation for greater control later. Finally, only Harrison and Lyra remained unmarked. Tom beckoned his son forward first, his expression solemn as Harrison knelt at the edge of the silver basin. "For my heir," Tom declared to the gathering, "a mark that reflects his unique status among us. Not merely a follower, but an extension of my will and authority." He began the ritual, dipping Harrison's left arm into the silver mixture while incanting in Parseltongue. The liquid burned cold against Harrison's skin, seeping into his pores despite the protective potion he had applied earlier. Within his mind, Harrison implemented the conditional acceptance ritual, compartmentalizing his consciousness, creating boundaries between the invading magic and his core self. "Blood of my blood," Tom hissed in the language of serpents, "magic of my magic. Bound not in service but in extension. What I will, you shall enable. What I command, you shall enforce. My heir in power as in blood." The pain was extraordinary, not merely physical but magical, as though his very essence was being rewritten against its nature. The protective measures he and Lyra had developed created resistance, a barrier between the invasive magic and Harrison's true self, but they couldn't eliminate the agony of the process. Through the haze of pain, Harrison maintained his occlumency shields, accepting the mark at the surface level while redirecting its deeper binding aspects into the protective structures he had prepared. The result would be a functioning dark mark, capable of communication and location sensing, but without the complete subjugation of will that his father intended. When Tom finally withdrew his wand, the skull and serpent insignia gleamed darkly on Harrison's forearm, indistinguishable from the others yet fundamentally different in its underlying magical structure. The pain subsided to a dull throb as Harrison rose, taking his place among the marked followers. Lyra was the final recipient, her face composed as she knelt before Tom Riddle. Harrison watched with carefully concealed concern as she underwent the ritual, recognizing the subtle signs that she too was implementing their protective measures. Her mark, like those of the other students, followed the standard pattern rather than the modified version Harrison had received. When the last mark had been bestowed, Tom Riddle addressed his followers once more. "You are now bound to our sacred cause not merely by conviction but by magic itself. Through these marks, we are connected, able to communicate across distances, to gather when needed, to channel power collectively toward our shared purpose." He raised his hands, and the ambient magic in the chamber responded, swirling around the gathering like a dark wind. "From this night forward, we move with greater purpose and visibility. The wizarding world will soon recognize that change is not merely coming, it has arrived." The ceremony concluded with a final ritual, each newly marked follower casting their magic into the central basin, creating a network of silver threads that connected their marks to Tom's own. Harrison participated carefully, modulating his contribution to appear compliant while maintaining his internal barriers. As the formal proceedings ended and the gathering transitioned to a celebratory feast in the manor's Great Hall, Harrison navigated the complex social dynamics with practiced care. He accepted congratulations from his father's inner circle, engaged in appropriate conversations about the future of their movement, and maintained the persona expected of Tom Riddle's heir while processing the traumatic events he had witnessed and participated in. It was nearly dawn before Harrison found a moment to speak privately with Lyra. They met in the manor's conservatory, using the early morning hour and the ambient sounds of magical plants to cover their whispered conversation. "Did it work?" Lyra asked immediately, her dark eyes searching his face for signs of the binding's influence. Harrison nodded slightly. "The protective measures created a buffer. The mark functions, but its control aspects are redirected." He glanced at her left arm, covered now by her sleeve. "And yours?" "The same," she confirmed. "Though the process was more difficult than I anticipated." "For all of us," Harrison said grimly, thinking of the Muggle victims and the students who had crossed moral lines from which they might never return. Regulus seemed particularly affected. Lyra's expression softened with concern. He wasn't prepared for what would be required. None of them truly were. She hesitated before adding, "What did you do with the Muggle assigned to you?" "The spell you cast, it wasn't the killing curse. A suspension enchantment," Harrison explained quietly. "It mimics death but actually separates consciousness from body temporarily. If we can get to him before they dispose of the bodies, he could be revived." Lyra's eyes widened. "That's incredibly advanced magic. And dangerous if your father realizes what you've done." "A risk I had to take," Harrison replied. "Some lines can't be crossed, even to maintain cover." They fell silent as a house elf appeared, tending to the exotic plants before disappearing again. Once they were alone, Lyra spoke with newfound urgency. "We need to discuss what happens next. Your father mentioned moving with greater purpose and visibility, that suggests public actions are coming." Harrison nodded grimly. "The terror campaign begins. In the months ahead, he'll start making examples of those who oppose him, strategic attacks designed to demonstrate power and create fear." "And our role in all this?" "Complicated," Harrison admitted. "As marked followers, we'll be expected to participate or at least support these actions. As students returning to Hogwarts, we'll be his eyes and influence within the school." The weight of their situation settled between them like a physical presence. They had survived the marking ritual with their autonomy relatively intact, but the path ahead was fraught with even greater moral challenges. "We'll need allies," Lyra said after a moment. "Others who might resist, even among the marked." "Regulus, possibly," Harrison suggested. His reaction tonight suggests he's already questioning his commitment. And there may be others at Hogwarts who would oppose my father if given support and protection. A resistance, Lyra said thoughtfully. Small at first, carefully hidden, but growing as his actions become more extreme. Harrison considered this, weighing risks against potential benefits. It would need to be structured to protect its members, compartmentalize knowledge, secure communication methods, contingency plans for discovery. We can build that, Lyra said with quiet determination. Starting when we return to Hogwarts. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Abraxas Malfoy, who approached with measured steps, his aristocratic features revealing nothing of his thoughts. Harrison, he greeted with a slight inclination of his head. Miss Black. I trust you're recovering well from the night's significant events. Mr. Malfoy, Harrison replied neutrally. Yes, thank you. Abraxas glanced around the conservatory before continuing in a lower voice. Your performance during the ceremony was noted with interest by several observers. The spell you chose was unexpected. The statement hung in the air between them, not quite an accusation, but certainly an acknowledgement that Harrison's choice had deviated from the expected path. Was Abraxas here as an ally, as he had positioned himself previously, or as his father's agent seeking confirmation of Harrison's true loyalties? The ceremonial wand seemed to call for something beyond the conventional, Harrison replied, echoing his earlier response to his father. Magic responds differently to different vessels. Indeed it does, Abraxas agreed, studying Harrison with calculated intensity. Just as people respond differently to expectations placed upon them. Some conform precisely, others adapt while maintaining appearances of conformity. The subtext was unmistakable. Abraxas had recognized Harrison's substitution for what it was, a refusal to commit murder while appearing to comply with the ritual's requirements. Adaptation is a valuable skill, Harrison said carefully. Particularly when navigating complex situations. A ghost of a smile touched Abraxas's lips. Precisely. A perspective I've long advocated, though sometimes to unreceptive audiences. He straightened slightly, his manner shifting back to formal politeness. I merely wanted to convey my appreciation for your nuanced approach to tonight's proceedings. The future of our cause will require both strength and subtlety, qualities you appear to possess in admirable measure. With that cryptic endorsement, Abraxas departed, leaving Harrison and Lyra to exchange significant glances. He knows, Lyra whispered once the Malfoy patriarch was out of earshot. But he seems supportive. Conditionally, Harrison replied. Abraxas sees my reluctance to kill as confirmation that I might be a moderating influence on my father, which aligns with his own political objectives. He frowned slightly. It makes him a potential ally, but a dangerous one. His primary loyalty remains to Malfoy interests, not to any moral principle. Their discussion was cut short as more guests began filtering into the conservatory, the manor coming to life as the new day dawned. Harrison and Lyra separated, maintaining appropriate social interactions until they could depart for their respective homes later that day. Before leaving Riddle Manor, Harrison was summoned for a final meeting with his father. Tom Riddle sat behind his desk in his private study, examining a series of reports with apparent satisfaction. The ceremony exceeded expectations, he said as Harrison entered. The magical network established through the marks is already demonstrating remarkable efficiency. I can sense each follower's location and general state with minimal effort. Harrison nodded, carefully maintaining his occlumency shields. Could his father sense the modifications to his mark? Thus far, Tom had given no indication of suspicion. When you return to Hogwarts, Tom continued, your role will expand beyond observation. Certain students who received the mark will look to you for guidance. They represent our first organized presence within the school, a foundation for greater influence as our movement advances. I understand, Father. Additionally, I will require specific intelligence about Dumbledore's activities. The Ministry inspection team identified several artifacts of interest at Hogwarts, but was prevented from conducting a thorough examination by the old man's interference. Your position as a student provides opportunities they lacked. Harrison recognized this as a reference to the Deathly Hallows, specifically the Elder Wand that Dumbledore possessed. I'll be vigilant for any information that might prove useful. Tom studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Your performance during the ceremony was interesting. The spell you chose demonstrated both power and a certain, pragmatic creativity. The ceremonial wand influenced my choice, Harrison replied, maintaining the explanation he had established earlier. It seemed to resist the conventional approach. Perhaps, Tom said, his tone suggesting he wasn't entirely convinced. Salazar's wand has always responded uniquely to those of his bloodline. He leaned forward slightly. Remember, Harrison, as we move into this next phase, appearances matter. Our followers need to see absolute conviction in their leadership. Any hint of hesitation could undermine what we've built. The warning was clear: whatever private reservations Harrison might harbor, public compliance with his father's agenda was non-negotiable. I understand completely, Harrison assured him, the perfect image of the dutiful heir despite the rebellion burning in his heart. Tom seemed satisfied with this response. Excellent. We'll communicate through the mark when necessary. Otherwise, maintain your academic focus and continue building useful alliances at Hogwarts. He gestured toward the door. Your car is waiting to take you to the Black's residence, where you'll join Lyra and her family for the remainder of the holiday. This arrangement, spending the final days of Easter break with the Blacks rather than remaining at Riddle Manor, had been established weeks earlier as a strategic alliance between the families. Now, it provided a welcome opportunity for Harrison and Lyra to continue their planning away from Tom Riddle's direct supervision. As Harrison departed Riddle Manor, the mark on his arm throbbed dully beneath his sleeve, a constant reminder of the night's events and the complex path he now walked. He had survived the ceremony without compromising his core principles, but harder challenges lay ahead. The question that haunted him as the manor receded behind him was whether resistance from within his father's organization would be enough. Could subtle subversion and carefully hidden opposition effectively counter the dark movement gaining momentum around him? Or would the time come when open defiance became necessary, regardless of the consequences? The ancient halls of Hogwarts felt different when Harrison returned after Easter break. The castle itself remained unchanged, the same stone corridors, moving staircases, and whispering portraits that had welcomed countless generations of students. But Harrison's perception had shifted fundamentally after the events at Riddle Manor. He was no longer merely Tom Riddle's son navigating complex political waters while maintaining his own moral compass. Now he bore the dark mark, modified and resisted through protective measures, but present nonetheless. The physical symbol of his father's claim upon him created a constant awareness of the darkness spreading through the wizarding world. More concerning was the knowledge that he wasn't alone. Scattered throughout the student body were others who had been marked during the Easter ceremony, young witches and wizards who now served as his father's eyes and influence within Hogwarts. Some, like Lucius Malfoy and Arcturus Lestrange, embraced their new role with pride. Others, like Regulus Black, seemed subdued, perhaps struggling with the implications of their commitment. Harrison's first priority upon returning was establishing a secure meeting space where those who might resist his father's influence could gather without detection. The Room of Requirement provided the perfect solution, a location that could adapt to their needs while remaining unplottable and undetectable to those who didn't know its secret. It's perfect, Lyra breathed as they entered the room for the first time together. Harrison had configured it as a comfortable meeting space with bookshelves containing defensive magic texts, comfortable seating, and most importantly, powerful privacy enchantments woven into its very structure. The room responds to the user's needs, Harrison explained, watching as Lyra explored the space with evident fascination. It can become almost anything, within certain magical limitations. How did you discover it? She asked, examining the ancient texts on the shelves. My father's grimoire mentioned it, Harrison replied truthfully, though omitting that he had also known it intimately in his previous life as Harry Potter. Salazar Slytherin was aware of it, though he didn't create it himself. Over the next few days, Harrison and Lyra carefully identified potential allies for their nascent resistance. Regulus Black was an obvious first candidate. His evident distress during the marking ceremony suggested he might be receptive to support in resisting Tom Riddle's influence. Harrison approached him carefully, finding the younger Black alone in the library late one evening. "How are you adjusting?" he asked quietly, sliding into the seat across from Regulus. The boy glanced up, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't been sleeping well since their return. "Fine," he replied automatically, though his expression belied the claim. "The first days after receiving the mark can be challenging," Harrison said, keeping his voice low. "The magic settles differently for different people." Regulus stared at him for a long moment before responding. "Does it ever stop? The feeling of something watching your thoughts?" The question confirmed Harrison's suspicions. Regulus was experiencing the invasive aspects of the mark more acutely than some others, perhaps due to his internal conflict about joining Tom Riddle's followers. "There are ways to create mental boundaries," Harrison offered carefully. "Techniques that allow you to maintain privacy within yourself while appearing to embrace the connection." Hope flickered briefly in Regulus's eyes before suspicion replaced it. "Why would you tell me this?" "You're the heir, his son." "Being his son doesn't mean I'm blind to the costs of his methods," Harrison replied, taking a calculated risk in revealing even this much of his true perspective. "The mark was presented as an honor, but its reality is more complex. Those who bear it deserve to understand how to live with it on their own terms." Regulus studied him with newfound intensity. "Sirius said you were different. That you didn't fit the pattern everyone expected from Tom Riddle's son." "Your brother is observant," Harrison acknowledged with a slight smile. "Though I hope you'll be discreet about this conversation." "Of course," Regulus agreed quickly. "But, these techniques you mentioned. Could you teach them?" "Meet me on the 7th floor tomorrow evening, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy," Harrison instructed. "Bring no one, tell no one." The following night, Harrison introduced Regulus to the room of requirement and began teaching him the basics of occlumency and mental compartmentalization, skills that would help him resist the more invasive aspects of the dark mark. Lyra joined them, providing additional perspectives on the protective techniques they had developed. "This is incredible," Regulus said after successfully implementing the first level of mental shielding. "I can feel the difference already, like creating a space inside that's still mine." "It requires daily practice to maintain effectively," Lyra cautioned. "Especially when you're in the presence of those directly connected to the source of the mark." Regulus nodded soberly. "My parents are hosting a gathering next week. He'll be there." The pronoun needed no clarification. Tom Riddle's presence loomed large in the consciousness of all who bore his mark. "Focus on projecting appropriate emotions at the surface level," Harrison advised. "Respect, loyalty, enthusiasm for the cause, while keeping your true thoughts behind multiple layers of shielding." As their session concluded, Regulus hesitated by the door. "There are others," he said quietly. "Not many, but some who received the mark and are uncertain. Not openly opposed, but uncomfortable with what's being asked of them." Harrison exchanged a glance with Lyra before responding carefully. "If you believe they can be trusted, truly trusted with something that could be fatal if revealed, we might consider expanding our group. But the risk must be weighed against the benefit." "I understand," Regulus assured them. "I won't approach anyone without discussing it with you first." As April progressed, their small resistance group grew cautiously. Regulus introduced them to a Ravenclaw 6th year whose family had long-standing ties to the Blacks but who harbored significant reservations about Tom Riddle's methods. Later, they were joined by a 7th-year Hufflepuff from an ancient pureblood line who had been marked against his will when his parents pledged allegiance to the cause. Each new member was taught the protective mental techniques, along with secure communication methods using enchanted coins modeled after protean charms. Harrison was careful to present himself not as a leader of rebellion but as a resource for those seeking to maintain their autonomy while navigating the dangerous waters of his father's organization. Meanwhile, the wizarding world beyond Hogwarts began experiencing the first public manifestations of Tom Riddle's growing power. The Daily Prophet reported a series of unfortunate incidents affecting ministry officials who had opposed recent magical heritage preservation initiatives. Though no direct evidence connected these events to any specific organization, the pattern was clear to those who understood the underlying movement. At Hogwarts, tensions rose as political divisions became more pronounced. Students from families aligned with Tom Riddle's cause became increasingly bold in expressing pure-blood supremacist views, while those who opposed such ideology found themselves subject to subtle intimidation. Harrison continued walking his precarious path between worlds, maintaining his position as Tom Riddle's heir and acknowledged leader among the marked students while secretly building resistance against his father's agenda. His friendship with James Potter and the young marauders provided both cover for his intelligence gathering and genuine connection to those who represented the light in the growing darkness. "Something's happening outside school," James commented one evening as they studied together in the library. "My dad's letters have been careful lately." Reading between the lines, the Auror office is on high alert. "Oh." Harrison replied, maintaining casual interest while inwardly noting this confirmation of his father's accelerating timeline. James leaned closer, lowering his voice. "There's been disappearances. People who spoke out against pure-blood agendas going missing. Nothing that can be proven, but a pattern that's got the ministry worried." "That sounds concerning," Harrison acknowledged, wondering how much James's father had shared with his son. "Dad says there's a group forming to counter whatever's happening," James continued, his hazel eyes serious behind his glasses. "Not just Aurors, private citizens organizing to protect people who might be targeted." Harrison recognized this as the earliest formation of what would become the Order of the Phoenix in his original timeline. "Your father's involved with this group?" James nodded slightly. "He can't say much, but he wanted me to be aware. To keep my eyes open here at Hogwarts, watch for students being recruited into, well, whatever's forming on the other side." The irony of James Potter unwittingly asking Tom Riddle's son to watch for Death Eater recruitment wasn't lost on Harrison. Yet the conversation presented an opportunity, a potential connection to those actively organizing against his father outside Hogwarts. "If you notice anything specific," Harrison said carefully, "I'd be interested to hear about it. My position in Slytherin gives me certain insights that might be useful." James studied him for a moment before breaking into a grin. "I knew you weren't like the others, Riddle. Despite your family name, you've got your head on straight." He punched Harrison's shoulder lightly. "Sirius says you've even been helping Regulus sort himself out, got him thinking independently instead of just parroting the family line." "Regulus has potential," Harrison said truthfully. "He just needs space to develop his own perspective." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Lily Evans, her arms laden with books for their shared potions project. As they worked, Harrison couldn't help but observe the dynamics between James and Lily, still adversarial on the surface, yet with underlying currents that suggested the beginnings of the relationship that would eventually form. In another life, these two would become his parents, sacrificing themselves to protect him from Lord Voldemort. Now, as Harrison Riddle, he found himself in the surreal position of potentially saving them from that fate by preventing his father's rise to power. The following week brought the first direct challenge to Harrison's careful balancing act. Arcturus Lestrange called a meeting of the marked students in the Slytherin common room late one night, after most others had retired. The gathering included those who had received the Dark Mark during Easter, predominantly Slytherins but with representatives from Ravenclaw and even one from Hufflepuff. "I've received instructions," Lestrange announced once privacy charms had been established around their group. "Our first coordinated action has been scheduled for next weekend's Hogsmeade visit." Harrison felt rather than saw Lyra tense beside him. "What sort of action?" he asked, his tone neutral. Lestrange's expression was coldly satisfied. "A demonstration of consequences for blood traitors. The bookshop owner has been providing material for Muggle-born integration initiatives. He's been warned. Now he'll be made an example." The implications were clear. violence against a civilian target, likely in broad daylight as a public statement. This was precisely the type of action Harrison had been dreading since the marking ceremony. The timing seems problematic, Harrison observed, choosing his words carefully. A busy Hogsmeade weekend means witnesses, potential interference from professors or aurors, and significant risk of identification. Lestrange's eyes narrowed. The instructions come directly from the Dark Lord. Are you questioning his judgment, Riddle? The challenge was deliberate, a test of Harrison's loyalty before the others. Harrison could feel multiple gazes fixed on him, evaluating his response. Among them, he noted Regulus and the other secret members of their resistance group, watching to see how he would navigate this dangerous moment. I'm analyzing operational security, Harrison replied coolly. As his heir, I'm expected to consider all aspects of our activities. Effectiveness balanced against sustainability of our movement. Before Lestrange could respond, Lucius Malfoy intervened smoothly. Harrison raises valid points. Perhaps we should request clarification on the operational parameters. The seventh-year prefect turned to Harrison. As the heir, you have more direct access through your mark. Would you be willing to seek this guidance? The suggestion was both a diplomatic solution to the immediate conflict and a potential trap. If Harrison refused to communicate with his father about the planned attack, his loyalty would be questioned. If he agreed, he would be directly complicit in whatever violence was being arranged. Of course, Harrison agreed, maintaining his composed facade. I'll seek clarification tonight and provide updates tomorrow. The meeting concluded shortly afterward, with Lestrange clearly dissatisfied but unable to directly challenge Harrison's position. As the common room emptied, Lyra remained behind, waiting until they were truly alone before speaking. You can't actually support this attack, she whispered, her dark eyes searching his face. I don't, Harrison confirmed quietly. But we need more information before we can determine how to respond effectively. That night, locked behind privacy wards in his dormitory, Harrison reluctantly activated the communication function of his dark mark for the first time. The modified nature of his mark allowed him to control the connection more precisely than other followers, maintaining his mental shields while establishing contact. Father, he thought clearly, directing his consciousness through the magical link embedded in the mark. The response came almost immediately, a sensation of his father's presence entering his awareness. Harrison, Tom Riddle's voice echoed in his mind. You've activated the connection successfully. Well done. Lestrange has informed us of the planned Hogsmeade operation, Harrison communicated carefully. I'm seeking clarification on parameters and objectives to ensure optimal execution. There was a brief pause before his father responded. Arcturus Lestrange overstepped in sharing partial information. The operation involves multiple phases, with student participation limited to observation and reporting, not direct action at this stage. This was unexpected, and potentially a relief, though Harrison remained wary. I understand. Should I correct this misunderstanding with the others? Yes. Make it clear that discipline and precise adherence to instructions are non-negotiable. Those marked are extensions of my will, not independent operatives. There was a subtle hint of irritation in the mental communication. The Hogsmeade demonstration will be conducted by graduated followers. Students will observe from secure positions to learn proper technique while remaining unimplicated. A more strategic approach, Harrison acknowledged, carefully concealing his relief behind mental shields. I'll ensure everyone understands their appropriate role. Good. Use this opportunity to assess which of your fellow students show appropriate restraint and which reveal dangerous impetuousness. The latter may require adjustment of their understanding. The threat underlying this statement was clear: those who acted without authorization risked punishment from Tom Riddle himself. I will observe and report accordingly, Harrison promised before carefully disengaging from the mental connection. Once alone in his thoughts again, Harrison considered the implications of what he'd learned. The attack on the bookshop owner was still planned, but would be carried out by adult Death Eaters rather than students. This provided a potential opportunity, if he could warn the target without revealing his source of information, the violence might be prevented entirely. The following morning, Harrison called together the marked students before breakfast, relaying the clarified instructions from their leader. Lestrange received this correction with poorly concealed resentment, particularly when Harrison emphasized that their role was strictly observational rather than participatory. Apparently someone misinterpreted the instructions, Harrison concluded, his gaze resting briefly on Lestrange. Our leader emphasized that precision and discipline are essential to our cause's success. Unauthorized actions reflect poorly on all of us. The rebuke was public enough to establish Harrison's authority while providing Lestrange a nominal excuse for his misrepresentation. Most of the marked students seemed relieved to learn they wouldn't be required to participate directly in violence, though a few, particularly Lestrange's closest allies, appeared disappointed. Later that day, Harrison met with his small resistance group in the room of requirement, sharing what he had learned about the planned attack. "We need to warn the bookshop owner," Regulus said immediately. "Get him away before they arrive." "Without revealing our source of information," Lyra added. "If they suspect a leak from within, they'll start hunting for traitors." Harrison nodded grimly. "I have an idea, but it will require careful timing and absolute secrecy." His plan was both simple and risky, using his friendship with James Potter to channel a warning through legitimate channels without exposing himself as the source. If James's father truly was connected to the group organizing against Tom Riddle's followers, they might have the means to protect the bookshop owner without raising suspicion. That afternoon, Harrison carefully steered a conversation with James toward concerns about Hogsmeade's safety, mentioning rumors he had overheard in the Slytherin common room. Some of the more extreme pureblood types were talking about the bookshop owner, Harrison said casually as they walked between classes. "Apparently he's been criticized for his Muggle-born integration materials. They seemed hostile about it." James's expression grew serious. "That sounds like more than just talk. The owner, Mr. Caldwell, is known for his progressive views. My dad's mentioned him before." "It's probably nothing," Harrison said with calculated nonchalance. "But given what you mentioned about disappearances and threats, might be worth mentioning to your father in your next letter." "I'll do better than that," James replied, his expression hardening with determination. "I'll use the emergency contact method he gave me. This sounds exactly like the kind of thing their group is watching for." Harrison maintained his appearance of mild concern while inwardly relieved that James was taking the threat seriously. "Just don't mention where you heard it," he cautioned. "I wouldn't want to be accused of spreading rumors." "Course not," James assured him. "Source protection is basic security." The trap was thus baited, information provided through a channel Tom Riddle would never suspect, potentially allowing intervention without exposing Harrison's true allegiance. Whether it would be sufficient to prevent the attack remained to be seen, but it was the most he could do without risking his cover entirely. The Hogsmeade weekend arrived with tense anticipation. Harrison maintained his role as Tom Riddle's heir and leader among the marked students, organizing them into observation positions throughout the village as instructed. Internally, however, he was constantly scanning for signs of either the planned attack or potential intervention to prevent it. The answer came mid-morning, when a contingent of Aurors arrived in Hogsmeade, establishing a visible presence throughout the village but particularly near the bookshop. Their arrival was explained as routine security for student weekends, but the timing and positioning made their true purpose clear to those who understood the situation. Harrison observed Lestrange's frustrated expression as the older Death Eaters who had been positioned to conduct the attack gradually dispersed, abandoning their mission in the face of unexpected Auror presence. The demonstration of consequences had been thwarted without a single spell cast. "Someone warned them," Lestrange hissed as they regrouped in the Three Broomsticks later. The Aurors were positioned too precisely for coincidence. "Perhaps," Harrison replied noncommittally. "Or perhaps security has been generally increased due to recent incidents elsewhere. Either way, our instructions were to observe and report, which we've done. The leadership will determine next steps." His calm response seemed to diffuse Lestrange's immediate suspicion, though Harrison noted the calculating look that remained in the other boy's eyes. Arcturus Lestrange was becoming increasingly dangerous, his resentment of Harrison's position combining with genuine fanaticism for Tom Riddle's cause. That evening, Harrison received a mental summons through his dark mark, his father demanding an immediate report on the aborted operation. Secluded behind privacy wards, Harrison established the connection, carefully maintaining his mental shields. The aura presence was unexpected, Tom Riddle's voice echoed in his mind, cold with controlled anger. Someone leaked information. The operational details were known to multiple participants, Harrison replied carefully. When Lestrange initially misrepresented the instructions to the student observers, he may have created additional security vulnerabilities. This subtle redirection of suspicion toward Lestrange wasn't entirely fair, but it provided a plausible explanation that protected Harrison's true actions while reinforcing the importance of proper command structure, something his father valued highly. Perhaps, Tom acknowledged, though Harrison sensed lingering suspicion. Regardless, this setback is temporary. Alternative demonstrations are already being arranged, ones less predictable and more impactful. I understand, Father. Your primary focus remains Hogwarts itself, Tom continued. Dumbledore has increased protective measures around certain artifacts of interest within the castle. Your position as a student provides access his other opponents lack. I continue to gather intelligence on his activities, Harrison assured his father. Though his awareness of potential threats has made observation challenging. The conversation concluded shortly afterward, leaving Harrison with the troubling knowledge that while one attack had been prevented, others were already being planned. Moreover, his father's focus on artifacts within Hogwarts, almost certainly the Elder Wand and potentially other items connected to the Deathly Hallows, suggested an acceleration of his broader agenda. The following weeks brought increasing evidence of Tom Riddle's growing campaign of intimidation and control. The Daily Prophet reported mysterious accidents befalling vocal opponents of pureblood supremacist policies. Ministry officials known for progressive views found themselves reassigned to remote departments or facing sudden investigations into alleged irregularities in their work. Most disturbing was the disappearance of a prominent Muggle-born rights advocate, a witch named Helena Thornfield who had been organizing support for educational reforms. When her absence was finally reported in a small corner of the Prophet's third page, the article suggested she had chosen to take an extended sabbatical abroad despite evidence that she had vanished while returning home from a public speaking engagement. At Hogwarts, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as news from outside filtered in. Students from families aligned with Tom Riddle's movement became more openly contemptuous of Muggle-born classmates, while those from families opposing such views became more vigilant and defensive. Harrison's resistance group expanded cautiously, adding a few more members who had either been marked against their will or who had family connections to marked individuals and opposed the direction the movement was taking. Their meetings in the Room of Requirement focused on protective techniques, secure communication methods, and information sharing that might help prevent future attacks. My father mentioned another gathering planned for early June, Regulus reported during one such meeting. Something about advancing the commitment of those who received the mark at Easter. Harrison exchanged a concerned glance with Lyra. That likely means expanded binding through the mark, he explained to the group. The initial marking established the connection, but further rituals can strengthen the magical control aspects. Can we resist that the same way we resisted the initial marking? Asked the Ravenclaw sixth year who had joined their group in April. Yes, but it will be more challenging, Lyra replied. Each additional binding builds upon the existing magical framework. Our protective measures need to evolve accordingly. They spent the remainder of the session developing enhanced shielding techniques and contingency plans for those who might be summoned to whatever ceremony Tom Riddle was planning. Harrison found himself increasingly impressed by the courage and determination of these young witches and wizards, most still teenagers, yet willing to resist a movement that threatened everything they valued. As May progressed, Harrison continued his complex navigation between worlds. In classes, he maintained his academic excellence, particularly in defense against the dark arts where Dumbledore continued to teach pending the appointment of a permanent professor. The headmaster's penetrating gaze often rested thoughtfully on Harrison during these lessons, suggesting he sensed something of the internal conflict behind the composed exterior. One evening after class, Dumbledore asked Harrison to remain behind, closing the classroom door with a wave of his hand once the other students had departed. "Mr. Riddle," the headmaster began, moving to stand by the window overlooking the Hogwarts grounds. "I've been most impressed by your essays on defensive theory. Your analysis of the ethical boundaries of protection versus aggression shows remarkable depth for a first-year student." "Thank you, Professor," Harrison replied, uncertain of Dumbledore's purpose but maintaining his careful composure. "I'm particularly struck by your consistent emphasis on intent as the defining characteristic of magic, rather than arbitrary categorizations of light and dark." Dumbledore turned from the window, his blue eyes focusing intently on Harrison. A perspective that suggests considerable independent thought. Harrison recognized the implied question about his relationship to his father's ideology. "I believe in understanding magic fundamentally rather than accepting predetermined classifications," he said carefully. "A wise approach," Dumbledore nodded. "Though sometimes challenging when one is surrounded by those with more rigid perspectives." The conversation hung in precarious balance, neither openly acknowledging the underlying tensions, yet both aware of the currents flowing beneath their careful words. "Professor," Harrison said finally, deciding to take a calculated risk, "might I ask a somewhat philosophical question?" "Of course, my boy. I find philosophical questions often lead to the most illuminating discussions. If someone finds themselves in a position where they can do more good from within a problematic system than by opposing it directly, does that justify certain compromises in their visible actions?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, his gaze becoming even more penetrating. "An intriguing moral quandary," he replied thoughtfully. "I would suggest that such compromises can indeed be justified, but only if the individual maintains absolute clarity about their core principles, and only if the compromises are in method rather than in fundamental moral values." He moved closer, his voice lowering slightly. "The most dangerous path in such situations, Mr. Riddle, is not external discovery but internal corruption. We become what we pretend to be, unless we maintain something immutable at our core." The insight struck Harrison deeply, articulating a fear he had carried since receiving the dark mark. How long could one walk in darkness, even with protective intentions, before the darkness began to seep inward? "I understand, Professor," Harrison said quietly. "Thank you for the perspective." Dumbledore studied him a moment longer before nodding slightly. "Remember, Mr. Riddle, my door is always open to those seeking guidance, regardless of their name or house affiliation." The offer hung in the air between them, not quite an extended hand, but a path left deliberately available should Harrison choose to take it. The headmaster was clearly aware that something significant was occurring with Harrison, though perhaps not the specific nature of his internal conflict. As Harrison left the classroom, he felt both reassured and troubled by the interaction. Dumbledore represented a potential powerful ally, yet involving him directly would escalate the conflict with his father before Harrison was properly positioned to manage the consequences. The following weekend brought stark evidence of Tom Riddle's accelerating campaign. A small village with a mixed magical and muggle population was attacked during the night, its muggle inhabitants found wandering in confused states with their memories obviously tampered with, while the magical families reported intimidation by masked figures demanding declarations of blood purity and allegiance to the natural magical order. Though no direct evidence connected Tom Riddle to the incident, the Daily Prophet's reporting included a statement from Abraxas Malfoy, now identified as a ministry advisor on magical heritage matters, suggesting that unfortunate incidents would continue until proper respect for magical tradition is restored to our society. The attack created shockwaves throughout Hogwarts. Students with relatives in the affected village were temporarily allowed home to ensure their families' safety. Teachers spoke in hushed voices, breaking conversations abruptly when students approached. And Dumbledore called an unusual evening assembly, addressing the entire school with uncharacteristic solemnity. Recent events beyond our walls have cast shadows that reach even into this ancient sanctuary of learning, the headmaster began, his typically twinkling eyes grave as they swept across the gathered students. While I wish I could assure you that these are isolated incidents, wisdom and honesty compel me to acknowledge that they represent something more concerning, the emergence of a movement that seeks to divide our world based on accidents of birth rather than qualities of character. Murmurs swept through the great hall as students exchanged glances, some frightened, others defiantly supportive of the very ideology Dumbledore was criticizing. Harrison maintained his neutral expression, though he noted Lestrange and several other marked students watching him for his reaction to the headmaster's words. Hogwarts was founded to unite magical learning across different temperaments and talents, Dumbledore continued. Our 4 houses represent complementary strengths, not opposing values. In the days ahead, I urge each of you to remember that fundamental unity of purpose, even as forces beyond these walls attempt to create division. The speech concluded with practical safety measures, enhanced security for Hogsmeade visits, additional protective enchantments around the castle grounds, and protocols for reporting concerning behavior. Throughout, Dumbledore never directly named Tom Riddle or his followers, but the target of his warnings was unmistakable to those who understood the situation. That night, Harrison received an urgent message from Lyra through their enchanted communication coin. Meeting in the room of requirement well after curfew, he found not only Lyra but Regulus and 2 other members of their resistance group, all looking grave. There's been a development, Lyra said without preamble. Lestrange has called a meeting of all marked students tomorrow night. He claims to have received special instructions directly from your father. Harrison frowned. My father hasn't mentioned any new instructions to me. Exactly, Regulus interjected. Lestrange is implying that you're being deliberately bypassed, that your father has concerns about your commitment and is establishing an alternative command structure. He's making a power play, Harrison concluded, understanding immediately the danger this presented. Using Dumbledore's speech as evidence that I'm compromised by proximity to the headmaster. It's worse than that, said the Hufflepuff 7th year who had joined their group in April. There are rumors that Lestrange is planning some kind of demonstration within Hogwarts itself, something to counter Dumbledore's influence and prove their dedication to the cause. This was alarming news. Any violence within Hogwarts would not only endanger students but would significantly escalate the conflict before Harrison was prepared. Moreover, if Lestrange was truly attempting to usurp his position among the marked students, it suggested his cover might already be compromised. We need to determine exactly what Lestrange is planning, Harrison said decisively. Attend his meeting, appear receptive but non-committal, and report back immediately. And if he's planning something immediate? Lyra asked, her dark eyes concerned. Something that would harm other students? Then we intervene, regardless of the risk to our cover, Harrison replied without hesitation. There are lines we don't cross, even to maintain our position. The following night, while Regulus and the others attended Lestrange's gathering, Harrison met with Lyra in the room of requirement, preparing contingencies for whatever they might learn. The tension was palpable as they waited for their companions to return with information. When Regulus finally arrived, his face was pale with concern. It's worse than we thought, he reported. Lestrange claims to have received authorization for a direct action within Hogwarts, an attack on Muggle-born students designed to create fear and demonstrate that even Dumbledore cannot protect those they consider unworthy of magic. When? Harrison demanded, alarm coursing through him. Tomorrow night, Regulus replied. They're targeting several specific students, including Lily Evans. The mention of Lily's name sent ice through Harrison's veins. In his previous life, she had been his mother, her sacrifice creating the protection that allowed Harry Potter to survive Voldemort's killing curse. Now, as Harrison Riddle, he faced the prospect of her being harmed by followers of his own father. Did Lestrange specify the nature of the attack? Lyra asked, her expression grim. Regulus nodded reluctantly. Nothing lethal, they're not that bold yet. But serious enough to send a message. Permanent hexes, potentially disfiguring curses. They plan to ambush the target separately, overwhelm them with superior numbers. This can't be authorized by my father, Harrison said, certain that Tom Riddle would consider such an action strategically premature. Lestrange is overstepping, using my father's name to pursue his own agenda. Authorized or not, we need to stop it, Lyra insisted. If they succeed, it crosses a line that changes everything about the conflict at Hogwarts. Harrison paced the room, considering their options. Warning the intended victims would protect them temporarily but wouldn't address the underlying threat. Informing Dumbledore would provide immediate security but would raise questions about their knowledge that could expose their group. Confronting Lestrange directly would reveal Harrison's opposition to his father's supposed orders. We need a solution that protects the targets while maintaining our cover, Harrison said finally. And ideally, one that discredits Lestrange in the process. After intense discussion, they developed a plan that balanced these competing objectives. The resistance group would split into teams, some discreetly warning the targeted students to remain in secure locations, others creating a false security alert that would increase staff presence in the areas where attacks were planned, and a third group monitoring Lestrange and his accomplices to ensure they didn't adapt their plans. And if those measures fail? Regulus asked soberly. If they still manage to isolate and attack someone? Then we intervene directly, Harrison replied, his voice hardening with resolve. Cover or no cover. The following day passed in tense preparation. Through careful maneuvering, Harrison arranged for Lily Evans to receive an anonymous note warning her to remain in Gryffindor Tower after dinner, citing credible threats against Muggle-born students. Similar warnings reached the other potential targets through various channels, none traceable back to Harrison's group. Meanwhile, Lyra engineered a discovery of suspicious magical residue in the corridors where the attacks were planned, prompting increased patrols by prefects and staff. By evening, the castle's security had been subtly but significantly enhanced without directly exposing the specific threat. Harrison himself maintained his normal routine, attending classes and meals while showing no indication of awareness about Lestrange's plans. He even engaged the other boy in casual conversation at dinner, noting the barely concealed anticipation in Lestrange's manner. You seem in good spirits today, Arcturus, Harrison observed mildly. Something interesting planned for the evening? Lestrange's smile was cold. Just feeling optimistic about certain developments. Sometimes progress requires decisive action rather than endless calculation. Indeed, Harrison replied, maintaining his composed facade. Though in my experience, actions without proper authorization often lead to unintended consequences. The veiled warning seemed to land as intended, a flicker of uncertainty crossing Lestrange's expression before his arrogance reasserted itself. We'll see who understands the current priorities better, won't we? As evening fell, Harrison positioned himself strategically near the Gryffindor Tower entrance, ostensibly reading a textbook while actually maintaining vigilance for Lestrange's group. Lyra and Regulus were stationed near other potential ambush points, with their remaining allies patrolling secondary corridors. The confrontation came earlier than expected. Shortly after curfew, Harrison spotted Lestrange and 3 other marked students approaching the Gryffindor entrance with evident purpose, their wands already drawn. Moving quickly but casually, Harrison intercepted them before they could reach the portrait hole. Interesting location for an evening stroll, he commented, blocking their path. Particularly for Slytherins. Lestrange's expression hardened. Step aside, Riddle. We have authorization for this operation. From whom? Harrison countered calmly. Because I've received no such orders from our leader. In fact, I've confirmed that actions within Hogwarts remain strictly observational at this stage. You wouldn't have been informed, Lestrange sneered. Your commitment has been questioned. Your associations with blood traders and Muggle lovers have been noted. Tonight, we demonstrate proper loyalty while you demonstrate your irrelevance. The challenge was direct now, the power struggle between them fully in the open. Harrison could sense the other marked students watching tensely, uncertain where true authority lay in this conflict. Arcturus, Harrison said quietly, you're making a serious miscalculation. Unauthorized action endangers our entire position here. Whatever you're planning will have consequences you haven't properly considered. Empty threats, Lestrange dismissed. Now move aside, or we'll consider you part of the opposition. As if to emphasize his point, Lestrange raised his wand slightly, its tip oriented toward Harrison in clear threat. The moment had arrived, the choice between maintaining his cover by allowing violence against innocent students or taking a stand that would irrevocably establish his opposition to his father's followers. For Harrison, there was no real choice at all. "I cannot allow you to harm fellow students," he stated firmly, drawing his own wand with casual confidence. "Whatever you believe about blood status or magical heritage, attacks within Hogwarts cross a line that compromises everything we've built." Lestrange's eyes widened with a mixture of shock and vindication. "So it's true. The heir has gone soft. Seduced by Dumbledore's propaganda and Potter's friendship." He gestured to his companions. "You see. He chooses them over us, over his own father's cause." "I choose strategic wisdom over reckless vandalism," Harrison countered, aware that he was walking a dangerously narrow path. "Our leader builds a movement for generations, not momentary satisfaction." The standoff might have continued, but fate intervened in the form of approaching footsteps, Professor McGonagall conducting her evening rounds, accompanied by the Gryffindor prefects. Lestrange hesitated, clearly calculating the risks of proceeding with witnesses approaching. "This isn't over, Riddle," he hissed, backing away. "Your father will hear of your interference. Your true loyalties are clear now." "As are yours," Harrison replied evenly. "I wonder which of us has better judgment of his actual priorities." Lestrange and his companions retreated swiftly, disappearing down a side corridor before McGonagall arrived. Harrison quickly pocketed his wand and adopted a casual posture, nodding respectfully to the Transfiguration professor as she approached. "Mr. Riddle," she acknowledged with slight surprise. "Rather far from the Slytherin dormitories, aren't you?" "Yes, Professor," Harrison agreed smoothly. "I was returning a book to a classmate before curfew but seemed to have lost track of time. I was just heading back." McGonagall's expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced but had no grounds to challenge his explanation. "See that you return directly to your dormitory. These are not times for students to be wandering the corridors after hours." "Of course, Professor. Good evening." As Harrison made his way back toward the Slytherin dungeons, his mind raced with the implications of the confrontation. His direct opposition to Lestrange's planned attack had preserved his moral principles but significantly compromised his cover within his father's organization. Lestrange would certainly report the incident, presenting it as evidence of Harrison's disloyalty. The question now was how his father would respond, whether Tom Riddle would accept Harrison's strategic explanation for preventing unauthorized violence at Hogwarts, or whether he would see it as evidence of genuine resistance to his agenda. Harrison reached the Slytherin common room to find it unusually quiet, tension hanging in the air as students observed his entrance. News of the confrontation had apparently spread quickly among the marked students, creating visible divisions between those loyal to Lestrange and those who respected Harrison's position as Tom Riddle's heir. Lyra approached him casually, her expression revealing nothing of her concern as she spoke in a carefully modulated voice. "Eventful evening?" Lestrange returned looking rather frustrated. "A minor disagreement about appropriate methods," Harrison replied equally casually, aware of listening ears. "Nothing significant." The pretense of normalcy maintained, Harrison retired to his dormitory, securing privacy wards before examining his dark mark. Would his father summon him immediately for explanation? Or would he wait, gathering information from multiple sources before reaching a conclusion? The answer came shortly before midnight, a burning sensation in the mark as Tom Riddle established direct mental connection. Harrison strengthened his occlumency shields before accepting the communication. "Conflicting reports have reached me," his father's voice echoed in his mind, cold with controlled anger. "Lestrange claims you actively opposed an operation authorized by me. You will explain." Harrison proceeded carefully, presenting the facts in terms his father would respect while maintaining his defensive position. Lestrange attempted to conduct unauthorized attacks within Hogwarts, claiming your approval but presenting no evidence of it. Such actions threatened our strategic position and risked exposure of our entire network at the school. You believe Lestrange acted without authorization? I know he did, Harrison replied with calculated certainty. The operation violated basic security protocols you've established. It risked everything for a symbolic gesture with minimal strategic value. There was a pause in the mental communication, suggesting his father was considering this perspective. Why did you not consult me directly before intervening? Events unfolded too quickly, Harrison explained. Lestrange was literally at the point of attack when I intercepted him. I made a tactical decision based on protecting our long-term objectives. Another pause, longer this time. Your reasoning is sound from an operational security perspective, Tom finally acknowledged. However, your willingness to directly oppose those acting in my name raises concerns about your priorities. The implied question hung between them: where did Harrison's true loyalty lie? With his father's cause or with the Hogwarts students he had protected? My priority remains the success of our movement, Harrison stated firmly. Which requires discipline, strategic thinking, and protection of our operational security. Lestrange demonstrated none of these qualities. His actions reflected personal ambition, not dedication to our objectives. This characterization, shifting focus from the moral question of attacking students to the strategic failure of Lestrange's approach, seemed to resonate with Tom Riddle's own values. I will address Lestrange's insubordination, his father decided finally. But Harrison, remember that compassion for the opposition is weakness. Our enemies deserve neither mercy nor protection. Remember who you are and what we are building. I understand, Father, Harrison replied, maintaining his composed mental projection while inwardly reinforcing his own contrary convictions. We will discuss this further at the June gathering, Tom concluded. Until then, maintain your position and continue gathering intelligence on Dumbledore's activities. The artifacts we seek grow increasingly significant to our plans. The mental connection severed, leaving Harrison alone with the knowledge that while he had navigated this immediate crisis, a more significant confrontation awaited him at the June gathering his father had mentioned. Whatever ceremony Tom Riddle was planning, likely another binding ritual to strengthen control over his marked followers, would require even more careful preparation than the Easter marking had. The following days brought shifting dynamics among the Slytherins. Lestrange had clearly received some form of reprimand through his dark mark, his previous arrogance replaced by simmering resentment directed primarily at Harrison. Meanwhile, those who had wavered in their allegiance seemed to realign themselves with Harrison, perceiving his successful navigation of the conflict as evidence of his secure position as heir. Harrison's resistance group met with renewed purpose, recognizing that the confrontation with Lestrange had accelerated their timeline. They could no longer operate purely defensively, reacting to threats as they emerged. They needed to develop proactive measures to counter Tom Riddle's growing campaign beyond Hogwarts. The June gathering will be critical, Harrison explained to his companions during their next meeting in the Room of Requirement. Based on similar events in magical history, it likely involves strengthening the magical binding through the dark mark, essentially increasing my father's direct control over those who bear it. Can we resist it the way we did the initial marking? Regulus asked, unconsciously rubbing his left forearm where the mark lay concealed beneath his robes. Yes, but we'll need enhanced protective measures, Harrison replied. The conditional acceptance ritual we used before provides a foundation, but we need to strengthen the barriers against deeper magical binding. Lyra, who had been researching ancient protective magic in the restricted section using permission slips from Professor Slugghorn, shared her findings. There's a counterbinding ritual described in several sources, originally designed to protect against forced magical marriage contracts. It essentially creates a magical decoy that accepts external binding while preserving the core self. Implementing such protection for everyone in our group would be challenging, the Ravenclaw 6th year observed. The ritual requires significant preparation and specific components. We'll need to prioritize, Harrison acknowledged. Those most likely to be summoned to the June gathering receive full protection. Others get basic shielding against remote influence through the mark. As they developed plans for countering the June ritual, Harrison continued his careful navigation of his increasingly precarious position. In classes, he maintained his academic excellence. In Slytherin, he projected appropriate authority as Tom Riddle's heir while subtly building connections with those who might eventually join their resistance. Most challenging was his continued friendship with James Potter and the young marauders. After the thwarted attack, Harrison found himself more protective of them than ever, particularly Lily Evans, whose status as a Muggleborn made her an ongoing target for those who shared his father's ideology. One afternoon, he found Lily in the library, studying alone at a secluded table. After confirming no one was watching, he approached her directly. "Evans," he said quietly. "May I join you for a moment?" Lily looked up, surprise evident in her green eyes, so like his own. "Riddle? I suppose so. Though I'm rather busy with this potions essay." Harrison sat across from her, casting a subtle privacy charm before speaking. "I wanted to ensure you received the warning about potential threats against Muggleborn students." Her expression shifted from surprise to wariness. "I did. Anonymous note slipped into my textbook. Rather concerning, though nothing happened." She studied him with sudden intensity. "How do you know about that?" "Because I arranged for it to be delivered," Harrison admitted, taking a calculated risk. "There was a credible threat from certain Slytherin elements. I couldn't warn you directly without compromising my position." "Your position?" Lily repeated, her intelligence evident in her quick grasp of the implications. "As Tom Riddle's son, you mean? The Slytherin prince who shouldn't be seen protecting Muggleborns." Harrison smiled slightly at her perceptiveness. "Something like that." "Why would you warn me?" she asked directly. "Your father's views on people like me are hardly a secret in certain circles." "Perhaps I don't share all my father's views," Harrison replied carefully. "Perhaps I believe magical ability matters more than ancestry." Lily studied him thoughtfully. "James Potter said something similar about you. That you're different from what people expect." Her expression remained cautious but less hostile. "Thank you for the warning. Though I can protect myself, contrary to what pure-blood supremacists might believe." "I don't doubt it," Harrison said sincerely, remembering the formidable which Lily would have become in his original timeline. "But even the most capable which can be overwhelmed by superior numbers." "Is the threat ongoing?" she asked practically. "Temporarily neutralized," Harrison assured her. "But caution remains advisable, especially when alone in isolated areas of the castle." Lily nodded, accepting his advice without showing fear. "I'll keep that in mind." She hesitated before adding, "Why are you really doing this, Riddle? Warning Muggleborns, befriending James and his group, it doesn't align with your family connections." The direct question demanded at least a partially honest answer. "Let's just say I'm interested in magical potential wherever it manifests, not arbitrary distinctions based on lineage. The wizarding world's fixation on blood purity ignores evident talent like yours." This explanation, true as far as it went, though omitting his deeper opposition to his father's agenda, seemed to satisfy Lily. Their conversation shifted to the potions essay she was working on, which happened to align with Harrison's own research interests. By the time they parted, something like tentative friendship had formed between them, another small victory in Harrison's campaign to protect those who would have been important to Harry Potter. As May gave way to June, evidence of Tom Riddle's growing power continued to accumulate. The Daily Prophet reported increased ministry support for traditional magical values, with several key departments now headed by individuals known to be sympathetic to pureblood supremacist views. Regulations regarding Muggleborn integration were being reviewed for alignment with magical heritage preservation, creating bureaucratic obstacles for those seeking equal treatment. More concerning were the continued disappearances, not just vocal opponents of pureblood ideology now, but ordinary witches and wizards whose only crime appeared to be Muggle parentage or public association with Muggle causes. While no direct evidence connected these disappearances to Tom Riddle or his followers, the pattern was unmistakable to those who understood the movement's objectives. At Hogwarts, tensions continued to rise as the school year approached its conclusion. The division between those aligned with traditional pureblood values and those supporting more inclusive approaches became increasingly visible. Study groups segregated along ideological lines, common room discussions frequently devolved into heated political debates, and even the professors seemed affected by the polarization sweeping the wizarding world. Through it all, Harrison maintained his precarious balance, Tom Riddle's heir in name and appearance, while secretly building resistance against his father's agenda. His small group continued to grow cautiously, adding members who demonstrated both opposition to pureblood supremacism and the discretion necessary for such dangerous resistance. Most significantly, Harrison finally received details about the June gathering his father had been planning. The information came through his dark mark, a direct mental communication providing location, time, and general purpose of the event. The summer solstice, Tom Riddle's voice echoed in Harrison's mind. The ancestral Black estate in northern Scotland. A ceremony to strengthen our collective purpose and power. All who bear the mark are required to attend. Preparations as previously instructed. The preparations referenced a purification ritual involving fasting and magical meditation, standard requirements for significant binding ceremonies but in this case likely designed to weaken recipients' natural resistance to external magical influence. Harrison shared this information with his resistance group immediately, accelerating their preparation of countermeasures. Lyra had successfully adapted the counterbinding ritual for their specific needs, while Harrison had developed an enhanced protective potion building on their previous formula. The timing is significant, Lyra explained during their planning session. The summer solstice represents peak magical power in numerous traditions. Any binding performed then will be substantially stronger than our Easter marking was. Which means our protective measures must be proportionally stronger, Harrison added. The counterbinding ritual needs to be performed the night before the solstice to establish proper magical foundations. They spent hours refining their approach, ensuring that every member who might be summoned to the ceremony was thoroughly prepared. The stakes had risen significantly, not merely protecting their autonomy now, but potentially establishing a foundation for more direct opposition to Tom Riddle's movement in the months ahead. As the end of term approached, Harrison received an unexpected summons from Dumbledore. The message, delivered by Professor McGonagall after Transfiguration class, requested his presence in the headmaster's office that evening. Harrison approached the meeting with cautious curiosity. Had Dumbledore somehow learned of his resistance activities? Or was this related to his academic performance, as the official reason for the summons suggested? The headmaster's office was bathed in early evening light as Harrison entered, Fawkes the Phoenix watching from his perch with those intelligent eyes that seemed to see beyond surfaces. Dumbledore himself stood by the window, his tall figure silhouetted against the sunset. "Ah, Mr. Riddle. Thank you for coming," Dumbledore greeted him, turning with a gentle smile. "Please, sit down. Would you care for tea? Or perhaps a lemon drop?" "Tea would be nice, thank you, Professor," Harrison replied, taking the offered seat while maintaining his composed exterior. Inside, however, his mind was alert for any sign of the true purpose behind this meeting. Dumbledore prepared tea with unhurried movements, serving Harrison before seating himself behind his desk. "You've had a remarkable first year, Mr. Riddle. Your professors speak highly of your academic achievements, particularly in defense against the dark arts." "Thank you, sir. I find the subject particularly engaging." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded, his blue eyes twinkling. "Your essay on defensive magic as a moral imperative was especially thoughtful. Your conclusion that true protection extends beyond the self to encompass all who cannot defend themselves demonstrated unusual maturity for a first-year student." Harrison accepted the compliment with appropriate modesty, though he recognized Dumbledore was leading somewhere specific with this line of conversation. "Beyond academics," the headmaster continued, "I've noticed your rather unique social positioning at Hogwarts. You've formed connections across house boundaries, quite unusual for a Slytherin, particularly one with your family background. Here it was, the real purpose of the meeting beginning to emerge. I believe there's value in understanding different perspectives, Professor. A commendable approach, Dumbledore agreed. Particularly in times when perspectives are becoming increasingly polarized outside these walls. He paused, sipping his tea thoughtfully before continuing. Mr. Riddle, I hope you'll forgive an old man's directness, but recent events suggest you may be navigating rather complex pressures. Pressures that sometimes place students in untenable positions between family expectations and their own developing values. The statement hung in the air between them, not quite an accusation or even a specific question, but a clear opening for Harrison to share any concerns he might have about his father's activities. Many students find themselves in such positions, Harrison replied carefully. Family traditions often conflict with new ideas encountered at school. Indeed they do, Dumbledore nodded. Though few face such conflicts with quite the intensity that you might. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance navigating such challenges, I hope you know that Hogwarts offers resources beyond academic instruction. The offer was clear, Dumbledore was extending protection, albeit indirectly, should Harrison choose to distance himself from his father's movement. The gesture was both tempting and concerning. Aligning openly with Dumbledore would provide powerful support but would also precipitate immediate conflict with his father before Harrison was properly positioned to effectively oppose him. I appreciate your concern, Professor, Harrison said sincerely. And I'll remember that Hogwarts offers such resources, should they ever be needed. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, those penetrating blue eyes seeming to see beyond Harrison's careful words to the complex truth beneath. Very well, Mr. Riddle. I won't keep you longer from your evening studies. But before you go, I'd like to share a personal observation, if I may. Of course, Professor. Throughout my long life, I've observed that the most consequential choices we make are rarely between absolute good and absolute evil. Such distinctions would be simple to navigate. Rather, they come in those gray moments when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. Between the path others have laid for us and the one our own conscience illuminates. The wisdom resonated deeply with Harrison's dual existence, the constant tension between his role as Tom Riddle's heir and his determination to prevent the dark future he had witnessed in another life. Thank you for the perspective, Professor, he said quietly. I'll give it careful consideration. As Harrison departed the headmaster's office, he felt both reassured and burdened by the interaction. Dumbledore clearly suspected something of Harrison's internal conflict and had offered support without demanding immediate commitment. But the conversation had also highlighted the increasingly precarious nature of Harrison's position, caught between worlds, belonging fully to neither. The end of term arrived with a flurry of examinations and preparations for summer break. Harrison excelled in his finals, securing top marks across all subjects, achievements that would normally have brought satisfaction but now seemed trivial compared to the challenges awaiting him beyond Hogwarts. On the final evening before departure, Harrison met with his resistance group one last time in the room of requirement. The atmosphere was solemn as they confirmed summer communication protocols and finalized preparations for the solstice ceremony. Remember, Harrison emphasized to those who would be attending, the counterbinding ritual must be performed precisely as we've practiced. The positioning of protection sigils, the incantation timing, the application of the potion, all must be exact for effective shielding. And for those of us not summoned, asked a sixth-year Ravenclaw who had joined their group recently. Maintain minimal contact, observe security protocols, and be prepared to activate your emergency port keys if communication suggests compromise, Lyra instructed. Your safety remains our primary concern. As their meeting concluded, Harrison took a moment to address the group directly. What we're doing carries significant risk, he acknowledged. But it also represents something essential, resistance against ideology that would divide and diminish our world rather than elevate it. Whatever happens in the months ahead, remember that you're not alone in this struggle. The simple affirmation seemed to strengthen their collective resolve. These young witches and wizards, most still teenagers, facing challenges that would intimidate fully trained adults, had chosen a difficult path based on principle rather than expediency. Their courage reminded Harrison powerfully of the friends who had stood beside Harry Potter in his previous life. The following morning brought the usual end-of-term chaos as students prepared to board the Hogwarts Express. Amid the bustle, Harrison managed brief conversations with those who had become important to him beyond his resistance group, James Potter and the young marauders, Lily Evans, even Severus Snape, whose brilliance Harrison still hoped to divert from the dark path he had followed in the original timeline. Right during summer, James suggested as they said their goodbyes on the platform. "My parents said I could have friends visit in August if you're interested." "I'd like that," Harrison replied sincerely, though he knew such a visit would be impossible given his father's expectations. "I'll see what can be arranged." The journey back to London passed in a blur of conversation and preparation. Harrison and Lyra used the opportunity to finalize details for the approaching solstice ceremony, speaking in coded terms when other students were nearby and more directly during private moments. "Remember," Lyra said quietly as the train approached King's Cross, "whatever happens at the ceremony, maintain your mental shields above all else. The mark can control actions but not thoughts if properly protected." "And you do the same," Harrison replied, his concern evident despite his composed exterior. "If at any point the risk becomes too great, use your emergency portkey. No information is worth your safety." Their gazes held for a moment, communication passing between them that transcended words. In the months since their first meeting on the Hogwarts Express, their alliance had evolved from pragmatic cooperation to genuine trust and something deeper that neither had directly acknowledged. "We'll get through this," Lyra said with quiet determination. "And come September, we'll be better positioned to expand our resistance." The train pulled into platform 9 3/4, where anxious parents waited to reclaim their children after months away. Among them stood Tom Riddle, his tall figure commanding attention despite his understated appearance in well-tailored Muggle clothing. Harrison felt the familiar mixture of apprehension and determination as he prepared to step back into his role as the heir of the wizard who would become Lord Voldemort. The summer ahead would bring critical challenges, the solstice ceremony, increased political maneuvering, and potentially direct confrontation if his resistance was discovered. Yet as he gathered his belongings and prepared to disembark, Harrison found his resolve stronger than ever. In his previous life as Harry Potter, he had faced Voldemort as an external enemy. Now, as Harrison Riddle, he opposed the darkness from within, a more complex challenge but potentially more effective in preventing the suffering that had defined his original timeline. Whatever trials awaited him beyond the platform, Harrison would face them with the knowledge and experience of 2 lives, the support of growing resistance, and the unwavering commitment to ensure that history did not repeat its darkest chapters. With that determination firm in his heart, Harrison stepped off the Hogwarts Express to meet his father, ready for the next phase in their increasingly dangerous game of power, deception, and competing visions for the wizarding world's future. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.